Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of What If Deku was raised by the League of Villains? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Dim lights hung overhead, flickering to click of wine glasses that reflected smiling faces hiding a double motive. A rotten feeling sank into Koda's gut with each shuddering breath. Inhale, it's such a shame. He's only just a kid. Exhale. They were talking about him. As if the child, even with his quirk, was no threat to them. Koda grit his teeth and narrowed his eyes at the villains before him. I was just a kid when Sensei saved me, a man with shaggy hair said. He had a hand covering most of his face and his lips twisted up in a slight snarl. We must work with what we have. Despite him not being our target and the loss of a few pawns, you really should value their efforts more, Shigaraki. Why should I? The scum let me down. Koda felt his heart skip a few beats as cruel red eyes fell on him. He whimpered, barely able to find his own voice. You. Shigaraki tilted his head as if to inspect how the child squirmed against the restraints. He slowly rose to his feet, circling around the child. Won't let me down, right? He flashed a smile. The smile looked more menacing than warm and friendly. The way his crusty lips curled upwards and his teeth grinded together as if he was holding back, unleashing his rage on the child. Koda let out a weak, frustrated sob. He didn't want to die here. But he could already tell how everything would go. The villains would take turns cutting up his body and dissecting him, bit by bit. This place would be his grave, all because of stupid heroes and villains fighting for no good reason. Their dumb feud would be the cause of his demise, and there was absolutely nothing he could do to prevent it. Koda jerked as a pale, clammy hand reached out to stroke his face. Shigaraki kept one finger away while admiring him. Hey, hush now. He stroked away some tears. I haven't done anything to hurt you yet. When I start hurting you, then you can cry. Shigaraki, I don't think that's helping your case. The man behind the bar said, watching how this scene played out. Silence, Kurogyri. A cracking sound was made as Shigaraki glared at the older man. I know what the hell I'm doing. Do you? A new voice came from a man leaning over against the wall. He watched on with bored, half-lidded turquoise orbs. He shoved his hands in his pockets and took a few steps towards them. Looks to me like you're making a big mess. What do you know about hostages' intimidation? Nothing much. But I figure getting a name would be helpful. You're who brought this disaster to me. The blue-eyed man stiffened as if reflecting on his failures. Oh, me. A blonde-haired girl cheered. I want to torture our captive. We can't do that, you sicko. The blue-eyed man sounded almost disgusted by the idea. What the hell goes on in your mind, Toga? This is a child. Koda felt a bit of blood trickle down from where he assumed to be his forehead. Everything hurt. It didn't help these dumb villains were shouting back and forth. He hazily gazed at the girl. Toga, the hand guy. Shigaraki, the other guy, blue-eyed looked freaky, like there was something wrong with his skin. Ah, Toga playfully tapped the blue-eyed man on the nose. You already know what goes on in my mind, Dabi. She spun around. I'm imagining so many beautiful guys covered in blood. Koda let out a high-pitched scream. This woman was really going to kill him. He was going to die. He kicked his legs, throwing a fit, until he was forced backwards. The life or death pressure dropped from his face to his neck. He gasped for air, finding it was impossible to scream and breathe at once. So cute. So cute. Toga bounced over to join Shigaraki in his game he seemed to be playing. I don't think capturing him was that bad of an idea after all. What's your name, kid? The blue-eyed man. Dabi, that was his name? He seemed to have the most sense than any of them. Koda kept his mouth shut. He didn't have to tell these meanies anything. He averted eye contact and pain exploded through his body. He asked, what's your name, crybaby? What's your name, so we know what to write on your grave? Shigaraki placed almost all his fingers on the child's neck. Koda. He tasted his own hot tears in his mouth. Koda Izumi. His black hair bounced along with the rest of his body as Shigaraki released him. It was as if the sporadic burst of anger dissolved, as if never existing at all. So you can speak. Shigaraki took a couple steps back, as if hearing Kota speak made him comprehended how young their captive really was. He's cute really. Toga tugged on Kota's chubby cheeks. Her fingers squeezed the extra fat, causing her nails to slightly scrape the edges of flesh. Little streaks of blood appeared from the freshly made scars on Kota's skin. Kota whimpered, trying to pull away from the stinging feeling of Toga's merciless grip. "Ulus force?" He sniffled. "Oh." Toga removed her hands from Kota's face. "Damn," Dabi said, his eyes flickered. "How old are you?" Kota trembled, trying to collect himself. Everything was happening so fast, he couldn't keep up, not with his mind mortified on how this might be his last moments. He didn't want to die like this. Despite all his fantasies of meeting his mother and father once more, it would be cruel irony. 5 years. He cried. Shit. Shigaraki cursed, as if baffled by the incompetence of his villainous pawns. His mind must have been unable to wrap around how the hell was it all they managed to kidnap was a 5-year-old. "Please, if you're gonna kill, quick and pay up, painless." Kota stirred in his restraints, his hands locked up tightly as he wiggled his fingers. "Cut the crying crap." Shigaraki swung a hand out as if to silence Kota once and for all. Kota didn't know what it was about his hands, something about them. Shigaraki's fingers maybe? They just seemed to scream out, "Danger. Do not let all 5 touch you." He let out more screams at the top of his lungs as those deadly pale fingers loomed. Death was coming for his soul, and powerlessly all he could do was close his eyes and embrace it. Kota held his breath, bracing for the impact of whatever was coming next. Only much to his surprise came a soft, gentle pat on the head. "Suck it the fuck up." Dabi patted his hand on Kota's hat. Shigaraki glared at Dabi as if trying to figure out what his deal was. They shared a short stare off, pondering the true issue going on here. "They'll come for him," Dabi said to defend his actions. "We can bait them with him." Shigaraki recoiled, slinking into the shadows. "All we need is for them to come." Dabi blinked. That was a lie. Their goal was to get a student to join their side and wreck the school's image. But a change of plan wasn't that bad. Having a child get kidnapped, part of you'd or not, it still happened around pro-heroes. Heroes who were supposed to be keeping innocent civilians like Kota safe. "No, they won't." Kota opened his eyes at the realization no harm was coming to him. "Huh?" Shigaraki asked. "They won't come for me." "Why the hell not?" "Because I said I hate heroes and all their dumb quirks, that's why. I said they're all stupid and flashy morons." Kota confessed through tears. Shigaraki's eyes gleamed with what looked like joy at the realization that the plan might have still obtained them a true heart for villainy after all. "You hate heroes?" Shigaraki sounded a bit too eager, shouting, "You hate All Might. Finally someone with good sense around here." He threw up his hands. Oh. Toga let out an eager squeal. "I knew this kid was special." "You hate heroes?" Dabi cut his eyes at Kota, almost as if assuming his confession was a facade. Kota bit his tongue. This was not the best place to reveal that he hated villains too. "What? I do. But..." His mind flashed back to Izuku. The hero in training had risked his life to try and save him. Kota couldn't hide his admiration for the action. Even if Izuku didn't catch him before he tumbled off the cliff and into the arms of the villains below, Izuku had still risked everything for him. His hero. An idea flicked in his mind. Would Izuku come for him? Kota didn't know for sure. All he could recall was the distressed look on Izuku's face when he discovered he wouldn't get there in time. Too late. Kota began to catch the trend that everyone in his life, he never cared about until it was too late. "I don't think anyone will come." Kota tipped his head down. The shadow casted by his hat hid his watery orbs. Dabi's lips formed a straight line. Toga stopped giggling. The itching, joyful sound stopped bouncing off the walls of the bar as she knitted her eyebrows together as if concerned. "Yes. This it?" Shigaraki took a seat at the bar and slumped over. Glee seemed to radiate on his face. Love and support doesn't only bring people together, but so does hate. The product of All Might's failures. A new generation that hates heroes. Don't make me suffer. Please. Kota shook, the tight chains on his ankles dug into his flesh, as he thrashed trying to break free. The anxiety gnawing on his brain was driving him mad. There was no point of waiting for someone that wouldn't come. Shigaraki? Kurogiri said. Do you think Master would approve of this? Not a chance Sensei wouldn't say no. Shigaraki seemed full of himself, as if soaking up pride in this small victory. It's better to show we have a possible prospect on the rise. We get to keep him. Toga threw her arms around herself in a warm hug as if picturing she was snuggling Kota. He can be our little side project. We can call it Operation Teddy Bear. You make him sound like a pet or something, Dabi said. He is. He's our little Kota. Shigaraki frowned as if bothered on the idea of being a teacher. He drummed his fingers on the bar counter as if in deep thought. Dabi felt like he knew where this was going. The only reason Shigaraki had him and Toga stay was because of trust. Everyone else in the League of Villains wasn't really worthy of being involved in the plan-making process yet, which meant that Shigaraki had to choose one of them to care for the crying brat before them. Shigaraki closed his eyes and pointed at his selection. No. You will take care of him? Shigaraki cracked open his eyes to follow his wrinkly finger directed at Dabi. Not a chance. Dabi responded, his voice defiant. He raised his head to gaze towards heaven, reflecting upon how absolutely stupid this was. There was no way in heck he'd get tossed into caring for the brat. Oh, can I take care of him? Toga raised her hand. Let her take care of him. No. Shigaraki growled as if feeling like Dabi was challenging his leadership powers. I chose you to do it. It had to be a challenge, didn't it? Dabi had noticed how uptight and grossly amused Shigaraki always got from getting a kick out of being the leader, even if he had to answer to some master. Yet when it came to absolute authority, there was a large offset in the balance of power and responsibility. Almost as if there was a line. A line between them being Shigaraki's little pawns and them being Stain's legacy. No one knew where they really stood in relation to the line. No one knew when they were about to cross it. Dabi hated it. The fact that stupid fucking line existed in the league. But he hated more was that no one but him seemed to acknowledge or blur it. I like to keep my villain work and my life separate. Dabi shoved his hands in his pockets. You understand, don't you? The League of Villains is my life. Shigaraki didn't give any reason other than that, leaving it on an open note. That's sad. No. It means I have dedication. I have dedication too. Just not for babysitting. Toga clicked her tongue. You're not really babysitting. You're watching our special project? Like hell, I'm spending my days in here watching that whiny brat. Take him to your home then. If you bring him home, it won't have to worry about coming here. Oh. Shigaraki said. Toga's been actually having bright ideas for once. He pointed at Kota. Do us all a favor and take the crybaby home, Dabi. Dabi's turquoise eyes narrowed as a menacing chuckle came from his throat. There was some cold irony behind this, as if they blamed this whole mix-up on him. This wasn't his problem. But if they wanted to do this to him, he'd spite them. How annoying. Dabi stood in front of Kota and snatched the hat from his head. But if I'm caring for the little one, a delirious tone hit his voice as he cackled, then I'll teach him at my leisure to be like me. He summoned flames in the palm of his hand. The blue fire crackled as the flames devoured the red hat. No. Kota let out a screech of bloody murder. Not his hat. That was the only thing protecting his brain from being fried. Give it back. He strained his neck, trying to take his hat back with his teeth. His favorite red hat was burning, destroying with it all his hopes and ambitions. Dabi crushed the ashes in his hand. The soot slipped through the cracks of his fingers as they fell to the ground. I don't want to be a villain. Kota tried to scream, but his words were muffled by terror. They came out more like, Demeet Furperp. Bah. Vilu. He didn't know what the villain's plan for him was. Kota felt sick to his stomach. He grew more lightheaded, as his breaths became more desperate. His eyelids weighed downwards, dropping until his final sight. Dabi with a smug smirk on his lips. Every inch of sense in Kota's mind warned, he'd be the death of him. When Koda woke, he was in a strange room with white walls. Light filtered in through a small window with broken glass near one edge of the floor. God, he felt so sore. He wondered how long he'd been out. Silence was the only answer to the question buzzing around in his mind. Where am I? Koda mustered up enough strength to lift his head. Was everything some kind of illusion? His mind kicked into action, searching for answers on how he arrived here last night. Everything that happened after being intimidated by the cruel villains was a blur. All he knew was that he was definitely not home. He could make out a blanket over his body, a box over his hands, and a bed shoved up by the window. The room looked like a small apartment or maybe a studio. Koda squirmed as a chilly breeze that gushed in the room. Darn, it feels like a freezer. He kicked his legs over, knocking them into a coffee table that bumped a lamp in the corner. He staggered to his feet, the heavy box over his hands knocking over stacks of papers and magazines. He had to get out of here. Look for some keys. Escape, go back to his aunt. A low grumble came from a cocoon on the bed. Koda bolted away as the cocoon started to shake as if coming to life and producing the most horrible thing known to humankind. He traced a path to where the freezing air was entering from, straight to a busted window. Oh crap, there was a monster in here. A monster that climbed through the window and was sleeping in the bed. Koda picked up a pillow with his teeth and slammed it over the thing closing in on him. He used the heavy box to keep the pillow in place. You monster! Die! Koda shouted. The cocoon shook as if trying to escape the suffocating pressure of the pillow. Koda pressed down harder, shouting louder so the neighbors would hear him. He needed to find a phone to call the police with. That is if the monster in the bed didn't kill him first. The cocoon thrashed as if the monster creature was now fully awake. The cover and thin pillow over its face molded into its frazzled expression as patchwork fingers reached up. Don't touch me! Koda tumbled backwards at the scorching touch. Go away! Go away, monster! He flicked the box up and the pillow flew into the air, revealing puffy blue eyes wide with aggression. I'm not a monster. You dumb brat. Dabi breathed heavily, thankful to finally be able to take in lungfuls of air. He turned on the lamp beside his bed. Don't you remember me? How could I forget a stupid monster face like that? Koda wrinkled his brow. The uneasy feeling in his gut didn't ease. You look funny with all those stitches on your face. Whatever. Dabi sat up, his eyes dashed over to look at his ruined coffee table. Were you looking for my keys? He looked at the front door, located near the kitchen. You didn't see they were right in there? Koda felt his face heat up. Little kids are terrible at lying. Dabi said, getting out of bed. I really wasn't. Koda pointed at the large hole in the window. It's summer. The hottest time of year. Why is it so chilly in here? You ask too many questions. I gave you enough blankets, didn't I? Go back to sleep, Dabi said. I don't even know you, weirdo. Koda spun on his heels, making a mad dash for the door. I won't let you keep me hostage here. His socks made him slide on the hardwood floor and the heavy box slowed him down. Koda would free himself, with or without any dumb hero's help. He charged into the dining room area, his eyes glued to the keys in the knob. He slipped right under the table, keeping his head low with his slippery socks propelling him forward. He regained balance along the end of the fridge, a few drops of water slowing his roll. Hostage? Dabi's devilish scoff vibrated air particles. I don't take hostages. They're dead weight. I have no will to use mindless pawns. A sharp pain shot up Koda's spine. The word, pawn, caught him off guard. He felt his world flip upside down. Wah! The stabbing pain in Koda's big toes became harder to ignore, but he knew he should focus more on the footsteps just behind his head. Ah, little one. Got to be careful of that. Dabi drummed his slender fingers on the counter. It sticks out a lot. Easy to stub your toe in the dark. Koda swallowed hard, forcing himself to push through the blurriness beginning to cloud his vision. He could barely see the 7 steps, only 7 more till freedom. Why do you have a complete idiotic counter like that? Money doesn't grow on trees. I choose to spend my money on more important things. You have a busted open window. What are you spending your money on? That's none of your fucking business. But I'm really getting sick of all these questions. The ends of Dabi's lips tugged towards hell. You don't want to see me go off. Now Dabi was standing between Kota and freedom. Kota whimpered. The gravity of the situation turned his legs to jello. I don't like repeating myself. Dabi snapped his fingers, producing a deadly flame. If you want to run away, go ahead. He waved his hand. I won't stop you. The flame that flickered off Dabi's skin twisted to cast a cruel shadow. It lit up the space between them. Why you? Kota felt his knees buckle. Can't be serious. I am. Dabi casually scratched in his hair. They told me to care for you. If you escape, that means you would no longer be my problem. Kota cringed up. There was no way. He kept still. Flames crackled as if time was winding down for him to make a decision. Freedom was worth the price, right? Kota took a baby step. Dabi blinked. Kota cautiously took a bigger step. It's a cold, heartless world out there, especially for a little 5-year-old with no clue where they are, no sense of direction, nowhere to go, no one to run to. Dabi gave a light sigh. It made the flame flare up wildly. A parade of blue exploded off the tip of his fingers. What do you mean? Kota asked. You said, your name is Kota Izumi? Dabi restated the information off the top of his head. He picked up a vanilla file folder. Birthday, December 12th. Age 5. Gender, shares the same quirk of his both deceased parents. Water creation. Ho? How did you get my information? Kota swallowed down tears. I'm a villain, Dabi said. Kota stared at him, perplexed at how Dabi assumed that would answer his question. He wanted to know why? He wanted to know how? He wanted to discover why him? I'm a villain. A borderline sociopath. At least you know what I am. Out there? Dabi pointed to the door. Not so sure. Kota didn't know if he should point out that he had no clue what a sociopath was. Sociopath? That didn't even sound like a real word. Could people make fake words to describe themselves? The person who killed my parents was a villain, not a whatever. Kota decided not to worry about the sociopath term, using that made him feel phony. The person who killed your parents was a rampaging lunatic psychopath who got his just desserts? Dabi shrugged. Psychopath. Another big word. Was the villain full of smart-ass vocabulary? He's in jail now. He can't hurt you, kid. Dabi's voice grew firm as if angry. People like him would have never made it in the league anyway. We have a vision. We have a few morals and standards. Dabi really wasn't saying it to inform Kota. More so it was spoken to reaffirm himself. He wasn't a cruel monster. There was a real reason for doing this, taking down heroes to prove how corrupt the whole system really was. Any innocent blood spilled hadn't died in vain. He's in jail? Kota felt a shaky smile spread on his face. Izuku really did bust him up? No referencing heroes in this house. Dabi quipped. Kota grit his teeth. A new hope bloomed in him to make a run for it. What if better was out there? He felt his feet start to move toward the door. I won't stop you. But once you walk out the door... Dabi placed the file back down. Toxic doubts began to sink into Kota's mind. What would happen if he went out the door? How would he get home? He had no money, no cell phone, no clue how to get home. You'll be your Aunt Shino's problem. Can't imagine how terrible it would be to die while under her care, Dabi said, just soft enough for Kota to freeze in his tracks. Kota had a concept of heartbreak. He knew his aunt meant well for him. It would crush her to learn that he died doing something like trying to outwit a villain. He'd end up dying the same way his. Tears formed in the corner of his eyes. He backed away from the door. If he could, he would be strong. What made heroes? Izuku strong? Your tears are annoying. Dabi got rid of the fire in his palm. So you have, he glanced at the clock on the stove, 1 minute to get the mental breakdown out of your system. And if you don't suck it up, then I'll send you to Great Beyond. Where nobody can hear. How long are you gonna keep me here? Kota sobbed. Don't know. Why are you doing this? Just part of my job. Do you like your job? You like hurting people? Destroying families? What about your family? Kota felt a strong hand snatch him up. When there is no answer, you do not ask the question. Dabi held the child at a distance like he was a rat rather than a human. That's a stupid thing to say. You're stupid. My aunt says there's an answer to everything. Kota whined. Dabi gave a little thought. Did he like his job? He found it thrilling. Each day a new adventure. Maybe he liked the euphoria of battle, fighting for his life. The secret of it all, living on the lam. But that wasn't important. Finishing out Stain's mission was important. Personal emotions don't matter. I have no attachments. Dabi carried Kota over to the sofa, laying him down. I act according to my desires. Kota cried, pulling the soft blanket over his face and cuddling into the cushions. He was in a scary, unfamiliar place and no hero was gonna come save him. He was trapped here. He curled up in a ball, stiffening as Dabi pulled the blanket over him. The rough patchwork hands worked with suppering gentleness. Kota felt his shaking ease to just his body hiccuping out a sob. He held his breath until the warm yet dangerous fire-wielding hands departed. You work based off your desires? Well, do you desire to keep me alive? You won't let them kill me? Kota asked. I have no reason to let him. Dabi turned away from the child. You'll protect me? Kota peeked out from under the blanket. There was brief silence. Dabi sat down, his back pressed against the bottom of the couch. He was a villain, not a terrible monster. I'll set a blaze to anything that dares to walk through the door. Dabi yawned, leaning his head up. His blue eyes met black and he saw what looked like drops of joy shimmer in Kota's eyes. Hand me a pillow. Kota handed Dabi a fluffy pillow. Dabi placed the pillow behind his back, keeping his focus straight forward at the door. Dabi took in his situation. He had to care for this spunky 5-year-old kid who still had his hands trapped in a box. This was just his luck. Listen good, little one. I desire to keep you alive for now. But I'm no protector or savior. Dabi took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. In this world you are your own only hope. The second you lose faith yourself, you're done for. So, if you stub your toe on your next escape, just keep limping towards the door. Keep on going by any means necessary, and don't look back unless you need inspiration to keep moving forward. Why are you speaking like you've escaped something? Kota asked. Because I'm on the run, Dabi said. From the cops. From a vicious, merciless monster. Very scary, cops can't even arrest him. He's been getting away with shit for years. Is he here? Kota balled his fist into the sheets. Oh. Luckily, he doesn't know where this is. I've outsmarted him. Dabi's eyes shot open. I'm the only one strong enough to destroy him. I have a fire quirk that can rival H-, the stitches leading to his ears strained, preventing his jaw from jabbering anymore. A personal stop allowed him to second-guess speaking his mind. Dabi retreated to his lonesome, sweet silence. He blinked his half-lidded eyes almost as if lost in a flood of emotions that he claimed to have none of. A single dust particle landed and disappeared, as if its existence was as internal as anyone's self-awareness in the universe. There was no point in bringing up something that should be forgotten. Heavy breathing filled the air, slowly becoming thick with mystery. Kota closed his eyes and embraced the darkness as it held its hand out to him. Is this a bed and breakfast or a prison? Kota rested his head on the dining room table. Because I really can't tell based on the crappy food. Dabi stirred more sugar into his coffee. The sound of his spoon clicking on the sides of the cup filled the air. The hot summer morning mood went with the chirping of birds and rumble of the air conditioner. He dragged his feet back over to the table, where 2 plates were laid out. If you don't want it, don't eat it. But if you don't eat, you'll be little forever. Dabi set his coffee cup down. What is it? Kota yawned. You really like to ignore sensory skills, don't ya? Dabi took a seat beside the child. Well, no one is holding you back. If you don't like it, you know where the door is? No. I'm hungry. Kota jerked his head upwards. I'm just not sure if you poisoned it or not. The fuck is your problem? You tried to suffocate me. Dabi sipped on his coffee. If anything, you think such accusations would be the other way around. I thought you were a monster. Kota knitted his eyebrows. You look like a zombie with your stupid stitches on your weirdo face. I guess I can be pretty scary. Goes along with the whole villain thing. Yes. You villains look crazy. You're too young to understand. Dabi placed his cup down. He reached for his fork and began cutting up his breakfast. Too naive. This menacing vibe is what sells. It allows people to believe you mean business. I don't think so. Zombie style or villain style, it's stupid. Kota narrowed his sight at Dabi's patchwork-like skin. The purple mixed with the actual flesh, dark bags under his eyes, and the silver stitches almost looked like staples as if holding him together. You sound just like me at your age, but unlike me, you can't back your smack up. Dabi traded the fork for some napkins. He laid out a couple of napkins in Kota's lap. Yes, the heck Kota could. He frowned. Not a single bone in his body planned to submit to the will of the villains. Dabi was really just scary from head to toe. The only motivation for him to stay calm was because he trusted Dabi to a certain degree. Kota wiggled his nose to the smell of food. I suppose it might not be poisonous. I don't run fucking a 5-star restaurant. But when I was a little kid, this was something my mom liked to make after I had a bad day, so I figured you'd like it too. Especially after the whole entire kidnap mix-up. Dabi raised the meal of blueberry pancakes and bacon towards the heavens. I'm not a little kid. Kota turned his head. He didn't want any pity, especially not from a villain. You're 5. That's not even half my age. Dabi scowled as if not comprehending what the problem. I don't want pitiful little kid food. When I hung out with the heroes, I got to eat what everyone else ate. Kota said, Heroes? Heroes? Dabi stirred his coffee. I really don't like to hear about them. I grew up with a hero, and let me tell you, kiddo. He slammed the spoon into the bottom of the cup with a loud clang. You're absolutely correct to hate them and everything they stand for. They use mind games to earn clout. He frowned. Did you even like the shit they gave you? It was okay? I guess. Kota said, Not really. I didn't like to eat with them. It's gross. They talk all happy about friendship. He closed his eyes, wishing that he could be whisked away to his secret place. There he could be alone and enjoy the comfort of peaceful nature. He didn't have to worry about villains or heroes. Friendship confuses me. I think it's dumb. I'd much rather be alone. Dabi took another sip of coffee to relax his brain from flashing back to more childhood trauma. Smart kid. Friends are an unnecessary liability. You're not friends with any other villains? Nope. You have a secret place you escape to? Dabi paused. Until you invaded, this was my secret place. I can only take so much with them. They're all a little too energetic for me. Kota gazed at Dabi for a few seconds. I do the same thing. It came out firmly, almost like looking at Dabi was a real glance into his future. Dabi shrugged, his wild hair slung over his eyes as his focus dropped back to the meal. Eat before your food gets cold. How can I? I can't use my hands. Kota rattled the box. Obviously. Free me. Can't do that, little one. Water and fire don't go well together. How am I Sudash? Kota choked as a fork shoved pancake pieces into his mouth. The delicious flavors exploded in his taste buds. Yum. He groaned in disbelief of the taste. It was much better than the cooking he had to eat at camp. Dabi stabbed more pancakes on Kota's plate with the fork. Huyo. Kota couldn't get his words out as more food was shoved into his mouth. Maddle. The chunks barely had time to go down his throat as more forkfuls were shoved in his mouth. This, fool. Don't talk with your mouth full, Dabi said. Boof. Kota gagged. A bit of the syrup dribbled down his chin as it slipped past his lips. Gross. Dabi lowered the fork. Get yourself together. Kota shook his head and gulped to gain the ability to plead for life. Hold on. I'll try to eat. I just can't all at once. He felt tears sting in the corner of his eyes as his shoulders hunched over. If you have time to speak, you have time to eat, Dabi said. Who says that? I do. Kota flicked his tongue around the roof of his mouth, trying to free his taste buds of the mushy feeling. He sucked in his chubby cheeks. I think you're mean. I'm feeding you. But you're doing it wrong. Dabi took a sharp breath. This was really pressing his buttons. Each time he tried to be nice, Kota's head got too big for his body. It was clear that Kota didn't understand how dire his situation was, how at Dabi's pure mercy he was. Fine. Dabi dropped the utensils in his hand. He rose to his feet, picking up his plate and cup of coffee and walking towards the sink. Where do you think you're going? Kota growled. Dabi dumped his plate in the sink. He leaned an elbow on a counter near the fridge and kept sipping on his coffee. I know you can hear me. Dabi sipped louder. You're so mean to me. All you heroes and villains are the same. No one cares, you all just fake it. Don't you ever. Dabi slammed his mug down at lightning speed as it combusted into a parade of flames. Compare me to my D-. He bit his lip, a wave of hysteria replayed in his mind. Not that. Never that. Dabi wasn't like that monster who raised him. Dabi wouldn't allow himself to become like that. He had to calm down. He had to get his emotions in check. He couldn't, not a monster. Kota felt his heart race. Who thought it was a good idea to leave him with this crazy person? 1 second it seemed like Dabi gave zero fucks, the next he seemed to be setting shit on fire. Things real different. Dabi moved his fingers. The mug was now a pile of ash. His voice wavered slightly as if the unsettling thing Kota kicked up inside him couldn't be kicked under the rug. There was so much, and Dabi sometimes considered it stupid. The more he shoved it deep into his mind, the more it hurt when it resurfaced. It felt ugly, cruel, and absolutely disgusting when it bubbled up to show itself. Power mixed with rage was too much of a toxic combination. Real different. Kota nodded sarcastically. Yeah. Dabi stretched out his fingers into the rough ashes. He smeared them across the counter, leaving a dirty streak of gray. That's how the world worked, didn't it? Take pure things and ruin it, make it dirty. Little one. Dabi reached his soiled hand out. Come here. He felt the ends of his lips tug upwards at how quickly the color drained from Kota's face. Kota glanced left and right as if searching for an excuse not to come. No. I didn't mean to insult. Kota felt his head spin. Why did Dabi sound like he was ready to set him on fire? He scrambled across the floor. Did the people who you met before at the bar scare you? Wait. Are you going to make me go back to them? I know you're all in cahoots. But I'm no idiot. I'll bite if I have dash. That makes things harder. Now I'm not sure if you're bold with a smart mouth or if you actually trust me. I would. Good boy. Dabi walked towards the front door, snatching his jacket off the coat rack. Hey. Wait, are you leaving me? Kota stumbled after him. You didn't help me finish eating yet. You didn't want my help. Dabi threw his jacket on over his white shirt. But. Kota chewed on his bottom lip, noticing how much Dabi was compared to him. He barely came up to Dabi's knees, even with his wild, untamed black hair. Dabi grit his teeth. He felt like he was having to be the parental figure and scold the child. Didn't anyone ever teach him not to be friendly with strangers? Didn't anyone warn him that nothing good came from playing with fire? Didn't anyone tell him it was all fun and games until someone got hurt? Dabi didn't think he could be in this stuffy place much longer. He needed to go clear his head and collect his thoughts. No, you look. Kota snapped, as a rotten feeling formed in his stomach at the idea of being left all alone. I will burn down this whole apartment complex. That's the villainous spirit. Dabi saw something gleam as if flickering on and off in Kota's eyes. It was as if Kota was having a battle of will versus self-composure. Kota didn't want to be defenseless, however he was too prideful to beg for aid. This feeling of rejection and internal displacement was something Dabi knew all too well. This is your home. How could you say that? My aunt didn't trust me with a knife or scissors. Yet here you are about to leave me near the stove. Kota ranted, unable to comprehend why Dabi would leave him where monsters could possibly harm him. I need to clear my head from your madness. Dabi leaned down just enough to whisper in Kota's ear. You shouldn't depend on people. People will always disappoint you. I know that. I've always known. I'm no fool. Kota pitifully looked at Dabi. You're right. Dabi pulled back, standing tall. He turned his back on the child. You're only a fool if you think that I would leave you without supervision. Kota's eyes sparked up. I'm gonna go for a walk. Dabi pointed at the camera in the corner. You can rest assured if anything tried to get you. I could tell. He pulled out his phone. It's an app and the alarm will go off if anyone comes in. I understand. Kota didn't raise his voice over the sound of jingling keys. Villains like to have a secure idea and plan before they make a move. Heroes just rush in and try to work with what they got. They don't think things through. That's why they sacrifice themselves only to still let people down. Don't think so highly of me. Dabi reached in the inner pocket of his coat, his fingers wrapped around an object. A twisted gleam sparked in his eyes as he unveiled his special sidekick, a Glock 19. Gen 5. He placed the gun to his head. I'm a real firecracker? Kota's eyes grew wide. Is it real? It seemed like a dumb question to ask the villain. Why would the gun not be real? Maybe the question had come to him because he'd never seen such a display before. Heh. Dabi narrowed his already half-lidded eyes. You want me to shoot so you can see? A single finger slipped around the trigger. It twitched, uneasily awaiting commands. My aunt says guns are not toys to wave around. They're just as powerful as quirks and can be used for good and evil. Kota blinked. Yes. But this, Dabi nuzzled his head against the barrel of the gun, is only for evil. You really wouldn't, would you? Answer me this, little one. Do you want me to die? Kota moved his lips, but no sound came out. He tried and tried again, but nothing happened. All he could do was stare at Dabi. A sly smirk rested on his lips as his eyes burned with maliciousness. His finger kept lightly pressing on the trigger. He could already picture Dabi with his brains blasted out. Blood would splatter on the floor when his skull busted open after his body fell limp. Kota was no stranger to bloody dead bodies. He'd seen his parents' mangled bodies. I don't care what you do. Kota shrugged. It's your life. Oh yeah. Dabi shuddered, as if reaching a stunning realization. This is too easy. If I die for you, if I leave you. The smile on his face flipped, as he took a robotic step towards Kota. That be torture, the opposite of what I'm qualified to do. His stone-cold face seemed to ask, do you think you have a monopoly on pain? He spun the gun in his hand, then pointed it in the air. He pulled the trigger rapidly. I have to hurt others. Bang. Kota braced himself for the sound, the impact, the blood. His eyes squeezed shut and he took a deep breath. It's empty. Dabi waved the weapon around. No rounds. No bullets. No small but powerful life-ending metal. Kota opened his eyes to see the stitches on Dabi's face scrunched up. Only cowards use guns to make themselves feel strong. I'm no coward, Dabi said. There was an unspoken rule of the universe that he understood. Own a person's loyalty and own their mind. He searched Kota for any sign of fear. But you spurred it on? I what? Kota wrinkled his eyebrows. If I would have killed someone or myself, you wouldn't have flinched? Dabi nodded his head in time with the clicking of the clock on the wall. He held the gun out, running his hands over the smooth metal. You have guts. The real question is, would you aid me in my dirty deeds? He aimed the barrel of the gun at the floor. I don't do dirty. I hate mean people. I hate monsters. Kota said, do you hate me? Dabi lowered the gun to his side. I'm a villain, lots of people hate me. Well, they secretly hate me. The real me. He ran his tongue over his teeth. I mean, I can be very psychedelic. He walked to the living room, placing the gun down on the table. I know you just met me, but I'm willingly providing more accurate adjectives to describe me, because calling me a monster irks the fuck out of me. I would rather have you refer to me as anything but that. Think of a new name. If you refer to me as you know what again, you might actually see how merciless I can be. Kota felt a guilty feeling gnaw at him. Dabi casted out an aura about him that was somber, lacking a brute spice. Was there a purpose that he missed in Dabi's actions? Had Dabi been testing him? Dabi walked past him again. Kota couldn't understand why the villain seemed to have the decency to treat him like a real person with feelings unlike all the others. There was something off about him. I think you're goofy. You use dumb big words trying to sound smart. Kota crossed his arms. But you're angry. He chewed on his bottom lip. You and I, are we trying to escape from the monsters or ourselves? Dabi stepped out the door, finding reassurance in Kota's words. The kid was powering through his fear, seeking answers for stuff he craved to comprehend. He was sure at one point he had such an open mind to accept conclusions without much proof. Not anymore though. Now he was a man on a mission. You just keep pondering that. I don't have brain cells to lose on nonsense. Dabi closed the door. He didn't lock it, just in case Kodo wanted to make his grand escape. He figured no one in their right mind would willingly stay with a lunatic like him. Not even his parents wanted to. Dabi was a professional at blending in. He made sure he stood out so much in this already fucked up world that he was the only thing that made sense. Everyone in his apartment building knew him, but they didn't question the weird times of night he'd get in or the ashes and smell of smoke on his clothes. Everyone assumed, makes sense equals irrelevant equals no need to waste brain power figuring out this mystery. Dabi waved, giving his signature, "Hello morons," face as he walked into the courtyard. His shoes crunched leaves against the concrete as his black jacket blew behind him. "Hey Dabi. Sleep well last night?" The security lady, who guarded the gate to the apartment complex, was always awfully friendly with him. She'd always smile with her dark red lipstick and wink at him in between her sentences. "Guess so." Dabi barely batted an eyelash at her. He stood by the gate, completely at the lady's mercy to let him go. But he knows she will. All he has to do is keep playing not interested. The lady drummed her fake nails on the button. "Really?" Her lips pucker together as her eyes zoom in as if to observe any sincerity in the man. "Rumor in the complex is the landlord put you on ice last night. I'm shocked he didn't call the heroes." Of course, people can't keep their mouth shut. Dabi couldn't stand how everyone blabbed. Blah, blah, always spitting knowledge like they were some benevolent asshole, about how heroes had pride and duty. Fuck that. He supposed Kodo wasn't getting chills from fear. It might have actually been cold in the apartment. Guess they're not too happy about my past due rent. Dabi withheld a chuckle. A fire quirk made it real funny when people tried to freeze him out. "You're 3 months past due. Just don't have the funds currently." The woman raised her eyebrows. "If you need money, wink. Money isn't a problem, wink, wink, for me." This was the crap Dabi was talking about. The real monsters in this world were right here, right outside his door. "I'm not the type of person who'd do anything for $1, Dabi said. "How tragic." The lady hit the green button, allowing the gates to move. "You'd be a wonderful dad. The landlord loves kids, you know? You might even get excused for not paying rent." Dabi didn't even know if there was a proper response to that. He was 22 years old, so having kids was the farthest thing in his mind. He had to make the world a better place for his unborn child to live in first. "I'll keep that in mind." He kept his head low, walking out into the city. He focused his mind back on searching for a heart made for villainy. It was really hard to come across good villains these days. Most of them were wannabe posers with no better things to do in their life than torture, abuse, or rob innocent people. He hated scum like that. He dragged his feet, kicking up a flyer. The paper read, "Hue. A safe place to be raised into a hero." It was a petty advertisement that wasn't strange to see. He peeked his eyes upwards, noticing a lot of UA flyers and ads seemed to have been ripped off buildings and disregarded as trash. A huge sign that once hung on a billboard was now covered in graffiti. "Action leads to positivism." There was a tagger underneath the art. Its tag was bizarre enough that such a thing couldn't be done without a graffiti quirk. "This is someone that we need." Dabi admired the art for a few minutes. Someone with a vision. He stole a look back down at his feet to see the UA advertisement. What made UA produce heroes so powerful anyway? Was it really the lessons? Could you really teach someone to be a hero? Heroism couldn't really be taught, it had to come from the heart. Sure, you could have muscles, brains, but if you didn't have a heart then? A picture of Endeavor blew past him. It was another thrown-out ad, "Number 2 and coming to save you." Dabi cringed and the advertisement burst into flames. Without a heart, you could work hard and never be a hero, but you also couldn't be a villain. Villainy comes from the heart. Dabi crushed the ashes of the burnt paper. "It's truly in my heart to disobey. Laws are only a suggestion." He charged into the traffic, turning a deaf ear to the pissed-off drivers. "Because if justice was real, it would have saved me from this hell inside my head a long time ago." Dabi had daylight to kill. He was attempting to murder it. Hunger can really drive a person mad. Koda's mouth was painstakingly dry and his stomach was crying out in agony. Stupid! Koda knocked the box on the leg of the table. What a stupid box! Why didn't all this racket and bashing make a dent in it? The table was raised high above the floor. Koda couldn't really see near the top unless he stood on his tippy toes. It hurt like heck to do. He could barely steady himself, rocking back and forth. He stuck his head upwards to catch a glimpse of the plate of cold cut-up pancakes. He took a seat and looked at the plate. He opened his mouth and licked up the pancakes. The delicious syrup stuck on his face as he hungrily gulped down the food. He felt gross. He licked the plate clean, trying to ignore the shame that hit him from acting like a pig. His aunt would be shaming him right now. Koda, use your napkins. In her naggy voice. Who knew he'd actually be here, missing the feel of napkins on his skin? He jumped out of the chair, landing back on the floor. Koda dragged himself to the living room. There was still a gun resting on the coffee table. He hated that gun. He hated it because Dabi had teased him to no end about using it. He hated things that stole away life. He looked at the door. What kind of monsters awaited him outside? Were they powerful? He wasn't good at using his quirk. That meant going outside without aid or a rescue crew wasn't an option. He used his chin to hit the remote. The T.V turned on. Now we return to the news. Top story of the day: if 5-year-old goes missing, are you teachers to blame? A picture of him flashed on the screen. Oh snap. This seemed serious. He watched the pictures on the flat screen change to a crowd of news reporters and people rioting outside the school's campus. There were tons of groups, with cameras and signs, pushing and shoving trying to get through the gates of UN. Heroes are cowering right now in the face of the truth. One person even fired out, "How can you fail to protect an innocent child?" It was like the whole entire world was slipping into chaos over his disappearance. Sorta mind-blowing, these people didn't even know him. Did they really care about him? Did everyone assume he was trapped with some manic killers? He took a seat on the couch and leaned forward, trying to comprehend more of what people were saying about him. He wanted to understand why heroes were remaining silent over his kidnapping. Actually no. He really wanted to know if the heroes planned to save him. Hostage situation with 2 people still missing. 1 woman and a young boy. A reporter came up on the screen. Many questions have yet to be answered, the biggest one being, how could this happen with a pro-hero on the scene? Without an official statement, details surrounding the kidnapping are still blurred. Koda kicked up his feet, a part of him wishing they'd skipped to the important stuff already. This was boring. He wanted to hear the words, plan and rescue. Those words were equivalent to his freedom. A rattling at the door was heard, before it swung open. Dabi stepped through the threshold and waved at Koda. Dabi placed his coat on the hook. He was surprised that Koda had stayed put. It confirmed his previous assumption. Koda was curious when it came to mischief. A heart like that was perfect for villainy. You're in big trouble? Koda felt a smile grow on his face. He moved his heavy box to gesture at the TV screen. They're gonna get you? Who? Far as I know, our plan is working nicely. The media is grilling heroes. Dabi walked over to stand in front of the TV. Koda stood up on the couch, trying to see over Dabi's head. Sit down. I can't see the pictures anymore. How'd you turn the TV on anyway? Don't change the subject. You're gonna go to jail. Far as I can tell, they don't have names either. What? They didn't say that. Read the headline. Dabi moved out the way for Koda to see the words at the bottom of the screen. Koda stomped his foot. He could see the words written clearly, but he didn't know how to pronounce them. There was no way he going to make an even bigger fool of himself. How about you read it to me? Koda asked. No. Why, Piaf? Can't you read? Can you? Yes. Koda stole a look at the words at the bottom of the screen again. Bib. Not big words. Spell, villain. Oh god damn it. Dabi ran his fingers through his hair. What grade are you going to, kid? I'm gonna be in 1st grade. Koda shouted. I don't need your pity. I can write, I can read, I can spell. You can't spell, villain. Dabi chided with a lazy sort of drawl. Reading and writing are the fundamental footsteps to success. You know, How old people always claim knowledge is power. It's like that. Koda contemplated the idea for a few moments. So what? Imagine if I did have a larger vocabulary, you would be so motherfucked? That sounds wrong. And I know your aunt wouldn't let you cuss. Watch your fucking mouth. How come you get to cuss? Because you can't read the words on the screen and I can, Dabi said. Read it? Koda regretted asking, because the villain's eyes immediately fell on him, deprived orbs hungry for him to step out of line again. Are you giving me commands? And no. It says, kidnappers unknown, beware of the deceitful suspects possibly still on the rise. Dabi said. It's pure bait to engage the reader, reel them in with sorrow and outrage. What about that? Koda motioned to the picture of himself in the side corner. What does it say under my name? Does it say something about Izuku? Izuku? Dabi repeated the name. What do you know about him? At the camp. He was the only person who knew my secret hideaway. So, Koda gazed downwards, unable to ask if there was a chance Izuku might save him. Well, in that case, no. It says nothing about him. It's a description about you, Dabi said. It says obsidian hair, midnight eyes. Not caring to read the rest of it, he waved his hand. You know all that fluffy crap? What does obsidian mean? And what does suspect mean? What about deceitful? I'm not a dictionary and I'm not Google. Look it up yourself. I don't know how to use a dictionary and I don't have a phone. Well, then use context clues to figure out the meaning. What's context? Koda titled his head to the side, hoping to better view the screen. Why does it have clues? I'm not your school teacher. Dabi looked at Koda as if the kid would constantly forget who he was. I'm a villain. I know. Koda said. My teacher doesn't look like a stitched-up zombie weirdo. Then you comprehend, I have no will to inform your naive mind. Dabi smirked, watching Koda's glee deflate. So you shall remain ignorant and blissful with the facade of broken dreams. He sat down and reached over to grab the remote off the front table. Don't. Koda whined. Dabi's hand stopped just above the remote. Little one, you don't control or make the dash. I know. But this is something I need to know about. Koda said. It's about me. I'm on it. That's me. And? Read it to me. Please? You trust me to read that to you? I won't hesitate to bluff for my own amusement. I just need to know if it says anything about my aunt. That's not a request you just ask any person. Dabi clasped his hands together. When people convey information, they can twist it any way that benefits them. They can take advantage of you being uneducated and naive to brainwash you into believing stupid shit. He closed his eyes. I know, but you're not a regular person. You're a villain. Koda gazed at Dabi like he was a star twinkling in the midnight sky. Even more reason to spite you. Dabi cracked his eyes open to see Koda, with his chubby cheeks covered in syrup. I don't know what spite means. Kid, you're hopeless. The monsters in society will eat you alive. I'm not hopeless. I can spell your name. Koda said. DB. Is that it? Dabi asked. Is it wrong? My name is Dabi. DB. No, Dabi. DBB? Double B doesn't make the ending sound. How do you spell it then? Koda frowned. DBI. And don't you forget it. Yeah, when the police ask me, I'll be sure to say it. Koda rolled his eyes. It's such a dumb name. Is that what your parents really named you? No. A scandalous grumble erupted under Dabi's breath. But it's better than my real name anyway. This is a name I gave to myself. He raised a finger and tapped it against the various stitches on his face, touching the sandpaper-like feel from the mound of purple bagging under his eyes. Something I rewarded myself with. I made a name for myself. All on my own. I don't need shit from nobody. That's kinda cool. I want a name like that. Koda said. But you could have chosen a better one. Anyone can make a name for themselves. Good or bad. Dabi rose to his feet, motioning for the child to come with him. But if you really want to get into the name-giving business, you can't always trust other people to properly relay intel. Koda hopped off the couch, following Dabi to the kitchen. Dabi opened cabinets, revealing there was little to no food, only ramen noodles, Instamix potatoes, tomato soup, and alcohol. He pushed around some noodles to reach the box of Instamix loaded potatoes and placed it on top of the box containing Koda's hands. Read the instructions on how to make this. Dabi placed a spoon and pot on the countertop. You don't read, we don't eat dinner. Why are you helping me? Koda asked. Because no one will ever believe you learned how to read and write from a bad guy. Dabi placed the pot on the stove. There was something about the calm way Dabi spoke that agitated Koda. What was that supposed to mean? No one would believe him? But he would be telling the truth. You're making me think a lot. Practice thinking big ideas makes you better at reading big ideas. Dabi snapped his fingers and the burner on the stove came to life. If you want to understand the news headlines, then work your way up there. Koda sighed. Well, at least he wasn't going to bed starving. The library was another safe place in the storm of Dabi's wild life. There was no one hounding him or spitting curses in his direction. It was relaxing. All the silence was more comforting than a lullaby, and the smell of old paper was as satisfying as freshly baked cookies out the oven. Is there anything in particular you're looking for, young man? An old woman stopped beside him. I need an easy reader. Dabi paused, unsure of what the type of book was called. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. The sentence hit his ears and he realized how stupid it sounded. But like an advanced reader's copy? Children's books have their own special section. The old woman guided him forward. I'll show you. Dabi gave a phony thankful nod. He made his way through the shelves of books. His eyes skimmed the titles, trying to resist the urge to punch the books in the spine and shelve them straight. The old woman stopped their journey at a section full of colorful storybook covers. These are a few steps up from easy readers. They're recommended for ages ranging 5 to 7, but a specific book series, Magic Treehouse, is really good for vocabulary and reading comprehension. Yes. That, sir? He's 5 years old, so he's into action and stuff. He tries to read news headlines. Dabi felt a loss for words. There was barely anything he knew about Koda other than he had a smart mouth and hated heroes. Well, if you plan to work on reading with your son over the summer, the old woman reached out to pick up a few books. We have some excellent dash. My son, Dabi repeated. Oh, the old woman blushed as if catching her mistake. I just assumed. You kids get wilder every generation, starting off young, popping them out. Dabi raised a hand, silencing the old woman. Just need a book? Of course. She waved a few novels in the air. These are mildly popular. They are all about the wrath of villains and the triumph of heroes. I'm sure your special little one loves heroes, right? Dabi didn't understand what the heck this old woman was on. First she was assuming he was a father, now she was assuming he supported heroes. She was the terrible stereotypical trash he tried to keep away from. This was pure toxic energy. We don't appreciate heroes in my home. All they do is provide false hope. Dabi knocked the books from the old woman's hands to the floor. They use saving people as a way to get famous, then step on them afterwards. The old woman's jaw trembled. She seemed to look at Dabi with a newly found fear for today's rowdy young adult crowd. She hobbled down to the floor, scrambling to fix the mess. For example, Dabi grabbed a book on the bottom shelf, ABCs of Anarchy. Where are your glorious heroes now? He watched the old woman's disarray bloom into apprehension. His mind felt luxuriated in letting his words sink in over time to convey their dastardly desired effect, that his patchwork-like skin would torment her dreams for days. He kicked a few books across the floor as he buzzed over to another shelf near the more teenage-like books. He overheard a familiar voice. I don't get it. Why are we meeting in the library? Shoo. Keep your voice down. I thought meeting you here and telling you this would be better than Baku. Dabi focused on the conversation. Baku. It was clearly short for Bakugu, who used to be their target, which meant that these kids were AU brats. He popped up his coat collar and used a book to cover his face. He peeked over the pages to catch sight of 2 teens, one redhead teen and one with white and red hair. The half-and-half teen had a voice that was way too familiar for comfort. I'm not yelling. The half-and-half one said. This is my regular voice. I know. It's just the library and... The redhead must have noticed a perplexed expression on his friend's face. Never mind. I was just thinking about asking Momo to make another device to locate Koda with. I think it's a good idea. It doesn't seem like the heroes are doing much of anything about it. You're gonna invite Bakugo along, right? Yeah, but I was also considering Izuki to tag along. I don't know, he's been really on edge lately. It's like anything about heroism is obsolete to him. Losing Koda really broke him. Maybe this is what he needs to get back up into the flow of things. A rescue mission? It will be just the four of us. We'll keep it small. For sure, we would have to be secretive about how we break in the hideout and take back Koda. Shit. Dabi grumbled. It was crazy how those brats were smart enough to use a tracking device. But it wasn't on Koda, was it? He would have noticed something of the sort. Damn it. Damn it. He needed to get home and shake down that kid. The last thing he needed was for a bunch of piss-poor attitude heroes breaking down his front door. You're back early. Koda was happily watching cartoons. Similar to yesterday, the remains of breakfast still lingered on his face. It's 9 p.m. Get a good concept of time. Dabi pulled off his shoes, making a note fall from the door. Well, joke's on you, I don't know what concept is. Khmer, I got you something. Koda inched over to the door, afraid that something might jump out and get him. This was the first time after getting kidnapped that he'd caught a glimpse of something outside the apartment walls. It didn't look that scary out there. But he couldn't see past Dabi's shoes resting on a white sheet of paper that had weird huge words written in red on it. What does that say? Evacuation note? He reached for the note. E-V-V-V-V-I-I-I-C-C-C-C-C-C-C-C-C-C. Eviction notice. Dabi snatched the paper from Koda. Koda rocked on his heels as he observed how quickly blue eyes skimmed over the paper. Whatever this eviction notice thing was, it pissed Dabi off. Did you hear them put this on my door, kid? Dabi couldn't believe how downhill this day was going. Too much misfortune at once and too little time for him to meditate on a way to solve all of it. Oh. It was just cold for a few hours, like it was at night. Then it was like everything returned back to normal. I didn't hear anyone. Koda shook his head. Dabi growled a few curses under his breath. Sick bastard trying to be slick and kick me out. He slammed the door to his apartment close. At the loud bim, the room seemed to rattle. Koda jumped back anxiously as Dabi held up the book in front of his face. The first warning signs of vulgar actions, flinching. I might be mad, but I'm not gonna hit you. Dabi pulled his hand back. The monsters are out there, remember? Koda slowly lowered the box he had raised to protect his face. I know. But you just came from out there and seeing that paper upset you. I thought. Maybe. His black eyes drifted down to his feet, the scary part, not. And not monster because I know you don't like being called that. I need a new word. The sociopath. Sociopath? Is that it? I feared that was gonna come back out of you. You think I transform when I leave this place? Dabi placed the book down on top of the box. Yes. Well, I'm not a monster. I never turn into one. When you first captured me, what part of me is monstrous? Dabi lifted Koda high into the air, allowing the child a chance to view him. Look at me. Tell me what part screams monster. Koda whimpered, closing his eyes. He wanted to say everything, from the strange silver marks forcing the gross purple to knit into his actual skin, to the multiple ear piercings that looked more like staples than actual studs, the super intimidating way he talked, and how when he spoke the purple mass of flesh bulged against the holders making blood to spurt through at random times. That's what I thought. Dabi carried Koda to the bathroom. He set the pouting child on the sink counter, getting a good look of them together in the mirror. The glass reflected a family picture. Damn, you're almost a perfect copy of me. Dabi ran his fingers through Koda's tangled nappy locks. Your hair is black. We have a similar facial structure. Yours is just a little younger looking. It also might be due to my stitchings. I seem old enough? Koda looked at his small upper half being reflected in the mirror, then he set his sights upwards to see the tall man. You have bluish eyes. Mine are black. That's good. Dabi nodded, making his ear piercings rattle. He moved his hand to tuck back some of Koda's hair strands to observe his ears. Yours aren't as formed as mine. Could be because you're young though. A single finger brushed downwards to poke at Koda's cheek. The baby fat helped sell it. What are you talking about? Koda asked. I have a plan. Dabi grinned. Such a simple plan. He held up the eviction notice in his hand. Aren't those always the best? You must have a hole in your brain, if you think I'll assist in your stupid villain plans. Koda stuck out his tongue. Ah, but little one, this benefits you too. Dabi drummed his fingers on Koda's box, as if he might just atomize the object himself. How would you like to get this thing off your hands? You would never, Koda said, not taking his eyes off Dabi's hand. But I will. Dabi leaned forward, his eyes luminous. I'll advocate for your freedom, little one. His tapping flouted swiftly to the speed of seconds on a clock. You'll what? Koda narrowed his eyes. He hated how Dabi would suddenly use big words like some sort of smartass. Dabi descended to meet eye level with the 5-year-old. I will get you free of this box. Koda dragged his tongue back into his mouth, awestruck at the sudden grand statement. It sounded too good to be true. What's the plan? You pretend to be my chip off the OL block. You're what? My son, Dabi announced, his words echoing off the walls in the small bathroom. We walk into my landlord's office and play the guilty card. Our story is simple. He took a breath, as if gathering up the greatest lie he ever told in his life. Recently, your mom died in a car accident. So you showed up at my doorstep, claiming to be my kid. I think it's a mistake and a terrible one-night stand gone wrong. But out of the kindness of my heart, I take you in showering you in affection. But, isn't that a lie? Koda asked. Dabi felt a shudder rocked through his body at the word, lie. It was such a harsh term. Everyone lies. It was almost as natural as cursing. Kid, look, there are a bunch of lies in the world. People in power lie all the time to maintain their power. So the only way to beat them is to outsmart their lies with half-truths. Be somebody. Be who you have to be, to steal back all the clout and trust they conned from gullible assholes. I don't want to be fake. It's not fake, it's acting. It's delivering a huge fuck you to what society stands for, but doing it in a discreet way. Same thing. The only way to move up in life is to steal from the people who put you in such a crappy position. Think about it, Dabi said. Those heroes have done nothing for you. They don't care about this city. They'll never care. He drew upon his inner stained discipleship, recalling the original message. Heroes care about power and money. Stop trusting them and take action yourself. Will you? Koda gazed at his restraints. Really get me out this box? Have a real plan. More of a plan than they have. Dabi confirmed. But your plan is crazy. It will never work. Koda huffed. Everyone knows what I look like. I was on TV. He supposed this was a perk of being famous. Everyone knows who you are. They won't tell it's you. I'll go out tomorrow, buy you some new clothes. Dabi sniffed the air at an odd smell. You can wear them after you shower. This would work out nicely, since when Koda touched the water, he would know if there was any tracking device on him. I get the box off before I shower? Yes. You get it off before if all goes well with the other villains. But I'm sure they'll agree, just gotta bluff some crap. Let's do it then. Koda smiled. His mind filled with possibilities awaiting him when he got his hands back. He could punch Dabi in the balls and run off, using his water quirk to demolish any monster in his way. Yes, getting this box off was a step towards victory. This will be magnificent, proactive. A good step in training is starting with petty identity theft crimes. Dabi let out a satisfied hum, his sight drifting to the ABCs of Anarchy book. In fact, I think this is letter T in the story before bed you have to read tonight. This is a bedtime story? Koda set his eyes on the book. My parents used to take turns reading me bedtime stories. A feel bloomed in his chest. Was this guilt from his previous thought of running away and punching Dabi in the balls? Maybe he wouldn't punch Dabi in the balls too hard. There was nothing that Dabi hated more than being told no or the dreaded 5-letter word. Later, they both basically meant the same thing, that it was never gonna happen. So at a young age he practiced skills to ensure that he'd get his way. He talked less, glared more. Occasionally, lit a few bodies on fire to prove his will as superior. Dabi slumped against the brick wall, scanning over the faces of his comrades. Mr. Compress was showing Toga and Twice a new magic trick. He stuck a penny in his glove, then blew into his palm, making it disappear. It wasn't anything really impressive, but it was a slow meeting day. Kurogyari was cleaning the table. Shigaraki had one finger tapping against his shot glass. His eyes seemed glued to the TV. The one TV in the bar was on the non-stop news coverage of Villains Attack Summer Training Camp. Koda is progressing well. The brat isn't turning into as much trouble as I thought he'd be, Dabi said. Koda? Twice tapped his chin. Wait, is that the kid we kidnapped? Correct. Mr. Compress sort of half laughed, half sighed. I remember he was really whiny. He placed his top hat back on his head. I'm surprised you two get along. You guys seem like total opposites. I always knew Dabi had a soft spot. Toga wrapped her hair around the grip of her knife. She twirled the strands into a sloppy side bun. Dabi is totally weak for kids. I could tell when he reacted. Really? Were you a schoolteacher by any chance? Twice started scratching at the same spot he tapped, as if absent-mindedly picking at his clothing. Dabi sometimes scratched through parts of himself in times of weakness. Did they do it for the same reason? Can you pass me some rubber bands? Toga knocked her hand over, to nudge Twice. She seemed to want to draw his attention away from messing with his costume and more on helping her. I have to admit, even I'm baffled at your sudden change of script. Kurogyari placed down the cleaning spray. His yellow eyes seemed to dim, a sort of foggy, far-away look to them. Your concerns are apprehensible. But with Koda under my wing, I plan to see Dash. Is he suffering? Shigaraki asked. I want to see the change, the blooming transition from hope to hopelessness. I mean, I don't deny you're doing a decent job. You put up with the brat for 4 days, no complaints, so that's a plus. Yes, but I sorta want to see the child. It might be impressive to see how much you damaged him. The media won't be able to comprehend it. The son of a hero turning into a villain. This is a much better plot than what we originally planned. I honestly don't know how everything perfectly keeps falling into place. So glorious. Dabi gave up trying to explain. When Shigaraki got going, it was like he had no off switch. That really pissed him off. It was so annoying. Halfway through the rant, Toga must have zoned out as well. Are you really training him to be a villain? She focused her attention on Dabi. I suppose. Dabi kept his voice low, careful not to let Shigaraki notice they were ignoring him. I am teaching him to understand choices. Last time you said you'd teach him how to be like you. Toga spoke in her sing-song voice. Dabi found it kind of creepy. Toga always smiled like there was nothing in the world that bothered her. He didn't understand. What was there to smile about in times like these? Takes baby steps. There's no running right in on this, Dabi said. So I won't get any of his blood from torture? Aw, that's no fun. Toga said, the knives and various needles she kept on her hip clicked against each other. This operation was my idea. You named this operation Teddy Bear, Dabi said. Koda looks like a cutie pie, teddy bear. I couldn't help it. If anything, you already reap benefits of having that crybaby in my hands. I like it. Toga hummed as if throwing unexpected curve balls in people's lives was her guilty pleasure. But be warned, I happen to take what I want, nevertheless. She tied the rubber band up to hold her bun in place. It's been so long without bloodshed. She broke into a chant, blood, blood, blood. Shoo, look. Dabi hushed her. You'll get your bloodbath soon. I overheard some UA brats talking about a tracking device. Tracking on who? Mr. Compressed asked. Don't know for sure, but it might be on the kid. Everyone should check their clothes and stuff, wash off to get rid of any scent. Dabi grit his teeth. The real risk fell on him around here. If anything went down, he'd have to bounce for real. Impossible. Twice moved his hand. It looked like he would go back to picking at his costume, but instead his hand stretched out a spare rubber band. He fidgeted with it. It's been days. If they were tracking us, wouldn't they have busted in already? Maybe, or they're forming up some ultimate plan to raid us? Mr. Compress said. Flesh meat to carve up? Toga seemed to snap out of her trance. She darted her eyes around as if trying to make sense of where she was at. In that case, I vote that we establish extra protection. What's all the commotion, Skranks? I'm talking here. Shigaraki spun around on the bar stool to face them. Dabi said that heroes might be tracking us. Toga wrinkled her brow and bit her bottom lip. Pro-hero, assholes? Shigaraki's eyes darkened. The hand over his face prevented the showing of any emotion, but his disgust was evident in his tone. Pro-heroes are gonna raid the place. I heard they were tracking the kid. Dabi knew that those kids were for sure not pros, but there was a possibility that pros might tag along. It was better safe than sorry anyway. He internally sighed. Once again he was lying to protect these crazy people. I figure it's impossible. I searched Koda last night. Checked in his hair, behind his ears, on his clothes. It might be a scent. Yet in that case it could be they're easily tracking one of us. Shit. Shigaraki's curls bounced as he slammed a fist on the table. I must talk to Sensei about this. But for now we should follow Toga's plan of action. His voice seemed to turn into one of a real leader for a few seconds. The world needs villains. It keeps the balance and encourages people to notice the corrupt turns in society. Who else will point out how their symbol of justice is nothing but a false made-up hope? Justice is just a moral that can be bent anytime and anywhere. No matter what, heroes must suffer the wrath of the seeds they planted. Okay, nice speech. What's the plan then? Twice asked. Koda is an excellent representation of a moldable young influence. Shigaraki leaned his elbows on the table, pushing the shot glass away. The kid hasn't let me down. He's attracted all the media's attention and demolished people's hope in heroes to keep their kids safe. He tilted his head as if daydreaming. But picture how humiliating it will be when Koda winds up crushing the hopes of the same heroes who try to save him. He laughed dryly. Heh, Koda will be our symbol of justice. Operation Teddy Bear has a new goal then, other than the care and raising of Koda. It's advertising how villains can be just as humane as heroes. Toga said. Dabi felt himself smirk. This was working out nicely. His technique to get what he wanted never failed. I think we should let Koda's hands out of the box. Shigaraki announced. We can't be brute to our symbol. He has to cherish and accept this role. From now on, nothing but respect for our symbol, Koda. He turned to Dabi. You have permission to let him go. Dabi nodded his head. It was the unacknowledged easy victories like these that reminded him how thrilling it was to be a villain. Koda was confused. He felt like somewhere he went wrong, and whenever that terrible flaw took place it planted some irreversible feeling he couldn't wash away. There was only two things he knew for sure. Dabi was dangerous, but he had a weakness. He had a deal with a criminal in exchange for his freedom. He frowned. If anything, he could always run away. Dabi had said he wasn't going to stop him. He really didn't want to. Dabi didn't deserve the betrayal. But he had to do this. A hero. Any hero could have saved him by now. He could keep living on a single prayer that Izuku. Koda drifted his sight to settle on the broken window. My hero. He put everything into getting rid of the monster who tried to kill me. He listened intensely. Silence. Why was he searching for a response or anything? All this nonsense about hope, thoughts and prayers didn't seem to be solving anything. He had to take action for himself. That was the only way his situation was going to change to get any better. I can save myself. He said the statement aloud in the empty apartment, trying to sound brave. All I have to do is try. He walked around, planning the quickest escape route. He had to get the hell out of here. Soon as he could use his hands, it was over. That would put an end to this weird feeling he was having. The front door opened and Koda ran over to the couch. He pretended to be interested in the TV. It was his only connection to the outside world. The only thing keeping him from losing his sanity. He looked at the time in the corner of the TV, 11:57 p.m. I've brought good news, stylish clothes, clean shoes and pizza. Dabi walked into the apartment. Pizza? Koda wiggled his nose. A familiar smell of delicious hot greasy cheesy cradled his nostrils and lured him to his feet. He gazed up at Dabi with his hands full. Pizza? My aunt wouldn't ever let me eat this. She said it was too unhealthy. I'm not your aunt. I'm a lazy ass that doesn't feel like making dinner since it's so late. Dabi placed their dinner on Koda's box. He pulled off his shoes and jacket. Honestly, I expected you'd be asleep. I was going to surprise you. How? Koda looked at the numerous bags of clothes Dabi set down near the door. He assumed those were full of his new clothes and sneakers. It's part of the good news we're celebrating. But I want to know. It's my good news, right? Tell me. Don't know how to break it to ya. I was practicing the long pizza line but got distracted. Tell me now. Koda stomped his foot. So rude. Dabi rolled his eyes. Getting an attitude with me isn't gonna help your case. I fucking hate rude brats. He took the pizza box from Koda and placed it on the table, far from the child's reach. Sorry. Koda rocked back and forth. Can you please tell me? Don't know if I want to anymore. Dabi pulled out 2 paper plates. If I guess, will you tell me? I might. Why are you like this? Dabi actually didn't know how to answer that. He could place the blame on his parents or a corrupt society, but really he made himself, didn't he? He did this persona, decided that he just didn't give a single fuck anymore. I didn't choose it, Dabi said. It just happened. He pressed a hand to his heart. The loud pumping organ was singing a plea to salvation. Each beat was a thrill of agony, coursing through his bloodstream. All my self-hatred came out of me and created this? Wow, that is sad. You sure like to talk about yourself a lot. Koda snorted. Don't be dumb. You know nothing about the real me. You only know what I want you to. Dabi flicked Koda in the forehead. Koda blinked in confusion. Was this another mind game? Or was the man being serious? It was hard to tell if all this was an act or not. Now that you've reflected back upon your place as a hostage project. You've been promoted to a non-hostage project. Now you're just a project? Dabi said. Explain. Koda narrowed his eyes. I can show you better. Dabi heated up his hand, bursting the few locks into flames, until the box fell off Koda's hands. You actually got permission to free me. Koda felt joy bursting from his heart. He looked at his hands eagerly, delighted at the sight of them. He wiggled his fingers and ignored the red markings where the box had cut him. You did it. You did it. He hadn't felt this relieved since he saw Izuku come to save him from that terrible monster. It was like Dabi and Izuku held the same positive energy in his heart. Course I did. We have a deal, right? Dabi winked. Son? The nefarious roll of his tongue made the word even more execrable. Koda felt his enthusiasm deflate. This reward came with a price. It would be wrong for him to run away now, wouldn't it? He had to hold down his side of the deal. Plus the pizza. Dabi was letting him eat all that cheesy, delightful goodness. Our deal is good. Anyone who gets me pizza and reads me bedtime stories is good. I'm far from good. Not good for you, not good for anyone. Dabi scooped up Koda's hands. They were small and soft compared to his own. These hands kill people. He almost forgot how normal skin felt, how fragile children were. Your hands can be different, though. Do you want to put them to good use? He motioned towards the pizza box. Yes. Koda opened the pizza box. He breathed quickly, enjoying the mouth-watering smell finally being set free. His stomach growled loudly at the sight of the steaming hot cheese, half of it decorated with extra yellow, the other half covered in exquisite meats like pepperoni, hamburger, and sausage. The meat lover's side is mine. The cheese is yours. Dabi held up the plates. What do you want me to call you? Pops. Koda tore apart a few slices of cheese, placing them on a plate. That makes me sound old. Dabi grimaced. He didn't want people to assume he was some bum. Papa? Koda tore off a few pizza slices from the meat lovers. It sounds fake. Dabi. Daddy? Koda placed the meat lover's pizza on Dabi's plate. Is Daddy fine? At the title, Daddy, Dabi's mind spaced outwards, triggering a series of emotions. Disgust, rage, hatred, so much hatred. He shook, his bones betraying his goodwill as he struggled to remain calm. Blue flames danced around his fingertips, sending out heat waves across the apartment. Sorry. Koda nervously took a few steps back. Dabi felt sadness congeal in his throat like sour milk. He could see himself in Koda's eyes, How crazed he looked, the disheveled way his clothes hung off his body and manic gleam in his eyes. Ah! Dabi let a laugh slip out instead of a sob. Sound particles bounced off the walls of the apartment, back into his eardrums. It was easier to laugh at the cruel irony of it all. Easier to hide the word, failures between bursts of obscure laughter. Daddy. I called my dashed. He swallowed up the rest of his sentence in more dry laughter. Ah, back then when we were close and all. Even then A ringing sound hit his ear. It was like a loud static. He clutched the fabric over his chest to try and calm the pounding of his heart. Breathe. In and out. Breathe. He clasped his hands. He was a strict man. Kota stared at Dabi. Was the villain okay? He noticed the villain's hands, how they clasped together as if in prayer. Did the monster attack him or something? He had rules. Dabi focused on calming his flames. Most of them I hated. The most important rule was the number one. He held up a single finger. Daddy knows best. Nobody talks back to Daddy or they are brutally punished. The title, Daddy, had this sharp edge about it. It was ruthless, demanding respect, absolutely dictating, granting power to the wielder and slamming something inevitable to demolish any threat to smithereens. It was the dauntless combination. Dabi loved the respect and the demand to be noticed. I like that. Dabi took a deep breath. It felt like he was obtaining some unspeakable power. It fed his ego, his shaking halted and flames dispersed. Fits your age range too. You should act more pure and innocent. Call me Daddy. Okay. Kota said. We need to work on it being normal. Dabi said. He needed to get his temper under control. He headed towards the living room with their plates of food. But we're going down to the landlord's office first thing in the morning after you shower, so we have no time to rehearse. Where is the food going? Kota followed behind Dabi. I was being good, wasn't I? I thought you might have wanted to eat in bed since it's so late. Dabi said. Heck yeah, I do. Kota jumped on the sofa and took his plate. He bit into the pizza. A cheddar explosion filled his mouth. Dabi took a seat beside Kota. Kota kicked his feet into his lap. You keep your feet there, and I might use them as a table. Dabi lowered the plate full of pizza in his hand. Alaka Dougal, you mind? Speak after you swallow, little one. Dabi bit into the pizza. He decided to give an example of how it was done. This is just so good. Plus you got the stuffed crust. Kota let out a groan. This was on a new level. It tasted delicious. It's a guilt pleasure. Dabi took another bite of pizza. I love meat but also cheese and garlic crust is the best. Kota hummed. I am HY. But I still be okay. He licked his fingers clean before going in for another slice. Dabi smiled. At least the kid worked on his spelling. He pulled his phone from his pocket. You want to reread the ABCs of Anarchy book? Or you want me to pull up an audiobook on my phone? I like it when you read it. Kota said. You're funny. Then you help me to say the big words. Narrate. That's how it's spelled. Dabi corrected. He paused, confused on how to respond to the compliment. It wasn't often that people would praise him or his actions. Thank you. The phrase was foreign on his tongue. Maybe he'd use it more now, because a part of him really was thankful. Dabi was thankful Kota didn't leave him alone. You should do it more. Read the book. But next time you go to the library, let me come? Kota tapped a finger on the top of Dabi's phone. Sure, little O dash. Dabi saw a notification on a message on his phone. The message reading, Sensei found the tracker. It was on Anomu. It's destroyed now. No worries. Still stick to the new operation plan. A few seconds later another message came. Who is this? Then a response. Oh, I thought it would be cool to make a villain group chat. A flood of new contacts entered his phone. Spinner, Mag, Toga, twice. Dabi growled at the grease stain on his phone screen. He couldn't read everyone's saving his contact. How the hell did Shigaraki even get all their numbers? He lowered his phone to see Kota's endearing chubby face still gazing up at him. Story. Kota shoved a book into Dabi's hands. All right. Dabi opened the book. The second his fingers touched the page, all his stress faded away. He grunted at the newly added weight on his arm as Koda leaned over as if trying to read the book with him. This was nice, he guessed. Once upon a time, water washed away Koda's doubts and purified his body. This was his revival, a rebirth to his new life. He stepped out of the shower as a new person. He was Koda, the son of a villain. He walked out to the living room, where he saw Dabi opening up the front door. Looking sharp, Dabi said. Oh yeah. Koda figured his outfit was in line with the fashion trends. He checked his outfit in the mirror, a white Supreme shirt, ripped up black skinny jeans, and a black leather jacket. His eyes shifted and he noticed Dabi wearing the exact same outfit. The only difference was the holes in his jeans were in another pattern and he had silver chains hanging from his belt loop that matched with his silver earrings and stitchings. We look almost like twins, Koda said. This was going to be too easy for them to get away with. This was great luck. He'd do this one crime, then he was out. That's the point. I'm the hip dad who buys their kid the trendy shit. Dabi ran his fingers through his black hair, leaning up against the door frame. His Timberlands left a few scuff marks as he moved them over. Koda put on his new sneakers. He peeked outside. Okay, so far no sight of monsters or anything deadly. What? Don't tell me you're still scared? Dabi motioned out to the hall. You want me to burn this place down to ensure your safety or something? No. Koda felt his stomach flip-flop. I'm not scared. He made a tight fist. I'm no wimp. I'd knock them out. Good. Dabi moved into a fighting stance. Go right for the ankles. After you knock the wind out of them, grab the throat while they're on the floor and don't stop choking them until the body stops moving. Oh. Koda stood up and threw some air punches. I'd knock him out in one punch. I go for the weak spots. Jab hard, force comes from the arm. Dabi walked out in the hallway. Like this? This. Koda followed Dabi, throwing more punches. Each punch you give, take a step near the elevator and spell it. Dabi fiddled with his keys and locked the apartment door. He kept an eye on Koda. The kid had good boxing potential. Koda bounced down the hall, acting like an action hero. Now add your quirk into it. Dabi trailed behind Koda. He checked his watch on his phone. They'd make the meeting in plenty of time. Koda shot his hands out, a few drops of water fell from his palms. That doesn't sound like spelling. Dabi hit the down button for the elevator. W-R. Koda tried to force out more water. It was like his quirk wasn't listening. Darn it. He felt his arms start to weaken and trembled. You should work on that. Dabi patted Koda on the head. But look, you got past this floor all by yourself. No monsters. Don't tell me what to war. I did what? Koda felt his heart flutter at the sudden realization. Don't worry about it. Dabi entered the elevator and pressed a button. Koda scurried in after him. God, not warning him to be cautious was an asshole thing to do. What if a monster would have popped out? He fumbled with the zipper on his jacket. This is stupid. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Who wears a leather jacket in the middle of summer? You'll understand when you enter the landlord's office. Dabi knelt down to fix the jacket correctly on Koda. You're weird, Koda said. He was sure if he kept saying that over and over again it would wipe away any respect he was starting to form for the villain. Anything wrong with weirdness? Dabi asked, pulling away to admire his work. Everything needed to be perfect and flow flawlessly between them. Any disconnect would make his story suspicious. No, Koda said. He had never been more thankful for the sound of the elevator door opening up. He stepped out to see the quiet courtyard. There was a water fountain outside acting as a circle about for cars, with red, yellow, and blue flowers around. The outside world was so pretty. It's almost as calming as my secret spot. Listen, we need to make this as believable as possible. We gotta act like a happy, loving family. Think of this as a game of pretend. Dabi led Koda in the direction of his landlord's office. I don't know what that even looks like. Koda tugged on Dabi's shirt. Don't give orders without providing an example. I did give an example. I said happy, loving family. I don't know what that looks like. I barely recall any of the time I spent with my parents. What about your aunt? She loved and cared for me, but I don't think of us as happy. She was a hero. I spent my time alone. Koda held up a finger on each hand to show the distance between them. I guess she only spent time with me 'cause she had to. We love each other though. That's sad, kiddo. Dabi glanced over his shoulder and noticed how Koda looked ready to cry. Damn it. Now he felt bad. But inspiring because no matter what you still care about them. What about your family? Was your childhood happy and loving? Koda sniffled. Love my family? I hated. How could I love? Dabi felt his legs buckle. His family was hellish, broken, disruptive, verbally abusive. Everything that was the opposite of what Koda and him were supposed to be. He could still hear the loud arguments his parents had before bed. The shouting rang through his ears loud and clear. He felt a pressure on his arm. It stung like little pinprick cuts. Burning. Shaking him. Hey! Dabi couldn't remember when he closed his eyes, but he blinked to see small hands clasped around his leg. If it hurts, it's okay to not talk about it. Koda's tearful eyes met Dabi's as if trying to comfort him. We can learn. Pretend together. I always thought house was a stupid game, but being a happy, loving family can't be that hard. Dabi blinked, his mind coming back to reality. Not talk about it? That sounded good. No more talking about the past, okay? He pried Koda off his leg. From now on it's just you and me. Okay. Koda whispered. They walked in silence until they reached the office. Hello. Dabi knocked on the door. Come in. Sit down. The landlord sat behind a desk. Koda followed closely behind Dabi and took a seat. The office was nice and wide with elaborate decorations and pictures explaining the apartment floor plans. A huge sketch of the original architecture brought the space together. It felt like there was some raw tension in the air. No one said anything. Koda lowered his sight to things at his eye level. Pens, papers, candy jar and pictures. He reached in the candy jar to pull out a handful of Hershey Kisses. He popped some chocolate into his mouth and chewed loudly. Cute kid. The landlord motioned at Koda. Yours? Can you tell? Dabi asked. On your lease, it claims only one person is living in the apartment. I was the only person living there, until recently. He showed up at my doorstep, nothing but a note and the clothes on his back. The note, claiming him to be mine. The landlord raised a brow. I never married. She was a beautiful woman, that's how I never forgot her butt. Dabi moved a hand to block his lips from Koda's sight. Completely buck wild. Goddamn. The landlord sighed. You like em like that? Is that why you never flirted back with our security guard? Yeah, bad bitches. Dabi inhaled sharply as if recollecting the memory. One night stands. You know how those go. The landlord exhales for a long time, as if trying to piece together all of this. You became a daddy at 16? Guess so. Dabi relaxed back in his chair. Didn't know my own flesh and blood existed until tragedy struck. I'm so sorry. It was a car accident. At least, that's what the police report said, drunk driving. Luckily the little one was at daycare and not involved. That must have been so hard and unexpected. No pity needed. Currently I'm searching for a job. Unemployment checks can only get you so far. The little one is growing. He eats a lot, so we were actually gonna head out to try and apply for food stamps. I just thought I might stop by to say thanks for the opportunity and allowing me to live. Wait. The landlord sounded overwhelmed with emotion. Dabi, I've thought about it. I had no clue of your current situation. My situation is something I've brought upon myself. Dabi purposely made his voice crack. He couldn't believe that stupid security guard bitch was right. This shit was too easy. Yes, that's true. The landlord looked down at the past due bills on the desk. There are people that can help you. Landlord, with all due respect, I don't think you understand. Time isn't on my side, and with another mouth to feed, it's hard to dismiss my childhood foolishness. Dabi said. Mistakes are made to be learned from. It's clear that you learned, by staying true and trying to provide for your child. The landlord looked at Dabi, then nodded at Koda. That kid is a representation of your humane attitude to put others before yourself. Koda tossed the candy wrappers in the trash. He tried his best to avoid the gaze of the landlord. It made him feel fake. Telling lies wasn't something he did. What's your name? The landlord asked him. Kota turned to Dabi. Tell him your name, son. Dabi nodded. He couldn't be serious? Kota bit his lip. Dabi wanted him to give his real name? If he put his name in the conversation, it might be a real serious crime. His mind drew a blank. He shoved more candy into his coat pocket and ran out the office. Dabi looked at the landlord, back at the empty seat beside him, then at the landlord again. He's real shy. He stood up. I'll drag him back in. Kota was a good few steps away from the office. You never said anything about having to speak. He pushed Dabi away. How was I supposed to know they would ask you questions? Dabi shrugged. Kota hated how Dabi acted like this was nothing. Sure, he hadn't seen cameras in the office, but there might be one or an audio recording. What would his real parents think watching from the afterlife? Were they rolling in their grave with disgust and disappointment? I can't do this. Kota felt sick to his stomach. Little one, we had a deal. I know. But I can't be a villain. You're not. You're helping me. Heroes help people and I don't want to be a hero. Kota felt tears sting his eyes. He wanted a hero, Izuku, to come save him. Get him out of this terrible situation. He didn't know why he agreed to this in the first place. That's not true. Then what is true then? Dabi clicked his tongue, frustration rattling him. He didn't know what the hell was true. Maybe the world was an illusion and when you die you just wake up. Maybe everything was fucking fake. True is a vague word. It splits everything in black and white. Life isn't like that. There's so much more to it. Dabi raised his arms, showing off his wrists riddled with ugly scars. Life gave me this. I took it, unable to reject the cruel family and world I was born into. He tugged at his stitches, holding together his fleshy framework. But when I had the opportunity, I swore to be better than the monster that created me. What do you mean? I'm saying this is not something evil. It's not making you a villain or a hero. This is a favor, our deal. You getting your hands free was collateral for our equivalent exchange. Dumb that down some more. I'm 5. We are equally getting what we want, Dabi said with a lazy sort of drawl. Kota felt like he had heard this speech before. It was the same terrible speech the monster had lectured him. The excuse the monster gave to kill his parents. This is the result of us both doing what we want. Kota clamped his hands over his ears. I don't want anything. I don't want any of this. He hated it. He hated villains. He hated heroes. All of this was just stupid. Okay, don't want it, Dabi said. Wants are ugly, selfish things anyway. But we're all wired for desires. You're just toying with me. Kota sank to his knees. He tried to will away his own existence. No one really stayed with him. They all would leave. He tugged on Dabi's jacket. After you use me for this, what will happen? Does it matter? Dabi held out his hand. People come and people go. You go on living through it because if they really cared they would have never left you in the first place. No. Kota bit his lip till he tasted blood. Nothing really mattered. His parents were dead and he didn't want his aunt to worry about him. All he had to do was just shove down the paranoia. He grabbed Dabi's hand. Good. Dabi guided Kota back to the office. Once we finish this meeting, I'll reward you with a milkshake. My mom would get me that when I was feeling down. You can get any size you desire. Kota nodded. He just had to focus on that instead of the rational part of his brain. He sat back down and listened to Dabi chatter on some more with the landlord. It only took a few minutes for the question about his name to come up again. Kota, he murmured. The landlord's eyes softened. That's a wonderful name. How old are you? 5. You're in school? On summer vacation right now. But I'm going to first grade. Daddy and I. Oh gosh, Kota couldn't believe the fact he just called Dabi Daddy. He tried not to fidget. Have been studying, reading and spelling. Reading? We have a bedtime story every night. I see. The landlord nodded as if finding a vision of the two being a wonderful father and son duo. I've been trying to make up for the years lost. Dabi patted Kota on the shoulder. This is my son. Ever since he walked into my life, I've done nothing but get him what he wants. Kota shivered. Was that puff of smoke his breath? Was this room getting cold? He rubbed his hands together. I get it now. The landlord breathed a blast of cold air. I choose to forgive your high debt. For now you and your son can live here free of charge until you get a job. Kota felt his eye twitch. So that was why he had to wear the heavy jacket? The landlord had some kind of winter-causing quirk that was caused by strong emotions? He turned to Dabi. Dabi had a smirk on his face, his arms crossed over his chest, like he was a king. Many people want and ask for more time, but you so humbly didn't even dare to. You go, love your child while you still can? The landlord paused, looking at the pictures of family on the desk. My kids are all grown up now. I miss them every single day. I treasure my little one. Dabi looked down to see Kota snuggling in his leather jacket to get warm. Their eyes met, and for a few seconds it was like they shared a moment of sincerity. My daddy is the best. Kota chartered his teeth together, but he'd be better if he got me out this cold. Heh. Dabi stood and pulled the chair back to let Kota hop down. You know how kids are all pushy? Yes. My kids used to be the same way. The landlord agreed. Bye. Kota waved, exiting the office. Relief washed over him. The lie was over. He followed Dabi toward the elevator, watching the deceitful smirk grow on his face. The diner was loud, meaningless chatter, laughter, and music. The food was good. Everything was greasy and loaded with extra cheese. Cheese and Oreos. Dabi picked up a cheesy fry from the basket in the middle of the table. Ever tried it? He dipped the fry in his milkshake. Gross. Kota stretched out his legs. The booth felt cramped. He looked around to see the families eating at the surrounding tables. At one table, a woman was trying to hush her crying baby, while her husband argued with a waiter. It was like no one noticed him as the kidnapped child. All they saw was a father and son sipping on their milkshakes. Don't knock it till you try it. Dabi ate the fry. Weirdo. Kota angled his straw downwards to sip his large milkshake. He looked up at the TV over the sports bar. It must have been the only TV on change to the news. Either police suck at their jobs or we're the best fake family ever. It's both. Dabi dipped another fry in his milkshake. People like living blissful lives so they won't question us in fears of offending someone. He handed Kota some napkins. Oh. Kota wiped his face. He tensed up. Was this brain freeze? The first con always gets a little nerve-wracking. My first time, I had a cowardly moment too. Dabi said. You did wonderful, kiddo. You even hit him with the sappy, daddy and I. Old people eat that shit up. It wasn't all that. I think this is stupid. Kota slurped harder on his milkshake. The chocolate mixed with fudge brownie chunks mix, creating a delicious party in his mouth. Let's not talk about it. It might attract heroes. You don't want one to save me, right? It would damage your plan. Ah, Dabi sipped some of his shake. You see, that's the difference between you and me, kid. I don't need a hero. He threw his hands up as a smile crawled on his face. I'm my own fucking hero. Kota flinched at the sudden outburst. He returned his focus to his milkshake. So no one can disappoint you? Dabi's facial expression dimmed. You can disappoint yourself? Kota clenched his fist. That way there's no one to blame. No one to be mad at. How foolish was he? How dumb was he to think Izuku would come back to save him? Now you're using your brain. Dabi crunched on Oreo cookie pieces. But heroes can only fake relief. Most of the time neglecting one for another. He closed his eyes, hearing his mother's voice. Not really. It's fine. Your father just doesn't. Get it? My first child? I'm worried about him. He talks loudly, screaming in the house, sometimes to himself. He might be lonely. I overheard your dad talk about your quirk. I will always believe in your good. He only thinks he's better. Your flames are just as powerful. He's not my little one anymore. Strong-willed now that he's older, less boisterous. They're all scared of what you become. The person with no values can never really be alive in the first place. They say you're a killer. Please don't give me reason to believe them. You didn't have to fight your father. He was only doing what's good for this family. Daddy knows best. He's sacrificed everything to be a hero, so don't tarnish his reputation. You have that look in your eyes. It's pure but also evil. Please, don't give in to that. If you become horrible and it was my fault, I couldn't live with myself. Damn it. His mother's voice would always, oh. Any reflection on the past would terminate his mission. Stain's ideology. Heroes are corrupt. Society must be destroyed in order for it to be rebuilt. Kota noticed the disconnect. There it was again. It was like Dabi would spaz out into his own turmoil. It was freaky. Dabi seemed to stare at him, but his eyes were empty. He tapped on the table. Daddy? You shouldn't be forced to be something or do anything. Dabi opened his eyes like his once shallow tunnel vision was expanding. I know that. Kota sipped his shake. I am doing this because it's in the deal. Plus you got me a milkshake. Beyond that, Dabi said, returning to his senses. No one tried to help him. He helped himself, he solved problems himself. Kota was his problem now. A problem that the solution for was ever-changing. He didn't appreciate this sudden uncertainty. It was the same uncertainty he faced when his mother would defend the monster who she married. Of course, the hero was perfect. Dabi was the mistake. The heart for villainy was the mistake. Why couldn't anyone else but him see the hero was the monster? I don't even plan on what I'm doing tomorrow. Kota rolled his eyes. Do you want to? Dabi asked. I'd rather hang with you than be out spotting new prospects. He swallowed some more of his shake. It can be fun. We can work on this family dynamic. Yes. Kota agreed. I want to test this out. Our family? Our power? You are my son, aren't ya? Dabi picked up his milkshake and stood up. He motioned for Kota to follow his lead to the exit. Kota followed in every single one of Dabi's footsteps. He pushed past a few people, careful not to spill milkshake. Stay calm. The glass damped his hands from the condensation as more sweat from his palms loosened his grip. He clutched the glass tightly until he felt the sun hit his skin. The heat was a sweet relief. Relief. Gosh, he had started using that word a lot. He spun around on the sidewalk, catching a glimpse of the diner's neon sign out the corner of his eye. Rule number 1, don't look back. Dabi took a long sip of his milkshake. Kota could have sworn he heard his neck pop as his head was redirected forward. A force pushed him. Keep walking. Kota stumbled, viewing the cracks in between the sidewalk. Don't look back. Don't look. He swallowed down the bile, threatening to come up the farther he walked away. Ditching without paying and stealing the milkshake glasses. Oh. It's the glee earned from demolishing the waiter's paycheck. Dabi dropped his milkshake. The glass shattered all over the sidewalk. Liquid spilled out and ants flocked to the sweetness. Ruining lives, making people feel like trash and causing disruption to make them truly see how little their precious fucking heroes care about their predicaments. He stomped his foot on the ants and kicked the glass shards. But you ain't seen nothing yet. Tell me what you desire. He grinned. Go ahead. I like candy. I like toys. I like pizza. I like action. Kota squinted at the dead ants. They were in a pool of sugar, their fellow ants circling around their body to collect the Oreo pieces. He used his glass to push the ants around. No need for them to disrespect the dead. His milkshake was just as good. They could keep it. Toys then. We'll get you some. Dabi crossed the street to the toy store. Kota left his milkshake to the ants. You pick out whatever you want. We'll steal it. We can work on you using your quirk too. Stealing. Kota repeated. He wanted to keep a tab on all the laws he was breaking. We pick it up and run? He pressed his face to the cool glass and peered inside. A vast layout of toys stretching all the way to the back. Heck no. Dabi held open the door to the toy store, allowing Kota to walk in. We are classy, not reckless imbeciles. He looked around as if taking note of all the security camera angles. What's an imbecile? Kota traced his hand over a wooden shelf full of knickknacks. Not important right now. Look at the toys, choose any you want, Dabi said. Kota smiled. The toy store was huge. There were large teddy bears, mini ball pits, at the end of every aisle a candy station in a wonderful display. Cool. He gasped at the sight of the tall castle of cards. You're impressed with this? Dabi asked. Well, you can't build it, so don't talk. Yeah, but I can ruin it. It would be cooler to see it topple over. Kota felt his smile falter. What is with this guy? Did everything have to be burned or destroyed? He motioned to the red rope blocking and the huge sign reading, "Do not touch." Think about it. Dabi stepped closer to the red rope. I like it how it is now. Kota pulled on Dabi's jacket. I also like Legos. You will keep those sinful spawns of Satan out of my apartment, Dabi said. But you said any toy. Kota dragged Dabi over to the Legos. He scanned the multiple sets. Which one to steal? He reached for the build-your-own dragon kit. This one had the potential to be cool. He turned to show his selection to Dabi only to see a guy with brown wearing a blue apron. Do you need something, kiddo? Kota almost jumped out his damn skin. An employee? His hand retracted back to his side and he forced a smile on his face. I guess. Where the heck was Dabi? He spun around to see Dabi at the other end of the hall as if he was afraid to walk down the Lego aisle. Sure thing, the employee said. What can I get down for you? He pointed at a kit. How about the Endeavor Lego put-together kit? Kota took a deep breath. Focus. Show no fear. I don't really need your help. Well, maybe? He narrowed his eyes to try and read Dabi's lips. Do what you need to, kid. Dabi grabbed an art chisel and made stabbing motions with the chisel. I'll take out the trash. Take out the trash? What the heck did that mean? Kota turned back to the employee. Or, if you're not a hero person, we have basic rescue sets. The employee pulled some sets down to show Kota. What? Never seen an adult Lego fan? I used to be a kid who loved building stuff yet like you. So I can recommend the best, don't be shy. Don't talk to me like you know what I want, moron. Kota felt his eye twitch. This was just his luck. A force pushed him backwards as Dabi stepped in front of him. You're pretty annoying, anyone tell you that before? Dabi spun the chisel in his hand. He should burn the employee's eyeballs out. Not like they were being used for anything productive by looking at Endeavor Mech like it was the best thing in the world. Scum that supported and liked heroes were part of the problem. Are you his father? The employee flipped his hair as if to get a better view of them. I see it now. I didn't mean your son any harm. Just wanted to have his opinion. He's a kid. It's fine for him to be indecisive. Not everyone needs help. Dabi raised the sharp blade in the air. I'm sick of everyone trying to be a hero. Everyone thinks they can make the world a better place one heart at a time. Sir? The employee took a step back. This is just my job. He appeared to be shaking now, slightly terrified at the confrontation. I only make minimum wage and what? Please calm down. I should cut this right out of you. Dabi hovered the blade just above the employee's eyeball. He studied the terror forming on the employee's face. It was incredible how easily cowardliness took control of a pathetic mind. I could and I should, but since you're not a whiny bitch and I hate playing with my victims, I'll make this quick. Wait, Kota shouted. His heart pounded at the realization. You're gonna kill him? Do you think I will? Dabi twisted the employee's arm. Why, you can't. Kota said. No way. He didn't want someone to lose their family because of him. I have to. Got it. I got it. Kota hugged the dragon kit close to his chest. Let's go. Leave him. Well, stabbing is not my style. Dabi dropped the art chisel. Thank God. You? The employee's mouth engulfed in flames. Kota let out a silent scream. What the heck, what the heck, what the? Dabi blasted fire down the employee's throat. Stupid hothead. I'll wipe the world of people like you. The blood that dripped on Dabi's arm evaporated from the heat. Your nerves will lose feeling as your organs burn to nothing. I told you not to kill him. What's your problem? You moron. Kota screamed hysterically. Kota, Dabi said, the child's name for the first time. He dropped the employee to the ground. Help. Kota threw the Lego set at Dabi. I need a hero. Be quiet. Dabi put his hands on Kota's shoulders. Let me explain. Get away from me. Kota swung his arm back, about to punch Dabi where the sun didn't shine. He heard the sound of footsteps. Good. Security. Someone help. I did it so you can test your quirk. Dabi silenced him. I didn't set him on fire on the outside or it might kill him instantly. I wanted to give him hope. Why you? You did this for me? Kota stopped his punch. I told you we'd grow your quirk. Dabi ran his fingers over Kota's palm. Kota curled his toes as hot breath tickled the back of his ear. Now is your time to shine, little one. Raise your hands and spray. You're sure no one is really hurting right now? That man looks like he's in pain. Kota felt himself tremble at the sight. The employee convulsed, his chest heaving up and down. You have to use your quirk? Dabi positioned Kota's hands. Aim like this? He closed one eye, as if the bags underneath sometimes diluted vision. Kota sucked up his snot. No one would die here. He wouldn't be responsible for anyone's death. This would be fine. All he had to do was use his quirk. Use his quirk? Wait, I'm not. I can't. Kota pushed the water from his hands in a weak gush. I'm too nervous. He felt his knees buckle. You can do this. Hit him in the mouth. The water will ease the ache of my flames. Dabi held Kota in place. What if I can't? You must try. Trying is essential. I'm not sure. Just close your eyes, my intuition knows best. I'm going to ensure your success. Kota squeezed his eyes shut. He couldn't watch this. He felt warm hands grab hold of his wrist. He could hear the water shooting out his palms. It roared like a waterfall. The hold on his wrist tightened as if grounding him from flying backwards. He felt water droplets sprinkle against his clothing. There you go, kid. Not too bad, you're doing it, Dabi said. I'm using my quirk. My quirk, my parents gave me. Kota cracked an eye open. The water gushing from his hands seemed as powerful as a water hose, as it drenched the employee. Damn right, Dabi whistled. It's so natural when you're all worked up. That was why you couldn't do it this morning. Not strong enough emotions. I can do it. Kota put more force into the water pressure. I can be like you. He looked at Dabi. I can be my own hero, make a name for myself, no longer believe lies people feed me. That's the spirit, little one. You and me, daddy and son. After we overthrow this toy store, it's just the beginning. Let's show people the error of their wadash. Dabi's words were cut off by the sound of police sirens. Have no fear, for I am here. A familiar voice shouted out. Kota tensed up, stopping the flow of water. Crack. He picked up the Lego set. Scratch that. We're getting the hell out of here. Dabi swung Kota on his back and took off. The toys passed in a blur. Kota wasn't focused on them. This was wrong, all wrong. Why did he think doing this was a good idea? He needed an emergency exit. He needed to exit this building, exit away from Dabi, possibly, exit away from life. I don't want to go to jail. I haven't put together my Lego set yet. Kota pressed his head against Dabi's back. He really hoped he saved that employee back there. He hoped he could go back to his family and eat a nice warm meal. Don't worry, I got this. Here, focus on this. Dabi yanked a coloring book and marker set from a shelf. Kota clung to the Lego set. He took the coloring book and the taste of cardboard filed his mouth. What? He glanced down. Marker box, great. See, it's impossible to cry when you have markers in your mouth. Think positive thoughts, like at least they're not being shoved down your throat. Hulf. Kota whined. Dabi dropped the child. Hide here. Kota sank into the ball pit. He held tight to his stolen treasures and pulled the markers out his mouth. What about you? What about me? Dabi sounded thrown off guard by the question. He looked left and right. Keep your head low and hide. You're not gonna hide, he dashed. Kota heard the sound of footsteps. Okay. He moved the balls around him. Guess it wouldn't work, since you're so old. I'm not old. You're old enough to be my dad. That's old. I'm in my 20s. I would be in college if I didn't drop out. Hold. Kota banged his hands on the plastic pit. Dabi placed a hand over Kota's mouth as if to hush him. Kota pushed Dabi's hand away. His fingers brushed against the purplish wrinkled patch. The patches seemed to be used to conceal burnt flesh. Feels as weird and creepy as it looks. Kota rubbed the patches. You said hatred did this, but I don't believe it. He thumbed the rough texture. When my parents died, I felt hatred too. I hate heroes and villains. But all my hate. His fingers land on the groves where the connection and flesh mashed up. A bit of blood stained his thumb as the silver stitch retracted, like a chain finally being broken. Dabi didn't flinch. There isn't anything for you to search for, little one. I'm no saint, Dabi said. I'm as blunt as they come. He raised a hand to his heart. have killed. Did the world many favors, ridding them of monsters. The marks on flesh bulged as his hand twisted the cloth over his chest. My own mother worried more about my father's hero reputation. He shook his head. He didn't deserve it anyway. Parents are supposed to have their kids back. Mine were terrified of what they'd created. So when you could, you left? My stupid asshole poser dad turned his back on me first. Kota gazed at Dabi for a few seconds. The story had many holes in it, but it wasn't his place to ask for more answers. He knew the feeling of abandonment all too well. He glanced down at the purple patchwork on Dabi's arm. It now looked more like a twisted display of emotions. If Dabi's parents were disgusted by him, his parents might as well be dead, just like Kota's. Through hatred, I became a hardcore rebel. Dabi took a deep breath, watching how Kota observed his arm riddled in battle scars, all the ugly parts of him. The no-good parts that couldn't be erased or hidden no matter how hard he tried. Hate doesn't drive people mad, trying to forgive does. Kota said, "That's why I don't mind you. I like being alone, but your company is good. You get me? I get you?" Dabi asked. "Yes." Kota sank deeper into the sea of balls to hide his embarrassment. "So please don't die." "Wasn't planning on it." Dabi withdrew his arm. "I'll come back for you soon." Kota really wanted to know how soon. It was crazy that heroes had even showed up. It wasn't like anyone got shot or killed. This was supposed to be a simple crime. "Come on, nerd. Move your ass. You used to love this, rushing into combat. Get yourself together." A loud, aggressive voice howled down the aisle. No. A voice came that made Kota's heart swell with pride. "Izuku." Kota blurted. He felt his heart flutter. His hero. His hero was here to save him. Shit. Dabi pushed Kota into the ball pit. "These brats know what I look like. You can't be seen with me or you'll be in trouble." Kota tasted dust and salt as darkness started to cloud his vision. He barely caught sight of Dabi dashing away. He coughed, struggling to regain his breath. "I heard something. Let's go this way." The same voice shouted. "Once you save someone, you'll be back to your stupid regular do yourself. What's the point of trying to save anyone? I couldn't save Kota. If I can't save him, if we don't?" Izuku sounded like he was gonna cry. "Why even try? So you can get better and you can save him." "Kaken, we're not supposed to be doing this. The teachers said no. All Might said not to do this. We're breaking rules for no good reason. Stop whining. I don't give a fuck about what people say." That was almost my ass captured. If anything, I'm gonna try even harder to be a hero. The DU I knew would get this. I try so hard to go on living, but we're only rubbing salt in an open wound. It's pointless. None of this will bring Kota back. None of this will save him. "There's someone in the ball pit," the other voice said as if ready to jump in. "The other teen, Kaken?" Kota wobbled as the pit shook. Izuku really was his hero. Izuku had been searching for him. All hope wasn't lost. But what would happen to Dabi if he revealed himself? Why was this happening here? Maybe it was a sign. A sign from beyond the grave. Not all heroes are scum. Only a few. Some will come back for you. It made sense people could change. You might crush them. Let the pros handle it. "Let's go look for Kota," Izuku said. "No fucking way. This is what the crazy bastard needs. Some negative reinforcement." Deadly pops of explosions mingled in his words. "Now think logically about this. What's worth more, 25-cent balls or $1,000 in medical bills? 25 cents or thousands of dollars? Kaken, you can't threaten them." "Whatever, that. I bet it gets the job done." Kota covered his ears at the sound of a loud crash. Then, screaming, an army of footsteps. Gunshots? It was like the world was coming to an end and he was just chilling in the ball pit while it happened. "We failed once to capture you, Bakugo. Don't think it will happen again. No mercy will be shown to you now that you're not needed." Kota knew that voice. It was hard to forget Dabi's sinister tone. "You again?" Bakugo shouted. Or was that Kaken? They sounded the same. Wait, were they the same person? A loud explosion popped. "Where the hell is the rest of your piss-ass crew?" All Might, he's over here. It's the same man who slashed Izuku's shout for help grew louder as Kota felt himself get lifted out the ball pit. He looked down to see Dabi's hands hosting him on his back. Kota? Izuku's eyes grew wide as if in disbelief. How? Kota was sent into a dream-like state as his orbs fell on his hero. The wind blew in Izuku's wild green hair and the sun kissed his skin. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl. Izuku gasped and Bakugo blew up the emergency exit door. Outside, there was a loud honking over the blaring police sirens. Heroes shouted back and forth between each other and saved civilians. Kota held tight to the Lego set, coloring book and markers. He hoped he wasn't shaking like a madman. He wasn't gonna die. He wasn't gonna go to jail. And Izuku was dedicated to saving him. Calm yourself, little one. Calm, Dabi whispered, urged him, hypnotized him to submission. His eyes flickered with an emotion Kota couldn't put a name to. You crave power. Let Daddy teach you. A panic washed over Kota each time police cars passed the apartment complex. He cowered under his cover to blue and red lights flashing and sirens blaring. Was this life on the lam? He walked over to the bed in the corner. He poked the cocoon a few times before wrapping his arms and pressing his face into Dabi's shoulder. I'm sick. He whimpered. Dabi stirred, feeling cold hands graze over his skin. Who got you sick? He reached up to rub Kota's bedhead. I don't know. I feel bad. Kota leaned into the touch. Have you been crying? No. Are you lying? Maybe. Shit. Come on, little one. Dabi looked at his alarm clock. 5:45 a.m. His hands slammed down on top of it. He should just burn it to ashes. Aren't we past this point? He stood up and stretched. Why'd you turn off the alarm? Kota wiped his tearful eyes. I don't need it anymore, got you? Dabi shrugged. He knew he shouldn't feel bitter. He had stayed up late to text the villain group chat. I'm being annoying. Kota sniffled. Never mind. I don't need you. Screw it. He backed away. Hold it, little one. Dabi lifted Kota into his arms. He felt himself smile as Kota wrapped his arms around his neck. You're strong, right? He rubbed Kota's back. You have to be if you want to be like me. Kota wasn't sure. He did want to be like Dabi, but he didn't like running. Is this the power he wanted? The thrill he desired? You don't have to baby me, or comfort me. Kota traced over rough purple patches riddled with scars. I can fight my own battles. I just wanted to tell you in case I threw up. Of course. Dabi inhaled. Kota smelled like tears. Maybe the child had been scared half to death from their crime spree. You know I'd be pissed if you wrecked my carpet? He nodded. Kota remained quiet. Dabi exhaled with a sigh. Why was this kid getting all sappy with him? He never comforted anyone in his life. He was always on edge, it was how he survived. Do you want to color? Dabi carried Kota to his toys. I read online it can relieve stress. I'm not stressed. Kota began to get fussy. He squirmed as if to protest. I'm sick. I'm sick. I told you this. Can't sleep because of it. Alright. I know a way to solve restlessness. Dabi set Kota on the floor. Donuts, cure all sickness. He picked up his phone from the coffee table. Kota gathered his coloring book and markers. He glared at Dabi, who was calmly on his phone typing away. I'm ordering donuts. What flavors do you like? Glaze, blueberry, chocolate with cream. I'm getting a dozen. I need to hear at least 3 more or I'll get you 2 of each. How do? You have the money for this, but no money to pay your bills. Oh. Dabi cut his eye up from his phone screen. That's my little secret. If you steal it like you do everything else, that's not much of a secret. Kota said. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Dabi said. Are we gonna go pick it up? I don't want a G-dash. Delivery. DoorDash is very helpful. I'm telling them special instructions to deliver to the roof. The roof? Kota pulled his art supply to his chest. I'd rather stay and color than break my neck. You can bring them along. Dabi pointed above them. A rule of me being daddy is we always eat donuts on the roof. That's stupid. I'm not going. Kota stomped his feet. He wasn't going to waste energy climbing up a bunch of stairs to the rooftop. That's fine. Dabi put on his shoes. You just won't have donuts. Starving and lack of sleep makes people delusional, so hope you don't run into any real monsters. Kota rocked on his feet. He never considered that. I guess I'm coming. He dropped to the floor, shoving his feet in his sneakers. Good choice. Dabi tapped away on his phone. And donuts are on their way. Atmosphere was a very important part of the mood. It seemed to control it, control change. Kota was the atmosphere. His mood was everywhere and he suffocated Dabi in his presence, making it known that something was changing. Change was coming and Kota was slowly making it happen with each stomp of his feet. I figure the view isn't too bad. I like trees better. More fresh air. Kota said. Not so special. My secret place was better. This place isn't a secret. Dabi rested on the ledge, enjoying the view of restaurants and cars. Everything looked so small up here. So insignificant. Anyone can come up here. Even more dumb. Kota sat behind Dabi and grabbed his art supplies. Are the donuts almost here yet? He flipped through the coloring book. Soon. Dabi cocked his head over to observe Kota. What? I just want to see what you color. Don't watch me. Go back to looking at your stupid city. You villains and heroes are always obsessed with stalking people. Can you even spell stalking? Wrong. That doesn't even sound right. Course not. Words are dumb made-up things to you, huh? Dabi sucked his teeth. What type of answer was he even expecting? No. Kota scowled. I know they're here for a reason. We gotta talk, right? He streaked the paper, in red, blue, and yellow. I'm not dumb. No one insulted your intelligence. Dabi returned his focus to the city. I would never do that. I know what it's like to be treated like trash. He knew how harsh verbal abuse could be. People always let each other down. They were two-faced, untrustworthy. What was he doing anyway? Searching for himself in a 5-year-old kid? Why did G think even for a second that Kota could be the key? I don't think I've been treated like trash. Kota scribbled harder on the paper. I don't relate. Not to that part. I can hold a grudge for a long time. So it's no big deal. Dabi shrugged. But you tried to. You want to forgive them. I saw it in your eyes yesterday. Kota said. Dabi frowned. It wasn't something he could deny. Maybe it wasn't his mom's fault. She was trying to be a good wife. Not her fault she married an asshole. But why did she pick a monster over her own child? Sometimes. Kota spoke softly. I try to forgive my parents for leaving me. But it only upsets me more. I think that's why I woke up like this. He loved his parents more than anything. He loved them so much it was impossible to accept the fact they choose being a hero over staying with their son. Don't focus on that. They died knowing the world is in your hands. It's in everyone's hands, some people just don't know how to take control and grasp it. Dabi reached his hand downwards, crushing his fingers together as if destroying skyscrapers. But if you can run the world, if you can beat the system in place, then you win. It's hard to win, but you can break even and get out of the game. What game? Kota gazed downward at the few people who were hustling down the street. His hair blew from a gust of wind as if directing, look closer. He put it together. The game of life, huh? He licked his lips. Life is all a game of chance. Like luck? Somewhat. But there are always advantages people have over others. It's just not fair. Dabi sighed. I hate it. Society as it is now. He fell backwards against the roof. I don't believe in luck. What? Kota asked. You don't believe in luck? He spun around to stand on his feet. You're the luckiest person. You lie without getting caught? How can I believe in luck? Dabi cut him off. How could you even say that I'm lucky? If I was lucky, then why the hell did my dad disown me? Why is my quirk so disastrous? My own mother I trusted her. His voice cracked slightly, as it seemed to slip into disparity. No one knows, it's better to burn it. His arms combusted in what looked like a shield of blue flames. Burn the memories. He glimpsed at Kota. Get rid of everything while you still have time. You're young. You can learn from my mistakes. Don't feast on your anger, harbor it till you need to demolish your enemies. I don't think I have enemies. I'm only 5. Kota tiptoed near Dabi and held up his sloppy coloring. So how about it? Does it look like you? It's you right now, with all your madness pouring out. Get away before I accidentally set you on fire. Dabi backed away into the darkness near the pool. He blended in with the shadows, shifting his body around to hide in his blue flames. You started to teach me how to fight with my quirk. Koda breathed a silent prayer and placed down the coloring book. Dabi wouldn't hurt him. Well, more so Dabi didn't want to hurt him. I figure I can get some learning in. You shouldn't take my flames as a joke. Dabi's arm was rigid, but flames still danced in his palm. Koda held his hands up. I'm Ardashed. His words got caught in his throat. He bolted backwards as flames launched in his direction. Crap. Dabi was aiming to kill. He aimed his water at the sky. You'll never get anywhere in life, kid, if you think people will help you. Dabi flung more fireballs at him. It works better if you don't anticipate anyone's moves. I don't even know what amtiquatat or whatever that means. Koda spun around spray water on the flames. The elements clashed and he could see what everyone was so afraid of. Dabi, mad, made even the darkness retreat. The roof lit up in blue flames. It became impossible to ignore the scorching feeling on his skin. But I want to learn. I'm staying here so I can learn. There was a knock on the roof door before it swung open. Dabi lowered his arm and the flames died out easily. Koda breathed heavily and spewed out the last drops of water. Dabi? The delivery person raised their box in the air. I have your donuts? That would be me. Dabi straightened up and took the box. Wonderful day to train. The boy there looks a little worn out. Don't go too hard on him. The delivery person smiled. Yes. My little one. Dabi raised an eyebrow. A twisted smile crawled on his already stitched up and distressed face. He's trying. It's a cold world out there, best he learns young. Koda sat back down, trying to catch his breath. He shakily grabbed a marker. Cute like a teddy bear. I bet he is good for hugging. The delivery person turned to exit. He takes after you. Soon as the door closed, Dabi dropped his nice guy act. He walked back to Koda, his earrings clicking as the city lights made his stitches gleam. Koda slapped his hand on the ground beside him. Dabi took a seat. He opened the box of donuts and bit into one with sprinkles and strawberries. When he ate, the stitches under his mouth contracted. Blood and sprinkles dripped to the ground. Koda started to count each drip, 10, 11, 12. He didn't remember Dabi bleeding last time. Maybe it only happened on rare occasions. He snatched a glazed donut and munched on it. They ate in silence, taking in all the sounds and sights of the city. That's your motto? Koda reached for his second donut. Dabi swallowed. Repeat. Earlier, you told me to beat the system. The hero system? Basically do whatever it takes, even using my hatred to destroy my enemies. Is that your motto? Koda took a bite of a blueberry donut. The whole making society equal thing? No matter what the cost. It sounds reckless. A mission, Dabi said. The correct word is mission, that I've dedicated myself to carrying out. The League of Villains mission? Koda asked. Stain's mission. Is there a difference? Of course. Then why are you in the League? Dabi didn't know. The hero killer was in the League, right? Stain was a villain. So he had to be a villain. There was a difference between being a pawn and leading a revolution. He was sure there was. There had to be one. I can see it on your face. There must be more to it. Koda frowned. Is it a secret? It's a persona dash, Dabi shook his head. The League, like my life, is complicated. Everything is like its own star scrambled up in the huge sky, and I'm not sure how it all fits. He sighed softly, stealing a glance at Koda. Where you fit? I like to fit where I am now. Koda whispered. Dabi pretended, like he didn't hear. Don't tell anyone about my parents and my siblings. He grabbed an Oreo cheesecake donut. I knew it. Koda waved his half-eaten donut at Dabi. It was like you had experience when caring for me. No. You don't. Dabi silenced him. You can't know about my past. Forget about it. Remember, I said we don't talk about it? But you know about mine. It's only fair. Koda said. You did say you want to make an equal society. Well, start here. He placed his hand on top of Dabi's. Start with me. Oh what? Dabi dipped his head down. Someday when you're older. I'm a second older now. Kota rolled his eyes. Ooh look now I'm a minute older. Way older. There are graphic descriptions of violence I'm talking about, Dabi said. Way more details than what I told you about in the toy store. Like how by the time I was 16, I planned to overthrow the whole hero system. I wanted to storm in and set fire to all the fake two-faced bastards. I figured slaughtering the hero-corrupted government and wrecking everything was the best plan of action. Oh, that's so cool. How'd it go? I can't tell you. That's the point. I'll wait then, Kota said. Wait as long as it takes. He removed his hand from on top of Dabi's and picked up a marker to start coloring in his book. You're unique, little one. Dabi smiled. But at least now, you know why I like coming to the roof. When it feels like you're on top of the world, it's easier to just let go. A gust of wind blew through Dabi's hair and his half-lidded eyes seemed to open wider, gazing down at the neon lights of the city. Was that word in the book? Kota asked. Dabi stared right past him. Air pierced through his lungs, leaving a stinging feeling in his chest. He lowered the book in his hands as his phone loudly vibrated. Wait, what did he just say? He looked down to see a page filled with a big dog and the word, red. Kota stopped coloring and frowned. Fuck no. Dabi placed a hand over his left pocket to try and muffle the sound. It wasn't in the book. He turned to view the clock. It was evening already? Then why'd you stop reading? Kota pouted. I was drawing to your words. See, he motioned to the mess of markers scattered on the floor. But I was listening, I swear. Dabi heard his phone vibrate again and resisted the urge to set it ablaze. He checked his messages. No shock, they were all from Shigaraki. Where the hell are you? We have stuff to talk about. New meeting location is the alleyway. Did you check the group chat? Ugh, we are going to start without you. Get here when you can. We might or not be here, slow ass. We can finish up as a bedtime story tonight. Dabi stood up and shoved his feet in his shoes. There is a villain meeting I must attend to right now. He took his jacket off the coat rack. Study the spelling words, I left you. Kota stole a glance at the recently searched up list of vocabulary hanging on the fridge. It's easier to learn when you read them in a book. He got off the couch and ripped a page out of his coloring book. It's not fun to study without you. It feels like real schoolwork. I hate schoolwork. Ah, but you're learning well. Dabi chuckled. Kota stomped his feet. I might not even study while you're gone. I hate it so much. If you don't study, I might not pick up anything for dinner. What? Look at these bare cabinets. Be careful not to get too comfortable, little one. Dabi patted Kota's head. I am still a villain. He unlocked the door. Make me proud, will ya? Wait. Kota took his folded up artwork and slipped it in Dabi's coat pocket. The hell is this? Dabi asked. It's something I drew for you. Kota smiled. I hope you like it. But so, not here. You can't look at it here. His fingers fiddled together. I want you to see it when you need to be happy. Oh. Dabi stepped into the hallway and patted his coat pocket. I won't let anything happen to it, till then. You better not, moron. Kota crossed his arms. Dabi turned the corner down a dimly lit alley. Both his hands jammed in his pockets, one of them brushed against the paper Kota gave him. He wondered what it was. It was probably a picture of that stupid book they were reading. What was it about again? Some big red dog? There's the slow S. Took you long enough. Did you rob another toy store with our symbol? Shigaraki sneered. Where is everyone else? Dabi walked deeper into the alley, glancing around the brick walls encasing them. Toga came into view. Everyone mostly left already. You took so long. She pointed at her cheeks. Not even my cuteness mixed with twice cheesy jokes could get them to stay. Oh. That's what drove them away, idiot. Shigaraki jumped on top of a dumpster. He drummed his fingers on the lid as if it were his throne. Really? Toga shrugged. I was having such a good time. I couldn't even tell. She held her arms out as if wanting a hug. Hanging with everyone is fun. I missed you with us, Dabi. Without your heated gaze, shit is not the same. I'm touched, Dabi said dryly. But if you blew my phone up for some intimate get-together, then do dash. I have a reason. The wrinkles on Shigaraki's face tightened. The reason is our protection. Our base might be no longer safe. He sounded pissed off, even with the tracking device gone. We can't risk it, Kurojiri said as if something was bothering him, maybe a bug biting his ass or something. But the dangerous sass in his tone warned Dabi was walking on razor-thin ice. Protection? Dabi asked. Since when did we actually need that? I've never been a coward. My sensei's life is at risk, Shigaraki said. Without him, I wouldn't know what to do. It encouraged me to keep meeting at the base, but I know better. You know better? We'll meet here. If we recoil in the face of heroism, we're not a good example for Koda. We have to fight the power. Dabi didn't know why he just inserted the kid in their conversation. He wondered if it was because Koda was becoming a part of his life now. Strange. Recently no one knew our faces, so our cover is still good. If they bust in on us, so what? He shrugged. If your sensei is so amazing, he should be able to handle a few pro heroes. Sensei is old and tired. It's my duty to carry out what he started. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes at Dabi. He raised me. I told you to raise Koda. To do the child a favor and introduce him to the horrors of the world early on, and you have done that. The problem is your ways of doing it, Kurojiri said. Randomly robbing a toy store solves nothing. If this is what you wanted to free Koda's hands for, you better think again for a more skill-worthy activity. How do you fail to see this as a good thing? Dabi asked. You could have gotten caught if those cameras were working. Everyone would know who you really are. Kurojiri spoke as if he knew some big secret Dabi didn't even know about himself. Dabi almost snapped. They wanted to control him? Control his actions with fear? He was going to make sure that Kurojiri and the whole world understood, I'm not a pawn. What do you mean? Dabi sure as hell meant what he just said. Not your damn pawn. Dabi repeated. So don't treat me like one. At the toy store, what you pulled was reckless and foolish. All for the sake of a child's desires. I don't care what you think. Fuck your irrelevant opinion. This was the fuckery Dabi always noticed. It was like no one could really focus on a single task, they wanted more. Everyone was after his stance. Was it more Villain League-based or Stain-based? Was he destroying the monsters in the world or aiding them? Times are growing difficult and all you consider is what you want. Shigaraki gave me a kid to raise. How are you not satisfied? I'm going to keep on raising him how I want. Koda needs to be able to make a decision for himself. No, Koda Hadash. How do you not get it? There is a dignified way to get people to join our cause. The key is not corruption of the mind, it's getting people to open up their eyes. Shigaraki told off Kurojiri as if tired of the annoying argument. Dabi has successfully accomplished this. Can't be mad at him for that. Of course. That makes sense. Didn't you track down Izuku in the mall once? Risk being discovered and ruining everything, Kurojiri said. You know why I had to do that? An animal-like snarl passed Shigaraki's lips. So don't rake my actions through the mud at somebody else's shortcomings. Shortcomings? Dabi couldn't comprehend the words that hit his ears. Did everyone in this hellhole lack the ability to hold their tongue? Well, it's really not your fault, Dabi. Toga gave him an almost playful slap on his shoulder. Taking care of a kid would make anyone go soft. She grinned as if trying to encourage this sudden spring of niceness as a good thing. I am nothing if not a cruel villain. Dabi rebuked the accusation. That's weird. Toga murmured. When I came to deliver donuts to you, you seemed like you were having a grand time with Koda. She raised her hands up, waving them around. You were fighting. Teaching him how to use his quirk and everything. Dab felt a ting of pain in his chest. The fear of being called out for being such a nice person was crushing him. It hurt. You would have to be a dumb bitch to believe I care for the little brat. Dabi felt himself tremble. He hoped it was from rage. He hoped his voice didn't crack. He hoped nobody could tell earlier he was reading Koda a story about some stupid big red dog. You said, my little one, when referring to Koda. Toga said, as if recalling the moment. I mean, nothing is wrong with it. She clapped her hands together, sweetly going into another wild mood. Koda is part of our league now anyway. Koda is officially a villain now. He's like our cute little teddy bear. It was taking Dabi so much self-control to not light Toga on fire. How dare she keep referring to Koda like he was still a project? He felt the heat in his palm increase. He's a person. A child with emotions. Even more reason for you to treasure him, right? Toga hummed. No one is upset. She paused from bouncing and tapped a finger on her chin. Well, maybe Kurogyari. But other than that, we support your efforts. Honestly, it was a stroke of fate seeing you two while on my part-time job. It made my whole entire shift worth it. Do you really? Dabi glanced at them like they were insane. I don't think either one of you comprehends that Koda isn't a Nomu. He isn't something mindless that just obeys commands. He turned to Shigaraki. You praised Koda for being a new gen that hates heroes. Of course. Shigaraki's raspy tone sounded empty of emotion. But he's still our symbol. He's a child. Not some toy for you to bend to your will. Dabi grit his teeth. I know. Shigaraki blinked. This plan wouldn't work if Koda wasn't the child of pro-heroes. He made a fist and slammed it into his palm, as if imagining crushing all the heroes' hopes. I've thought this thing out. I'm not making a brash decision. For the sake of that 5-year-old brat you're attached to. I never. Dabi bit his tongue. Did he and Koda have a little bond? He couldn't risk destroying it. But Shigaraki threw a hand up. You're talking like you forget your place and the child's? Or should I say, he lifted his head as if to gaze him down. Your child? What? You all assume that Dabi tried to ignore the rapid pounding in his heart. Is this going to be a running gag now? He shook his head, trying to ignore the voices. Not the shouting. Not the arguing. He just wanted to ignore everything. Burn away any clinging hope bubbling up inside that Koda really did matter to him. Yet he couldn't shake the dreadful feeling in his soul treasured his care. Maybe he did care? What would that mean? We don't have to assume when we know. Kurogyari said. Attachments are very bad for villains to have. But if you seem to be working well as Toga claims you are with Koda, I promote you carry on. Just don't let something like Koda leaving hurt your heart. PFF. Dabi grit his teeth. The kiddo won't hurt my heart. He likes me too much to leave me. He must have said it with uncertainty, because of the pitiful look given to him. I don't think attachments are that bad. I mean, we're like a family. Shigaraki sounded a bit sympathetic. And I know how it feels to have your family betray you. His shaggy hair fell over his darkening eyes. If you care about Koda, that's cool. He is part of the league, part of the family now. We do need him. Plus the heroes are on our asses now more than ever. They're not so tough, Dabi said. They couldn't stop me and Koda back at the store. They won't do it now. In fact, I recommend we break into a newsroom. Deliver a PSA of our real message. Call a few heroes out. Right now, when the media is implanting seeds of doubt in the public's brains and now that they see Koda cooperating with us willingly, this is the prime time to strike when they're weakened. Hee. Shigaraki grinned. I like where this is going. What heroes did you have in mind? Endeavor. Dabi smirked. Shigaraki didn't look too impressed. All Might. Dabi added to the list. Shigaraki erupted in praise. We make a fool of All Might on live television. We allow people to see how weak and hopeless their symbol of justice really is. We erase that symbol with a new symbol, Koda. He raised his hands as if picturing the name up in lights. We can't show our faces to the world, but Koda can deliver it for us. His youth and energy will empower people to rise up. I'm so happy. I can finally get to chop people up again. Toga gave a cheerful squeal and swung her knife in the air. Cut, slice. It will draw out so many pretty boys. Maybe even Izuku. Yeah, we need that hero brat to show his face. Imagine how much it will damage him seeing Koda all happy with us. Shigaraki beamed as if delighted at the idea of causing pain to the world. Those damn heroes think they won because they might have discovered our base. But we'll show them. I'll tell Sensei, we should use our old base as a trap, make them think we're in there, only to lure them in to be slaughtered by Nomus. While they're taking L's, we broadcast our message on TV. This plan doesn't sound too bad. Kurogyari agreed. It will take a few days to prepare for at least. He seemed to be thinking ahead to any unseen consequences of this going wrong. Plus, you have to tell the other members? That's no problem. Shigaraki cracked his fingers. Each crack was like a second slipping away on the clock of sanity. We have plenty of time. We shall ensure that unlike our last mission, this one goes smoothly. Koda hasn't failed me yet. He cut his eyes upwards towards the setting sun, rays slicing past the poorly lit alleyway to uncover some shred of hope. The few drops of sunlight rested on top of Dabi's coat pocket, right as a hand reached in to pull out the paper Koda had slipped in earlier. Dabi slowly unfolded the coloring book page to reveal a crappy picture. It was the work of a 5-year-old, from the multicolored buildings and the stick figures. The two stick figures were standing on a building, there was an arrow pointing to the small one reading, me then to the tall one with an extra long neck, you then there was a huge speech bubble coming from both their mouths reading, "Fuck you world." Dabi stared at the drawing. Koda was referencing their little incident on the roof, and he couldn't sum it up better than a huge, "fuck you" endeavor. Fuck your parenting. He was a better dad. A better person. He'd have a better family. A functional one. Koda won't ever fail you. So don't worry. Dabi raised the stick figure drawing for all to see. My little one's heart is too pure. Pure hearts are the best for villainy. Shigaraki pulled the hand off his face, to reveal a smile. It almost looked genuinely sad. They suffer the hardest. Suffering. Dabi blinked. There was no suffering in the picture. Just family? Koda drew them as a real family. Was that family? He looked at Toga, who marveled at the picture as if it was a true work of art. Was Toga family? He locked eyes with Shigaraki. Shigaraki looked like he knew about suffering. Time didn't age him as much as the wrinkles on his face did. Sometimes he wondered if the wrinkles were caused by a monster, like the burns on his arms were. He wondered if Shigaraki knew the meaning of the word family or if he just threw it around. They were alike in some ways, both violent criminals with a harsh past. But Shigaraki was raised to become a villain. This was Dabi's last resort. Thanks, Dabi said. Shigaraki grunted like the word caught him off guard. Family isn't supposed to turn their back on you. So, thanks for believing in Koda and I. Dabi passed the paper over. Shigaraki hesitated as if afraid of accidentally disintegrating the drawing to ash. Toga grabbed it and grinned. It's so cute. Toga took a picture with her phone. Can we please see Teddy Bear again? Please. Now that Dabi knew the truth, he wasn't sure he wanted it anymore. Crazy attracts crazy to make up for what it lacks. He neatly folded the drawing and placed it in his pocket. I couldn't hold you back even if I tried. Family? For so long Dabi assumed he would never know the meaning of the word. But the poorly drawn picture in his hand held more meaning to the word than he could ever imagine. He wondered if he did this once, actually look up to that monster? If he actually cared about what that monster thought? He braced himself on the handrail as he headed up the long staircase. He glanced at the staples and piercings holding his flesh together. He did care at one point, but each burn took more of the emotion away. It formed a monster. It smells like rotten cheese and vomit. Shigaraki tucked his nose into his shirt. Smelled differently last time, almost like tomatoes. Toga sniffed the air. I deliver here a lot. Once it even smelled like dog shit. You're both here to see Koda, not trash talk my apartment complex. Dabi said. There was no telling where the funny smell of his apartment staircase came from. It was bad enough living with a bipolar landlord, he didn't need a reminder of how strange the stairs smelled. Koda is what's important, right? What's with the sudden change of letting us see him? Shigaraki asked. You said he's part of the league? Dabi reached for the exit door, keeping his head forward to avoid unnecessary eye contact. Part of our family. The word family held a meaning now. He should be comfortable around everyone. Toga grinned eagerly. Koda is so cute. I can't wait to see him again. She practically skipped out the door and down the hall. I'm going to make such a good aunt. Shigaraki stayed silent and walked in the middle between them. He always walked between Dabi and Toga as if keeping the peace between two unruly siblings. It was kind of funny. Why was Dabi only noticing it now? Plus you mentioned wanting to see him a few days ago. You wanted to see how his training is going. Dabi stopped at his front door and pulled out his keys. I did say that, didn't I? Shigaraki spoke as if withdrawn from their actual conversation. The wrinkles around his eyes seemed to darken as he squinted. Number 419. I just wanted to make sure you didn't burn the kid. I'm a villain, not a monster. Dabi repeated the same words he remembered telling Kota. He unlocked the door, keeping his eyes on Shigaraki. You know that, which is why you gave me this brat to take care of? You understand pawns are nothing more than fuel for your flames. If he passed your approval test, that kid is the real deal. Shigaraki smiled. It was cruel and cunning. I won't play rough with him this time. It's important he trusts us. Family. You're supposed to be able to trust family. Dabi learned that from the league. Sure, everyone was a crazy nut job, but he trusted them with his life plenty of times. Alright, you two here. I'll bring him out. Dabi walked inside, quickly shutting the door so Kota didn't catch a glimpse of the villains outside. He mentally cringed when he heard Toga let out a little giggle. Who's that? Where's dinner? Kota was sitting on the floor, drawing on the coffee table. There were a bunch of papers scattered around. Is that any way to greet someone coming in from work? Dabi asked. You don't work. You scheme and lie. Kota crossed his arms. He noticed how Dabi didn't take off his coat or shoes. It was strange for the man to walk on the carpet with shoes. Are we going somewhere or something? I just don't get you, little one. First you insult me, then expect me to feed you? Dabi walked straight to the kitchen. He opened a drawer filled with pens and pencils to place the drawing inside. He turned to see Kota behind him, almost like an obedient little dog following their master. You've got guts? Kota lowered his sight to the floor. Dabi walked around him to exit the kitchen. The child had always been at his mercy, helpless to do anything for himself. When I'm done with you, you won't have to feel like this ever again. Dabi took a seat on the couch. He felt flames dance on the tip of his fingers. He knew the feeling all too well, powerlessness and the pain that went with it. You trust me, right? Not if you're gonna starve me. Kota stood in front of Dabi to block his view of the TV screen. Dabi stood up and looked over Kota's head. He ignored how the child bounced up and down. Remember when you asked me if I was friends with any other villains? Yeah? Kota stopped bouncing. He twisted the crayon between his fingers, chipping off the color. You said you didn't have any and it's better to be alone. So you can heed important advice. Dabi knelt down beside the child. He glanced at the drawings all over the coffee table. Kota had practiced writing the words, dog, hero, honey, duh. You also practiced words. Very good. I guess you deserve a little reward. More donuts? Oh. You're coming with me to a family dinner. Family? Kota asked. I thought you said from now on it was just you and me. He could remember the breakdown Dabi had the last time he brought up, happy, loving family. It is. But the reason I don't consider myself friends with the other villains is because now I see they're more like family. Dabi grinned. He watched the confusion and maybe borderline disgust flooded Kota's expression. Come now, don't be like that. He patted Kota's wild black hair. Be a good boy for Daddy. I told you before, they scare me. Kota grunted and crossed his arms. There was something mysterious in the way Dabi dangled that title, Daddy, over his head like some benevolent leader. I swore to protect you from any monsters. Dabi held his hand out for the child to take. I would never lead you to any. They're a little extra at first, and even I'm still learning to tolerate them, but we just had a meeting and I'm starting to think that even if family pisses you off, they're also there when you need them to be, and sometimes they let you get the upper hand to boost your confidence. How do you know I'll like them? Kota jumped up to sit on the couch. He sank into the cushions and pouted. The last and first time he met the rest of the League of Villains hadn't gone well. Because deep down, they're just like me. Dabi picked up Kota's shoes. You're like a younger version of me. He slipped the sneakers over Kota's socks and began lacing them up. His fingers focused on making a knot as the rest of the sentence. So I will let you experience something I couldn't have but always wanted, rested on his tongue. Kota was tempted to kick his feet to throw Dabi off, but didn't. Is their family dead? Course not, we have each other. Dabi finished lacing up both of Kota's shoes. And everything that happened in the past should be burned. All that matters is who you want to be now. What you want to do now. He looked up at Kota. That's why I'm in the League of Villains. I can do what I want long as I carry out orders. You learned this from one meeting? Kota got off the couch to follow Dabi over to the door. Dabi shook his head. It took many meetings over the past few months, and even then it wasn't until he met Kota that it all clicked into place. You'll see. Kota shyly hid behind Dabi's leg as the door swung open to reveal his so-called family. There was a tall, shaggy-haired man, and on his left side was a blonde-haired girl. He immediately recognized the man. He was the big boss, the leader, the one who... What happened to the hand on your face? Kota asked. The question seemed to have caught Shigaraki off guard because his expression went into one of almost shock, or was that embarrassment? Dabi found the look strange. On Shigaraki's face, the wrinkles relaxed as his crusty lips formed a firm line. Father? Shigaraki's voice grew raspy. Kota blinked. The hand is called father. Shigaraki said. That's dumb. Kota stared at Shigaraki. Without the hand he noticed bloodshot eyes. Red filled with rage and pent-up anger. I have never heard a dumber thing in my whole life. Dabi felt his heart increase in speed. Shit. He should have warned the child to watch his mouth. He slammed the door to his apartment close and stepped between Kota and Shigaraki. Shigaraki stared at the child. He raised one dangerous hand and placed all but one finger over his face. Are you saying I look better like this? No. I'm saying it was dumb. Kota pushed forward to point at Shigaraki's face. Why cover up who you are? It doesn't. Shigaraki shoved his hands in his pockets. He hunched over to walk ahead towards the elevator. There are some things you can't take a value of at first glance. Toga followed, humming happily to herself. Dabi took his spot as Shigaraki's right-hand man. You're not your father. You're you. Kota stuck close to Dabi's side. He didn't get why these villains always did extra stuff instead of being true to themselves. Heroes, villains, maybe they were all posers. He hit the down button. Besides, you look better now. Less scary? The wrinkles on your face are horrifying. You and Daddy can form a zombie squad. Daddy? Toga laughed. You really are bent on calling Dabi that? She smiled and patted Kota's head. You are almost a spitting image of him. I'm not. Kota jerked his head back, hiding his face in Dabi's jacket. A part of him knew it was true. What if Dabi was a glimpse of his future? The idea didn't seem so frightening now. Kota. Shigaraki spoke as the doors of the elevator opened. You said you're 5 years old, right? Yeah. What about it? Does Dabi make you ride in a car seat? Why do you care? I just wanted to make sure you're safe. Shigaraki didn't once look at him. But Kota kept studying the dry, cracked skin and its expressions. Pissy, tired, but satisfied. He noticed how the boss remanded hunched over and entered the elevator, as if unable to straighten up his back. A mind like yours would be a shame to waste. There was no mention of the fact that Kota riding without a car seat was against the law. Instead it was treated like a threat to his safety that should be taken seriously. Had the villains always been like this? Treating laws like a suggestion and only obeying things that were convenient for them? Last time you threatened me. Kota whispered. Threatened me? Dabi corrected. Same thing. He was being mean. Kota raised his voice to almost a shout. You're all so mean. Oh. I said you can cry when I hurt you. Shigaraki snapped his fingers and Toga pressed the button for the ground floor. The elevator doors closed shut and a little humming was made as they began to descend floors. Kota felt his breath hitch. He turned to Dabi for some reassurance, but the villain provided none. Dabi stood with his usual lean to the side, one hand out as little flames danced in his palm. It made shadows parade over the villains' faces, bringing out their gruesome features. A noticeable detail that separated them from heroes, a glimpse that darkness existed to remind people of reality. I don't plan to hurt you anymore. So you can't cry. Shigaraki spoke as if he came across some realization that the child might still be afraid of him. A tone filled his voice, somewhere between disappointment and regret. I saw the news report. You committed your first crime. Kota wanted to lie. He wanted to piss off the villain. Dabi made me do it. It's all his fault. Everything. The lie rested on his lips and controlled his actions. He shook his head and incoherent mumbles came out his mouth. Your nervousness is still evidence of your weakness? Shigaraki observed Koda's fidgeting. Dabi, I trust you'll take care of this fear. Of course, I won't allow him to be annoying like those Yue brats. Dabi smiled as if prideful that Shigaraki seemed to approve of his job so far. His strength will match his age. I want him to grow gradually, not put up some scam. He'll be drowning his enemies in no time. Shigaraki nodded. All this talking is making me hungry. Toga mumbled. I like to drink blood, but I want some real food now. She drummed her fingers on a little side bag that made a clicking sound as if containing her knives. What do you want to eat, Koda? I could really go for some ramen right now. Do you like ramen? HMP. Don't play games with me. It doesn't matter how nice you all act, that doesn't excuse the fact you can kill me at any minute. Koda felt really cramped in the elevator, surrounded by villains. Murders? You've killed people? He paused, taking a deep breath. Murder was bad. Murder took people away from the people they cared about. The memory of his parents almost choked up his breathing. Just because you want to, it's sick. The door to the elevator opened, but nobody stepped out until Shigaraki exited first. Don't get us confused with those petty thugs and low lives. Shigaraki said. We have a mission. One common goal we all share and separate ones we all want to individually achieve. He pushed open the exit door and held it, allowing Toga and Dabi to pass him so he could walk behind Koda. What's your goal, kid? Koda stopped and gazed up at Shigaraki. It was the first time anyone asked him what his goal was. He didn't have any real answer. To eat food. It was past midnight and the Asupa City shopping district still looked wide awake. Bright neon signs of buildings with flashy advertisements lit up the night sky. People were chatting among themselves and carrying shopping bags. A few cars drove by, honking their horn at friendly faces. Koda stared out the large glass windows. Steam from the half-eaten bowl of ramen clouded some of his vision of the busy shopping district. An annoying sound of slurping came from the person sitting next to him. His eyes cut to the side to see eager yellow eyes dazzling with delight as her chopsticks rapidly shoved noodles into her mouth. It tastes so good. I can't remember the last time I had a meal that wasn't microwavable. Toga licked the sauce from her lips. Thanks so much, boss. No problem. They sell good liquor here. Shigaraki picked up his glass, churning the vodka with the ice. They're also one of the few places that stay open late enough to accept a few shady characters. Oh, Koda. Toga pulled out a few napkins. You have some sauce on your face? She leaned over to wipe the child's left cheek. Have you seen yourself? Koda squeezed his eyes shut. The girl, despite her abrasiveness from their first encounter, wiped his face with a bit more gentleness. Got to keep our symbol clean. Toga discarded the dirty napkin. Symbol? Koda peeked one eye open at Dabi for answers. Yeah. Think of it like a perk, Dabi said. Heroes. Shigaraki brought up the title as if carefully watching for any change in Koda's reaction. They have a useless symbol. You'll be ours and make our cause meaningful. His curly locks fell to the side, as a smirk seemed to tug at his lips. If you choose to accept such a role, you're giving him a choice? Dabi was unable to hide the surprise in his voice. Maybe there was a slight hint of compassion in Shigaraki. He drummed his fingers on the table in front of them. Shigaraki was turning out to be a pretty decent leader after all, especially with him. Showing acceptance of Koda being young and impressionable. Little one, haven't you sworn off all loyalty to heroes? I did a crime. Koda's words were soft-spoken, but the powerful truth behind them wasn't anything to take lightly. So I don't care what happens to me from here on. He traded his chopsticks for a crayon, drawing a streak of blue over the wooden table. I just want power. Dabi felt himself smile. It was all coming together. Koda was finally understanding no heroes were coming. In life you had to be powerful enough to save yourself. Are you like me, Koda? Do you just want to make the world an easier place to live in? Toga nudged Koda. No. Koda scribbled harder with the crayon. He didn't believe the villains would do anything of the sort. The world couldn't get easier unless all the bad people were killed. All the wants and needs would just lead to more senseless deaths and create more monsters. People need a reason to live, only then can they face death. Shigaraki's eyes darkened. I'm saying this so you can't act like you don't know the dangers of such a path. I don't care about any of this. Koda's hands steadied and his voice found more confidence. He looked at Shigaraki with an unyielding craving for destruction. But I don't want my aunt to worry anymore. Plus, if I choose not to walk this path now, you'll probably kill her. Wrong. Shigaraki sneered. If you don't walk down this path, I won't kill anybody. You'll kill yourself, trying to forgive everybody. Some people do irredeemable things, things that should never be looked over. There was a long pause, a distinct one, before Koda responded. He sounded just as driven as Dabi hoped he would. Is that what this family is for? Koda took a sip of his fruit punch. As the cup pulled away from his lips, he smiled in a way that mirrors the villain's. To get back at meanies? To take revenge for you? With you? Shigaraki said, as if pondering the question. Toga marveled at Shigaraki with admiration. The simplistic way you view evil is almost endearing. She carved a heart on the wooden table with a chopstick. You just let heroes destroy themselves, with each fight for love and protection. Every failure chips away at their sanity a little bit more. Koda drew a streak of pink, slashing over the heart. The pink tip of the crayon snapped off. It flew in the air to smack a worker in his forehead. Aoi! A worker slammed his hand down on the table. Don't let your son draw on the table. We give out coloring books for our Adash. The rest of his words grew muffled as Dabi slammed his palm over the man's mouth. Shut up. Dabi increased the heat applied to the man's face. Smoke began to arise as skin began to melt onto his wrist. Don't you know it's rude to tell someone how to parent their child? He burned the man's lips off, watching the fear parade in his eyes. That was right, the same fear he had when that monster hurt him. A few people in the restaurant started screaming. The same look of horror from the onlookers that knew something was wrong but failed to interfere and help him. My dad told me when a person in power is speaking, you shut your trap. You realize your place is trash, because all you do is get in the way. Dabi crushed the man's cheekbones, as the flesh gushed between his fingers. I burn anything in my way. Ah, Dabi. Toga stood up and a knife slipped out her long sweater sleeves. You shouldn't have. She sliced the throat of the employee. A trail of red dripped from the man's neck, as his body collapsed on the stick floor. She licked the blood from the blade, calmly stepping over the dead body. You know I've been craving blood. I hate annoying, disrespectful people. Dabi flicked his wrist, creating a small circle of fire. Couldn't help myself. He grit his teeth, the stitches in his face contracting and retracting in a horrid display. Koda's eyes widened. The smell of burning flesh filled his nose. Don't freak out. He had smelled this many times before. He looked at the blood splattered on Toga's shirt. Maybe if he just imagined it was tomato juice? He felt his recently consumed dinner hit the back of his throat. Come on, kid, they're just putting what we said about family into action. Shigaraki chugged the glass of liquor. He slammed the glass down, all 5 fingers touched, turning the glass and table to dust. Now I have to cover our tracks. Someone call the pros. More frightened screams came as Toga kicked the dust. Family? The villains had done nothing but be nice to him all day. They were even standing up for him, just like Izuka did against that stupid muscular guy. Plus Dabi was a villain. The man wasn't all that bad. In fact, he had been nicer than almost any hero had even been to him. Don't move. The glass over the front windows busted as something that looked like a yellow sponge grew in front of the building. Surrender quietly. How troublesome when dumb heroes hang around here. Shigaraki's eyes shifted as if to find a path to escape the unraveling chaos. Octopus limbs busted in through the side windows. Toga held out her knife. I'll slice them into carry-out size. Fried octopus doesn't sound too bad. Dabi shot a ball of fire forward. It will save me from making dinner for a week. The flames hit one or the 5 arms. The other arms recoiled before zooming back at top speed. Koda ducked, covering his head with his hands. Toga jumped back, kicking one of the bowls of ramen splattered on the ground. The bowl sank into the yellow mass. instead of shattering and sending sharp shards all over the restaurant. This might be a problem. She looked at Shigaraki. Something impenetrable is blocking our entrance? And someone can use their quirk pretty fast? Dabi dodged the wild octopus arms coming at him. He jumped to the left and right, flipping tables that split when impacted. Damn pros. This. Hate having to get my hands dirty. Shigaraki slammed his hands on the front wall. The wall gained one small crack that slowly enlarged before spreading and dissolving into dust. The light of the city seemed to get brighter as it slipped past the spongy wall to reveal an exit. Kota trembled. The wall had a strange design with white streaks and a zipper. This wasn't a real wall? He made direct eye contact with the pro-hero. Sun Eater. Red Riot. The hero whose quirk formed the wall seemed to be calling out for backup. That's the missing child. Save him, worry about capturing the villains later. Kota. A familiar boy with bright red spiky hair ran into the restaurant. Izuku was right. You were here under our noses all this time. This student? Kota vaguely recognized him from the cookout. What was his name again? We sent a rescue party out for you. You're the bastard I overheard at the library. Dabi swung his hand forward, creating a line of fire to separate them from the hero. Overheard? The redhead repeated. He glared through the tall blue flames, keeping his eyes focused on the small child. Yes. We would have never known about the tracker if you didn't have such a big mouth. Dabi scooped up Kota. He flashed a cruel grin. I never got the opportunity to thank you for that. You fucking... Red Riot let out a shout as his skin seemed to harden. He dashed forward through the fire. Put the kid down. Consider these flames tokens of my gratitude. Dabi unleashed a strong force of flames on the hero. I'll be grateful when you give Kota back. The fire seal attack reflected off the rock-hard skin of Red Riot to shield. He punched forward, his sharp skin grazing over Dabi's patchwork. Drop him. Toga jumped in front of Dabi. She attempted to stab her knife into Red Riot's chest. The blade bent backwards as the hero grabbed her hand and flipped her. Octopus arms wrapped around Toga, preventing her from any more movement. Stay out of my way. Red Riot charged forward. He aimed his fist at Dabi's arm as if trying to smash his bones to make him drop the child. Don't hurt him, Kota shouted. He felt a pulse, then sent a wave of water out in full force. His arms trembled as the water blast sent Red Riot flying into Sun Eater. The two heroes crashed into the building across the street. This is a refreshing turn of events. Shigaraki released a breath in a soft sigh. You're really down for the league? Or should I say family? Kota shakily lowered his arms. The water gush died out as spontaneously as it arose. He didn't know about finding a family with a bunch of villains, but the last thing he wanted was to see someone he cared about get hurt. Oh shit, that pressure was strong enough to blast someone's head off. Dabi whistled. I always knew you had it in you, little one. He better be lucky his quirk makes him a rock. My head is spinning. Toga groaned. The octopus arms ruined everything. It's not fun anymore. She looked grossed out at the food stains on her outfit. Kota helped clear our escape path. Shigaraki gestured to a path that was a team effort to make a decay quirk, a fire blast, and a water wave. Let's not waste it. He turned his back on the burning restaurant, walking with a little pep in his step as if the screams of agony was music to his ears. Kota clamped his wet hands around Dabi's arm, putting out the flames dancing up his skin. He whispered lowly so only the patchwork villain would hear, that was an accident. He felt tears stinging in the corner of his eyes. He wouldn't cry this time. He refused to. It was an accident, and his aunt always told him, there's no use crying over spilled milk. An accident. An accident. An emotional outburst that led to an accident. I want to go back home. Kota choked out. It was the first time he called Dabi's apartment home. Home was supposed to be a safe place, where no harm or fear should come. Home. Toga must have heard the word. Twice once told me crazy people don't have a place to call home. He said that's the kind of people who we look for to join our family. Dabi nodded, heeding Toga's words. That made sense. There was no true place in the world where he belonged, no place that would accept a crazy like him except for a place with other crazy people. The child in his arms would no doubt be subject to the same scorn and rejection by society. Heroes were too busy physically saving people. They didn't consider the mental damage that hurt the most. The mental damage that made accidents happen, like what Kota did. The sick feeling in Kota's stomach must have vacated. He noticed its absence after weeks' worth of training. It felt like darkness was being ejected into his system. His skin itched. He scratched at his shoulder. Why was it like he couldn't scratch this itch? Hey, keep focused, Dabi said. Kota wiped the sweat from his brow. The darkness of the night encased them. Darkness, that's what monsters are born in, right? He looked below to see the lights of the city. He wanted to be down there. He wanted to stay in the light away from. I said, keep your head up and eyes on me, Dabi shouted, as if that would cover up the allure of the flashy city below. Those are the people who want to hold you down. They hate seeing you win. He shot a fireball in Kota's direction. Kota barely found the strength to move. The heat wave grazed against his back. His hands fumbled around, spraying water in a pathetic attempt to put the fire out. Dabi snapped his fingers and the pain numbed. What did I tell you about speaking up when you're tired? Kota didn't realize he was laying on the ground until he saw Dabi standing over him. He wheezed, a few droplets of water spurting from his palms. Pathetic. You're useless like this? Dabi tilted his head to the side. I need people to use, not dead weight. He reached down. Kota tried to get to his feet, pushing off the ground with his hands, but an excruciating pain shot into his shoulder. He winced. The air seemed to thicken and close in over his mouth. Why wasn't his body responding? He looked up at Dabi. Blue cruel eyes stared back at him, and he could almost forget that the villain had once been a kid, just like him. Almost. Kota cringed as Dabi's warm palm. No, not warm, hot. It was hot. He could see it, a heat mirage off Dabi's stitched-up flesh. You want to help me accomplish my goal? Be useful to the League? Dabi slammed his hand down inches away from Kota's face. A wave of blue washed up like an ocean tide. Then from now on you have to start acting like it? He flashed a crazed grin under the mottled glow of roof lights. Kota averted his eyes. The lights flickered overhead, dimming enough at one point where the city below looked like a sea of blood and ash. We're gonna crush those poser heroes and all who support them. Slowly killing them off one by one. Even though I'd much rather set a lot of them ablaze. Just reckless destroying them wouldn't be much fun. Dabi scraped his nails against the ground, balling his hand up into a fist. Need to destroy all their hope first, make them feel the same despair. He stood up straight, gazing out at the city. Watch all their heroic beliefs crumble. Kota wanted that. He really did. But it just felt like something was sitting in his gut like a spike ball, as if all the pain that had been in his head moments ago had now sunk there, waiting to be digested. Do we have to kill them? He croaked. If you hate something, kill it? Dabi looked at him as if wanting to slap away an annoying fly. It's like Shigaraki said, weakness will kill you before you do, every time. Kota felt water ooze from his palms. That was right. He had to get more power. That's why you're so helpless, so pitiful. Dabi studied him. Kota was a mess, his lips were bloody, his face was bruised, and his words were coming out in fractions. He glanced around the rooftop. A few scorch marks were still evident on the ground. It reminded him of training with his father. So much fire. So much heat. So fragile. With skin that can easily peel off under too much heat. He lifted the tired child on his back. Shut up. I'm not helpless. Kota wrapped his arms around his neck. I could choke you out right now. I'd set you on fire. Dabi kept his head down and lowered his voice. It's okay to need a break. Let's go inside for the night. He took a few steps toward the staircase, repositioning Kota on his back. H.M.P. Kota squirmed and pulled at Dabi's hair. Your hair is starting to turn red. Dabi stiffened. No. That was the only word he could get out. His hair shouldn't be, no. He stepped over a few scorch marks. They almost seemed to taunt. Those destructive flames. The burn of failure and incomplete control. Things weren't like that anymore. He had a grip on his power. Yes, it is. Koda sounded like he was halfway in dreamland. I can see it. Black and red, it's kind of cool. It's not cool. Dabi almost ripped the door to the staircase off its hinges. Red is such an evil color. It's the color of blood, the color of pain, the color of death. The color of... Smoke arose from the handrail and he quickly jerked his hand away. Not here. Red is the color of monsters. Really? Koda increased his grip as if afraid something might jump out and try to kill them in the quiet stairwell. There was once this red monster that hurt little children. Like the big red dog in the book? You read to me? What? No. Dabi almost tripped going down a step. That dumb question almost made him break his crazy neck. He regained balance. That dog was trying to find his bone. This monster didn't know the meaning of, I can't and I'm doing my best. Why would you do your best for a monster? Because the monster expected perfection, and if you couldn't do that, he'd beat you to the brink of death until it was perfect. That's mean. He liked to see children suffer. Dabi swallowed dryly. All the heat would leave him thirsty, but he could never get any water. Not until he perfected it. He couldn't get any sleep. He couldn't get anything to eat. The monster leaves children alone in the darkness, watching them slowly drift into despair. Is this the monster you're running from? Koda whimpered. Yeah. Dabi knew it was impossible to escape your own demons. But now it was like, his life now wasn't as bad as it seemed. He might still be fucked, just not as deeply. The monster I'm running from has been getting under my skin for years. It's like a nagging itch. I can scratch occasionally, but it never truly disappears. When are you going to destroy it? Soon. My plan starts here with you. Why me? Koda bit his lip. I can't fight monsters. I can barely use my quirk. Don't overthink it. We've been training for this. Dabi silenced him. You just fight, smile, and deliver a message on TV. He smirked. All the while, I'm out for bloody revenge. I still can't read that well. Koda said softly. You just have to memorize a script Shigaraki wrote and say it with some emotion to make people get overwhelmed with rage and sorrow from your story. Dabi noticed his reflection in a window. He looked nothing like that monster who raised him. We'll talk more about it in the morning. Get some sleep, little one. Okay. Koda yawned. 1 hour was the time it took Dabi to re-dye his hair. It took another 30 minutes to clean the bathroom so it wasn't a mess of black dye everywhere. He groaned, combing his fingers through his hair to try and style it. His neck hurt. His head hurt. The bathroom smelled like an unholy marriage of Tylenol and bleach. A knock came on the door. Are you done yet? Dabi sighed. He knew he should have done this last night, when the kid was asleep. He opened the door to see Koda holding a box of Legos. Read the instructions to me. I want to build the dragon. Koda said. Did you clean the table like I asked? Dabi released a clump of hair. He pushed past Koda and walked over to the kitchen. The table still looked like a battlefield from brunch, with sticky syrup in random clumps, honey-soaked biscuit crumbs everywhere, pickle juice in little drops, and a single cold curly fry in the center of it all. I tried my best. Koda stood on his tippy toes to add his Lego set to the display of destruction. Let's do Legos. I got the big one with the dragon for us to do together. I'm sick of all this junk around here. The second I step on that trash, I'll burn it all to ashes. Do you want that? Dabi raised a hand to see if Koda would flinch. Koda didn't. A smile came on his face. Do you want your hard-earned trophy of your first robbery up in smoke? How am I gonna learn all the big words? Koda rattled the box. I'm sure a good parent would encourage their kid to play with Legos to get their mind ready to build those tall things. Skyscrapers? I don't even know the word. We haven't reached compound words, yet. Dabi pressed a hand against the cracked wall. He felt his balance waver and feared it might just fall over. He pulled back only to see a black handprint. Shit. Was this whole apartment a war zone? He looked at the messy kitchen. There was a point when the paint wasn't peeling off the walls and the cabinets weren't so bare. He just forgot when. We'll get there. But I just hope the message Shigaraki sends doesn't have big words. If I can't read it, I'd have to tell him it's your fault. You were actually listening last night? I always listen. Then why is this place still junky and needs to be cleaned? Dabi dropped his sight back on Koda. I should trash that picture you drew. What a waste of a tree's life. Koda slammed his Lego set down on the floor. You idiot. If you do that I'll D-dash. Ha. Dabi laughed. He motioned over to the picture hanging by a magnet on the fridge. Your face? The skin under his stitching peeled a bit. You think I'd throw something like that away? You better not. Koda cut his eyes. It was hard to tell if the laugh was mocking him or encouraging him. Dabi's laughter was creepy. I worked hard on it. Dabi began clearing the table. Koda followed his lead, climbing on a chair to stand on top of it. He gathered the syrup and honey. Dabi took them from Koda and placed them in the cabinet. I might frame it. Dabi held up the 2 dirty plates. Will you put it on the wall above your bed? Koda sprayed the plates. It felt good to be able to use his quirk at will. My aunt put all my work on the wall, even the ones I didn't like. She claimed it would help my self-confidence or something. On the wall? I don't know. Dabi put the plates in the dishwasher. He remembered how his mom would hang up family pictures, as if they meant something. When the walls burned down, it would all be ashes, just like the useless way she treated the memories. I want to keep it for myself. He paused. Is that too cruel? I'd like that better. Koda walked over to pick up his Lego set. He dusted it off. It was a gift to you. You don't have to let others enjoy it. Dabi grabbed a sponge. He needed to clean the table before it attracted ants. His foot bumped into Koda. The child was sitting down on the kitchen floor, ripping open the Lego set. What are you doing? Are you blind? If so, I can always place one under your foot. Koda picked up a single green Lego brick and grinned. I'm sure you'll get a clue. I'm cleaning. Get those out of the kitchen. Dabi wiped the table down. We just cleaned. Koda waved around the plastic bag, spreading the multicolored Legos all over the floor. The fun is making a mess all over again. Dabi really hoped he wasn't this annoying when he was younger. He took a step over to clean the other end of the table and heard Koda yell. He whipped his head around to see Koda in a crazed panic. You can't step there. You said red is an evil color. So the red bricks are lava. Koda grabbed Dabi by his tank top. The red bricks keep the monster from getting us. It's the only thing that can drive out evil, more evil. Are you joking? Dabi heard his voice crack. It felt like a wadded sock was lodged in his throat. I'm going to defeat the monster that makes me immune. Wait, why was he going along with this? Only red hairs are immune. Koda said, redheads. Dabi tried to swallow the sock in his throat. It hurt too much. Nobody in this home then. Silence. We're going to have to build our way out. Dabi sat down and picked up a few Legos. How long had it been since he touched these things? 10 years? Maybe 15? Or build a weapon strong enough to kill the monster? That's not how you do it. Koda picked up blue Legos. In this game you can only pick up one color at a time, then fuse it with another. Only when everything comes together can we make the ultimate weapon. He picked up a yellow Lego to connect with. See? That's not what the directions say. Dabi grabbed the little booklet filled with how-to pictures. The last time he played Legos with his siblings, did they make up rules like this? He flipped through the book. Here it says dash. You said we're building a weapon, not a dragon. The rules change. Koda connected the Legos in a long line. The rules change but the bricks stay the same. Dabi pressed together more Legos to form the hand grip. The bricks can be used to build anything they want. He heard his phone vibrate, the villain group chat. Shigaraki, this is the script for Koda. Dabi clicked on the picture. The handwriting on the paper was almost illegible. He barely made out the words, crush the opposition and terminate the hero system. He couldn't believe it took Shigaraki weeks to write this trash. Spinner, who wrote this? Toga. I watched Shigaraki spend like 10 minutes on it. Twice. Did he misspell All Might or is that Ari? Shigaraki, you try writing without using one finger. Magna, it's just one finger. Should have lifted your pinky. Dabi considered muting the chat. He really hoped that everyone would work out the problem among themselves, so he didn't have to get involved. Shigaraki, why does my handwriting even matter? Koda is just going to say it aloud. Now he had to get involved. Dabi, how can I teach this to Koda if nobody can read it? Can't read chicken scratch. Spinner, I agree. Mr. Compress, some of these words are going to be too hard for the child to pronounce. He's only 5 years old. Twice. Dumb this way down. Magna, and rewrite it. Shigaraki. So everyone has some type of criticism, but no one is trying to be helpful? Twice. We're helping you by giving criticism. Smiley face. Shigaraki. Toga. I think he just decayed his phone. Mr. Compress, tell him, I'll drive over and be there in a few minutes. Toga, K. Twice, I'm coming too. Toga, KK. Spinner, I'm going to refill on gas, so the truck will be ready to go. Mr. Compress, please, don't send triple K. Toga, I'll send the new meeting location for tomorrow. Dabi scrolled up to see a new location sent to the chat. Things were finally coming together. It was only a matter of time before he could get to face that monster again. Why are you smiling at your phone like that? Koda asked. No reason. Dabi shoved his phone in his pocket. I was just thinking about something. He pressed more Legos together. We have to make the weapon big. Koda stacked a few Legos on top of each other. Big and sharp. That's how they always look in the cartoons. He pointed at the TV. Dabi hadn't noticed it was on. The volume was low, as the screen cut to a commercial about the news coming up. Missing kid found in a super city. Is he brainwashed by villains? Today at 4, we interviewed 2 heroes in training who were on the scene along with their mentor Fatgum. They think you're brainwashed, Dabi said. Typical, people can't accept that you would become a villain of your own free will. This is why that message you'll deliver will be so important. Koda lowered his Lego stack from pointing at the screen. He placed it back on the floor to keep building on top of it. And then you'll destroy the monster? Yeah. Dabi took the Lego stack from Koda and connected it with his own. He raised the small Lego sword towards the sky. I'll destroy him. It was the only way to permanently silence the demons in his head. Time to crush some heroes. Shigaraki placed the hand, Father, on his face. Koda was starting to wonder if Shigaraki could even properly breathe with that on. Maybe it halted his blood circulation or something, because he was full of wild ideas. What? Is this not exhilarating enough for you, kid? Shigaraki must have caught him staring. His hair seemed to blow in sync with his long jacket tail. The wind hit him harder as the truck increased to top speed. Riding on top of a truck at almost 100 miles per hour. No seat, no seatbelt, living on the edge. Koda increased his grip on Dabi's pants leg. He didn't know what exhilarating meant, but if it was another word for crazy. He tucked his head and squeezed his eyes shut. Dabi put a hand on Koda's head to brace him. I'm sure the little one doesn't even weigh 50 pounds. We gotta make sure our teddy bear doesn't blow away. Toga jumped up and down. She stumbled a bit and landed on her knees, a few feet away from going over the edge. Whoa! You better hold on so you don't blow away. Shigaraki quipped. Spinner could slow down a bit. Twice helped Toga stand back up. We don't want to attract cops. Spinner has Magna in the passenger seat. She'd tell him to slow down if needed. Twice crouched down and stared ahead at the news building. Koda peeked. It was definitely, what was that new word he learned again? A skyscraper. How do we know what floor to go to? Most of it is office space, Dabi said. Our target is the 2nd floor. That's the floor where they broadcast the news. Hey, aren't those the same kids from the training camp? Twice asked. Damn it. They brats. They show up everywhere. I thought the tracking device was destroyed. Shigaraki cut his eyes at the crowd of people. It didn't sound like he could see them all through the windows and glass double doors. It looks kinda like they're on a field trip. Toga smiled as her face reddened. That means I'll get to see Uraraka and Izuku all at the same time. She pulled out her knife. I can't wait. Can I go say hi now? Yeah. Go give those brats a warm welcome. Shigaraki sneered. Play around with them for a while. Toga let out an excited squeal. She spun the knife around in her hand. Go crazy as you want, just don't kill them. Shigaraki let out what sounded like an annoyed sigh. Twice keep an eye on her. Okay, leave it to me, boss. Won't we need some kind of signal to meet back up? Twice asked. I can send out a fireball for us to meet at the truck. Dabi made a mini fireball in his palm. We'll go with that, Shigaraki said. He turned to Mr. Compress. Everything ready? Of course, this will be a spectacular performance. Mr. Compress moved his hands to reveal 3 blue marbles. He took a bow and pulled a handkerchief out of his top hat. I'm going to go all out. Good. When the truck hits in about 10 seconds, launch us into the building as hard as you can. The rest of you, stay on the ground floor to hold off any surprise hero attack. You got it, boss. Mr. Compress snapped his fingers. The world started growing. Or was he shrinking? Kota felt this before last time when he got captured. He blinked. The world changed to look like it had been bubble-wrapped in a blue hue. He was floating upwards, as if a comet zooming aimlessly in space. Hold on. A force propelled him. His face slammed into what had to be an invisible barrier. This must be a marble. He tried to steady himself. The surface rocked back and forth. Was this how sailors got seasick? He pressed both his hands to the wall and propped himself up. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look. The firm surface holding them up dropped. Kota swallowed a scream. He accidentally looked down to see the truck plowing through the building into a crowd of students and teachers. He noticed Toga waving at them with a wide smile on her face. He could almost hear her sing-song voice, "Bye-bye. The parents are here too." Dabi grinned. He put a hand on his forehead as if to block the sun from his eyes as he gazed at the crowd. This should be fun. Fuck, is that Endeavor? Shigaraki asked. Well, no matter. They'll be too busy down there to notice us. He pressed his hands against a large window. Kota squeezed his eyes shut in fear of crashing. But when no pain came, he opened them to see a ruined break room. A turned-over coffee table, an open fridge, and a broken soda machine. He rubbed his head. Did that just happen? You good, little one? Dabi stretched and cracked his knuckles. The first couple of times can be pretty scary. You'll get used to it. Kota didn't think he could ever get used to whatever the heck that just was. He stood up and crept to the door halfway blown off its hinges. There was a long hall leading to a vaulted door. That's the studio. Shigaraki flicked the dust from his hands. He stepped into the hall with a calm stride. Help! A woman screamed. Call the heroes. She scrambled down the hall and pulled on a door. Whoa now. Dabi slammed his heated palm over her mouth. The woman's eyes grew wide and slowly rolled back into her skull. Can't have you going downstairs snitching? Dabi quietly closed the door to the stairwell. He laid the woman's body against the wall. It's bad enough they have cameras all around. See if she has any ID on her. Shigaraki pressed a hand on the vaulted door. This thing is taking a long time decaying. Kota pulled a lanyard off the dead body and raised it in the air. Will this work? Bring it over and see. Shigaraki said. Kota was doing this. This was happening. He wasn't all that nervous. All right. He fumbled around, trying to find out which spot to press the ID card. Try pressing it on the screen part? Dabi leaned over his shoulder. I don't know if I can reach that. Kota inched up on his tippy toes. He extended his arm to press the card to the screen. It produced a loud humming sound. He held it there until there was ding. The heavy door rumbled open. You still have the script, right? Shigaraki asked. Yes. Kota patted his pocket. It felt like he was carrying around a half-ton weight. But he was sure that was just the uncertainty. Stage lights shined and it briefly blinded his vision. When his eyes refocused, he saw a desk in front of a large green screen, a few people with large boom microphones, and a lot of people going into a panic. Be quiet and keep recording. Shigaraki held a hand out inches away from touching the cameraman's face. The cameraman seemed to let out a silent cry. His grip on the camera wavered as he all but passed out. If everyone shuts up and lets us broadcast our message real quick, nobody gets hurt? Shigaraki raised his voice slightly as if to ensure everyone heard over the screaming and the sirens in the distance. Kota felt a little pressure on his back. He looked up to see Dabi pushing him forward. He walked over to the main desk in the center of the room. The lady behind the desk looked pale, even with a face full of makeup. She scrambled to stand, knocking down papers and almost falling over in her too tall high heels. A man grabbed her hand and practically carried her to the other side of the room. It's your time to shine. Dabi gave him one last shove to place him in front of the camera. Kota took a sharp breath. He could feel the tension in the air. One man gasped, "That's the boy who was kidnapped." Kota froze. Finally, people were recognizing him. At the wrong time. It wasn't like these people could do anything to help this situation. Dumb people. Always too late to do anything. "It's okay, honey." A woman gave Kota an encouraging nod. "Keep walking and do what the creepy man says. The heroes will save us soon." She spoke out the last part in a whisper as if it was some big secret heroes were on the way. Kota looked at all the employees, terrified, yet hopeful expressions on their faces. How could anyone be so scared and smile? He lifted his head to stare into the lens of the camera. What about people watching at home? Were they scared? Terrified? They must have seen the lady stumble away in her heels and feared the worst. But they couldn't see anything else. Not the villains holding the news reporters hostage, not the smell of blood lingering in the air from the vent leading downstairs. They could only hear the bloody curdling screams coming from below. Imagine hearing nothing but screams of agony as a missing 5-year-old kid stood calmly in a newsroom. The image almost made Kota double over and laugh. Everyone is so stupid. He pointed a shaky finger at the camera. I bet everyone watching is freaking out. You're calling the pro-heroes and you don't even know why. The camera panned to keep focus as Kota made his way to sit at the table. And I bet you don't want to know why. You secretly couldn't stomach the destruction, the blood, the gore. Kota dropped his face into his hands. His shoulder bounced up and down as uncontrollable laughter fell from his lips. Nobody knows the pain I've witnessed. He sniffled. What are you calling heroes for? It's just to feed your sick enjoyment of watching people get what they want. Because you want what you want, to see other people get hurt? There was a loud banging on the door. It had to the pro-heroes. They were about to bust in and probably pull the plug on this whole thing. Kota stood up on the desk. Are you enjoying this? He held his arms out. This is what you want, right? You want to see action. So you can cry, laugh, feel some type of emotion that reminds yourself of humanity. He jumped off the desk and walked to the door. Want to see a 5-year-old throw his life away? Stop and I'll take care of this. Kota kept going. He wasn't sure what he was doing. Little one, I said stop. Kota bit his tongue. A stinging feeling slowly numbed his nerves. Dabi leaped in front of him. The door busted down to reveal a ramp of ice, then a bunch of students slipped through. We might not be able to fight. But the teachers didn't say anything about helping a friend. Uraraka tapped on Izuku's shoulders and he began to float upwards. Uraraka. Thank you. Izuku pushed his arms outwards. Don't you brats know when to quit? Dabi slammed his hand on the ground, creating a barrier of the fire. Should have left before someone gets hurt. The flames were quickly cancelled by stronger ones. Red ones. Ugly red and orange. They stormed the room, elegantly, with control. Dabi locked eyes with endeavor. Was it shock? Maybe regret on the hero's face? He couldn't tell. Let the child go. Endeavor said. Don't make me laugh. Dabi cocked his head to the side. Pretending like you actually care about children. How can you possibly care what happens to this child when you don't care about your own? You know nothing about me, villain. Endeavor shot a blast of fire. I know you heroes have a thing for ruining our fun. Dabi embraced the heat against his skin. He grinned through the flames, savoring the feel. It doesn't hurt anymore, though. Someone immune to my flames? I didn't say I couldn't feel the heat. Dabi punched a fist full of flames forward. It's just bothersome. Endeavor dodged and Dabi saw nothing but red. A sharp pain dug into his back and he tasted dust. I don't have time for you. This is a rescue mission. Of course, you don't have time. Dabi shook his head. He had to make sure it was still on his body. His back ached as his ears rang. He let out a slur of curses. Under his breath. Pathetic, you heroes always selfishly caught up in your work. He managed to raise his head to see Kota trembling in the chair way too large for his small body. Damn it. He came so far. He refused to be brushed off like some insufficient scrub. Endeavor turned away, walking towards Kota. I can't let you take what belongs to death. Dabi unleashed a harsh blast of blue flames on Endeavor's back. The little one made his choice. All you scummy heroes fight for justice? He got back on his feet. Well, he wants to fight for a better society. You villains are destroying society. Endeavor swung his arm back, unleashing a wave of flames. His fire canceled out the blue flames and the temperature of the room seemed to double. Surrender, now. I'll burn this place to the ground before I do that. Dabi blasted more fire. He was mad. He was so mad. He couldn't even see straight. He charged forwards, ignoring the pain in his ribs. Never thought I'd see the day of villain fights to keep a kid hostage. You're not even using him for ransom? You guys aren't as bright as we thought. They're brighter than the fucking stars, asshole. A voice shouted. Was that Koda? It sounded like him, but Dabi couldn't tell. The lights were making him crazy. There were cameras everywhere. He was not about to get his ass kicked on TV. He had to erase Endeavor, show the world how mean and careless heroes really were. Everyone in the league, you're all a bunch of psychos. Now that voice, Dabi knew that voice. From the library? No. Before that? He cracked an eye open to see the half teen, red hair, white hair. The teen looked so familiar now in the voice, it seemed aged some, but it belonged to someone he knew too well. Shoto? Dabi whispered. He could see his own breath as an icy coffin wrapped around him. Icicles dangled in the air above him, as if they were made weightless. It felt like a dream for a few seconds, like a flashback of his life before death. Do I know you? Shoto asked. Dabi felt the air sucked out of his lungs. This should be a good thing. He fled that life. His siblings, his parents, they should be all behind him now. Shoto seemed to hesitate for a few seconds. Todoroki, Uraraka shouted. We can't get caught fighting without our mentor. Just like that, the blank expression on Shoto's face changed. The lines on his face tightened and his eyebrows twisted in disgust. Oh yeah. Dabi felt his body heat up. This wasn't right. His brother shouldn't be looking at him like that. Shoto should be looking at Endeavor like that. It was all his fault. All the pain caused by his quirk. All the suffering caused by him wanting the perfect successor. The room combusted in blue flames. Fire busted out the window, spilling sharp glass onto the crowd of onlookers below. Such a shame, wannabe heroes and amateurs. Dabi rose like a zombie from the grave. He took a pained breath. Damn it, done in by his own quirk. His vision was fuzzy, his body, too much smoke. You're all so weak-minded and blinded by ambitions to see the light before your eyes. A loud popping sound bounced off the walls, followed by grinding metal. Everybody get down. Endeavor quickly stopped a beam from falling on the bystanders. The news reporters crouched down and covered their heads. But then again, lying to gain trust, that's real tradecraft. Dabi managed a shaky grin. Something you do all too well, Endeavor. You be contemplative and get people to work for you, admire you. He staggered around the hero. Cover up for your shortcomings. All useless in the end. Useless? You look at your limit? Endeavor sneered. Dabi grit his teeth. Damn heroes, acting like they won something. If only he was stronger. If only his stupid body would hold on a little bit longer. Watch out. Shoto grabbed Uraraka. He pulled her to the side as a large camera crashed to the floor. The cables are burning. Soon, this whole place will come down. We have to evacuate everyone. Uraraka said. That's right. Dabi clenched his fist. Focus on doing what you do best and don't mind me turning up the heat. He shot fire at the main support beams. He felt the heat from Endeavor's flames increase with rage. I guess this is why you're the number 2 hero. Second best at saving lives. That is, if you manage to save anyone at all. He shrugged and walked out. Till we meet again, Endeavor. All the smoke made Koda wheeze. He couldn't see through the walls of blue, red, and orange. Everything was really hot to touch. Where had Dabi gone? He had been sure Dabi was right beside him. He crawled back over to the desk and sat down. Too much fire. Too much smoke. We have to hurry. Shigaraki sounded like he already clammed all 5 fingers on the cameraman's face. Koda slumped over. He felt hysteria rising in his chest. He was supposed to say something. He shakily pulled out the script. Crap. All the letters looked weird and blurry. Why'd they look like that? The paper trembled in his hands. My name is Kota Izumo. He blubbered out. About a month ago, I was kidnapped by the League of Villains. They sent me on here to say, my kidnapping was a mistake. He paused. Did he read that right? His kidnapping was a mistake? The real target was Bakugo. He stopped reading and tried to skim the other lines of text. Was this a trade offer? No, nothing about trade. He squinted. The handwriting was starting to get wonky. Kota, Izuku landed. I'm here to save you. He charged forward at top speed. Save me? Kota crushed the script in his hands. He couldn't believe his eyes for a few seconds. He assumed the smoke and everything had made him crazy. Izuku? Where were you 3 months ago? You saw me in the toy store. I was too much in a shock to do anything then, but now I swear. You swear what? To save me at all cost. Yes. Your aunt has been worried sick about you and everyone has been working so hard to track you down. Working hard? Kota felt his eyes almost bug out his head. You call going on a class field trip working hard? I personally didn't want to go. The teachers did it to boost morale. Izuku grew closer, leaping over the rubble. I don't even know what that means. Kota spun around in the chair uneasily. He didn't want to look at his hero. He couldn't bear the delight bubbling up in his chest. This was what he wanted, right? He wanted Izuku to save him. Morale, to make people happy. Izuku placed a hand on Kota's shoulder as if to calm him. Don't touch me. Kota yanked his arm back. No, the feeling in his chest, it was all false hope. This was just an act that an act all heroes put on. The heroes and you wannabes all think the same thing. You want people to smile and be happy no matter what. What's wrong with being happy? Life isn't always happy. There was nothing happy about my parents dying. But everyone smiled and praised them for being good heroes. Heroes want an honorable death to save and protect the ones they love the most. Save and protect? Kota looked at the chaos unraveling around him. Still no sign of Dabi. The blue flames were starting to die out. Had the pro-heroes arrested him? He coughed. How many people did you hurt to save and protect me? Just the villains holding you hostage. Nobody should have to get hurt. I agree. Izuku nodded. But those villains hurt plenty of people. They kill people. Heroes don't we save lives? Kota felt sick all of a sudden. He was sure the sickness was gone. But here it was again. Do you feel ready to throw up? The floor beneath him seemed to tilt sideways. Those villains who you hurt saved my life, taught me more than any hero ever did. What? I'm the one who got me captured. Who left me alone? It was like everything was messed up. The world was flipping on its head and all Kota could do was scream. I never stopped trying to save you, Kota. Izuku held his hand out as if wanting him to grab it and swear off the dark side. Please, believe that. Oh, I believe it. Kota stood up and pushed the chair under the desk. But I don't trust it. How can I trust someone who claims to save people but hurts others in the process? I'm sorry. You're so young, all this must be confusing. Izuku shook his head and made a sorrowful face. Heroes, not all of us are the same. We each have our own ways of handling situations. Blah, blah, blah. Kota stomped his feet. The villains never lied to me. They never talked about making a safe world for everyone. Dabi told me he was a cold-blooded killer. He never asked forgiveness for that. We're going to destroy monsters. Whatever happens after that happens. What about your aunt? Everyone on the Wild Pussycats, they've been searching for you nonstop. Izuku said, the League is my family now, not those poser heroes. Kota regretted the words as soon as they came out of his mouth. He felt his heart drop as Izuku's expression molded into one of anger. Is that so? Izuku's body trembled with what looked like uncontrollable rage. They really did brainwash you, huh? Green sparks danced off his body as his eyes darkened. That's all right. There's a hero who can take care of that, no problem. I'm not. Everything I'm saying is because I want to. Kota heard his voice crack. He wanted to run. Hide. Izuku looked scary, pissed off. He needed to hide. He was sick. He was so sick of all these feelings and so scared of, "You're going back home, Kota?" Izuku grabbed Kota's wrist and pulled him to the side. The shadows that clouded his face were more menacing than any of the villains. For a few seconds, Izuku looked like a monster. "I'm going to save you." Kota puked. His lunch spilled out in brown and green chunks all over the floor and on Izuku's shoes. The red shoes that he kinda liked and thought were pretty cool. They were ruined, along with all of his admiration for his hero. "It's okay." Izuku kicked the throw-up away. "Once you get back to your aunt, you'll feel better and this whole nightmare will be over. Let go of me." Kota used his free hand to blast water on Izuku's face. He felt the hold loosen and slipped his other out. "I never said I wanted to be saved." His water went a bit wonky, accidentally hitting the news camera. A bright blue fireball hit the desk. Kota took off running in the direction it came from. He slipped between the cracks of debris as the building continued to shake and rumble. "Kota!" He heard Izuku yelling his name and ran faster. He wouldn't let that monster catch him. He couldn't. He kicked his feet faster and rounded a corner. Stairs? Or the escalator? The stairs were guaranteed safe. He yanked open the door to the stairwell. Izuku jammed a foot in the door before it could close. "This isn't like you." Kota ran down the stairs. He glanced back to see Izuku hot on his trail. "I saw your face when I saved you before." Izuku said. "You were happy." "Happy feels good, doesn't it?" Kota tried to grab hold of the handrail, but his hands were sweating too much. He panted. Was this how Dabi felt, always running from a monster? This was exhausting. "I might not be able to fix what's wrong with you. But some hero can. I accept I don't have all the answers, but don't give up hope because of me." Kota swung open the door to the ground floor, then stopped dead in his tracks. What the heck? He gawked at the sight of All Might. Was that All Might? He looked kinda funny. The symbol of peace was kicking the ass of some freaky faceless dude? A villain? United States smash. All Might slammed fist into the villain. "All Might!" Izuku shouted. He stopped dead in his tracks, as tears formed in his eyes. He reached out to grasp air. What's happening?" "Izuku!" A short woman pulled Izuku into a warm, protective hug. "You ran off and had Momo worried sick. It was like soon as you disappeared, a fight broke out. Tell me, how does it feel?" Kota made a fist. He stared at All Might, weak, scrawny, and pathetic. "Izuku." He felt a broken smile spread on his face. When someone you care about dies trying to be a hero. Izuku slumped over in his mom's arms. He sobbed loudly. Kota took a step back into the stairwell. He closed the door behind him to leave a barrier between him and Izuku. There would always be a barrier. Izuku still had his mom. Izuku still had someone to love and protect him. He didn't have that benefit anymore. He went back upstairs to the first floor. The building was probably going to come down at any moment. He pushed out the way some turned over chairs and around people running wild. The idiots. They acted like the world was coming to an end. A jabbing pain hit his head. He growled. He bumped into someone or something? "Little one, you made it. I'm impressed." Dabi put a hand on his shoulder and led him along. "Let's get out of here." "You look terrible." Kota knitted his eyebrows together. He looked at how Dabi staggered around, his jacket half burned off and drops of blood on his white shirt. There was a fight. Accidents happen. A fight? Did you destroy the monster? It was close. I'll have to kill him later. Dabi held up his smoldering arms. The stitches oozed out blood and contracted. Need to cool off. Get stronger. He glanced around. I thought I saw Toga somewhere. Kota nodded. He followed Dabi's line of sight, then cut to the side to see a familiar face trying to make their way to the first floor. Sensei. Shigaraki was in a full-on panic. He missed a step on the escalator and went tumbling down. He fell face first. The hand acted like a protective helmet. His head, back, shoulders, elbows, and kneecaps, all hitting the sharp metal steps. He didn't stop until he landed by Kota's feet. The hand called, "Father," landed a few inches away. "Are you okay?" Kota noticed how ghostly pale Shigaraki's skin had turned. He had never seen someone so distraught. That was a real bad fall. Dabi squatted and scratched his head. You know your name and where you're at, right? Shigaraki seemed to stare past him. He floundered around as if trying to collect himself. Shigaraki. Toga ran up and grabbed one of his hands, carefully avoiding letting all 5 fingers touch her. I don't see any blood. Which is kind of disappointing. She pressed a hand to his forehead as if to double-check. But it means you're okay, so that's a good thing. What are you idiots doing? Shigaraki's eyes darted back and forth between the 3 of them. Can't you see, Sensei is in trouble? He struggled to stand, as if there was a sharp pain in one of his legs. I survived being shot. I can survive a fucking 10-feet fall. That was way more than 10 feet, Dabi said. Shut up. I'm fine. Shigaraki groaned. He limped over to rest against the wall. We have to save Sensei. I already sent out the fireball. Everyone is waiting for us at the truck. Koda pointed at the truck. It seemed so far away. He could barely make out the faces of everyone on the other side of the battlefield. Fuck the truck. I'm going in. Shigaraki took a shaky step forward before Toga rushed to his. So, it's a suicide mission? Toga said. Every mission we do is a suicide mission. I thought we call them suicide missions because they sound cooler. I mean, most of them are homicide missions. I don't expect your punny one-track mind to understand. Shigaraki pushed Toga away. He staggered off to the side and grit his teeth. I don't expect any of you, idiot. All for one, did this because he cares about you. He wanted to give you time to escape, Dabi said. How do you know that? Shigaraki seemed to shout. Because I would do the same thing for Koda. Dabi yanked Shigaraki up by his jacket collar. If we turn back, everything we've done up to this point would be a waste. I know you don't want that. And you know All for One doesn't want that. He shook him. He was so mad. He was close. He just wanted to punch Endeavor dead in the face. You're supposed to be our leader. You're the boss. We trust you blindly, and now you want to backtrack? Everything I've done up to this point was Sensei's idea. Shigaraki croaked. Dabi stopped shaking him. He saw sadness brim in Shigaraki's eyes. It's the same sadness he knew so well. The sadness of having someone you trust betray you. Someone who you thought would never hurt you. It was the same sadness he had when his mother sided with that monster instead of standing up for him. I wanted to ensure none of us got hurt. I take time to plan things out. Why can't my plans just function correctly? Shigaraki closed his eyes. I hate it. I hate everything. I hate how the whole entire damn world is so cruel and filthy. It's like no matter how hard I try, the world proves it needs to be destroyed. Damn it. Dabi cussed. God damn it. He wanted to throw Shigaraki to the ground. He wanted to stomp on his chest and tell him to suck it up. But he couldn't. He pushed Shigaraki into Toga's arms. We're getting you on that fucking truck. This mission is gonna be a fucking success. Everything will still turn out okay. Toga cradled Shigaraki against her chest. She picked up his hand and placed it on his face. There you go. Father protected you from getting a black eyes and a few bruises. You look fine. Koda tugged on Dabi's burnt shirt. How are we going to get past the fighting? We're going the long way, Dabi said. Koda was sure Dabi was pissed off about something. Dabi kicked Spinner out of the driver's seat. He yelled at him and told him he couldn't drive worth nothing, so sit down and shut up in the back trailer. He was more nice to Magna and just requested she sit in the trailer with the others. Koda leaned back in the passenger seat. Dabi was driving all up close on the wheel, practically hugging it, with his foot floored against the gas pedal. The radio was at max volume, blasting hip-hop music, to the point it almost rocked the truck. I guess that eyeless guy was a big deal? Koda asked. I couldn't care less about him. Dabi turned the corner. The truck jerked to make a hard right. You seem mad. I am. But not about him. Is it about? Do you know when to stop asking questions? Dabi slammed his foot on the brake. Koda felt himself jerk forward. For a few seconds he got a vivid image of him flying out the windshield. He grabbed tight to the corners of the seat until his knuckles whitened. He opened his eyes to see a red light. No. Shut up, Dabi said. Koda blinked. Why was Dabi getting mad at him? He followed through. He delivered their message, or a part of the message on TV. He didn't get the big deal. The music cut off to announce. Coming up, we have devastating news about the symbol of peace. But don't lose hope. When one hero falls, another rises. Dabi drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. He sounded like he was mumbling to himself. Fuck him. Fuck him. He grit his teeth. With all might gone, that monster gets to become the #1 hero? No fucking way. Fuck that shit. When you didn't come back for me in the studio, I started to get scared. Kota released his grip on the seat. The tension released from his head and chest. It was a dumb kind of scared, because I knew I shouldn't depend on anyone. But I got this awful feeling in my chest that you got hurt. I couldn't stand it. He paused. He shouldn't be telling Dabi about how scared he was. But now that the adrenaline rush was dying out, reality was setting in. Don't be stupid. I told you, you got to depend on yourself. Don't waste time thinking about other people. But everyone in the league. Shigaraki was willing to risk everything for one person. As a leader, he should have better judgment on top priorities. I'm confused. Kota slouched. The light turned green. You say you're family, but when a little thing happens like this, it isn't a little thing. Dabi gripped the wheel and slammed his foot on the pedal. You're a little thing. A little mix-up, a mistake, a fuck-up. You don't matter. Kota blinked. It made sense now. Back in the studio, he didn't get lost. Dabi left him. The trees and buildings started going by in a blur. Why did those simple words hurt so much? Family isn't supposed to abandon each other. This is different from the mission when he kidnapped you. We won. We won our first real battle, but nothing good came from the result. Dabi flicked on the turning signal. He wasn't mad that Endeavor became the #1 hero. He was mad because somehow his plan to erase Endeavor backfired and inadvertently boosted Endeavor to the top spot. Now Endeavor was going to become #1 all because of, hey, Shigaraki wants to know why we keep moving and then stop? Toga peeked out from the sleeper compartment in the truck cabin. First it was a red light, now it's a jaywalker, Dabi said. Hey! Toga smashed her hand on the horn. Go cross the road in a crosswalk, dumb jaywalker. Dabi threw his hands up. Damn, why was Toga getting mad at some guy for jaywalking? He jaywalked all the time. It must really be a shitty thing to do. Is he slowing down? Toga honked more. We should just run the asshole over. Don't do that. Kota pointed at the man walking with a little girl. She can't be much older than me. Oh. Toga sounded almost regretful. I didn't see the cute girl. It's like he's shielding her. No. Dabi took back control of the wheel. More like he's hiding something. But that's none of his business. He watched the two of them cross the street. It was the same con he ran, pretending to a father. You think he'd be helpful for the league? Toga asked. I think he looks like what you called him the first time, an asshole. Dabi turned the knob to silence the radio. The man walking must have noticed the change, because he looked dead at them. That's when Dabi noticed some important details, gloves and bird beak mask. This man wasn't some stupid scumbag out to cause trouble. He had a plan. He tapped a finger to his head, just below his short-cut brown hair, as if to signal use your brain. The girl had a single horn and long off-white hair. She kept her focus on the ground with one hand firmly grasping the man's green jacket. Her mouth was moving, but it was hard to make out the words. Heroes? Fire? She raised her head, revealing her red eyes. She stared at Kota. Kota stared at her. He could clearly read the words from her lips. That's the boy who was just on TV. Hurry up, Eri. The man pulled the girl forward. If you do good, maybe I'll get you a gift. Hurting others. The girl, Eri, took one last look at Kota as if to study him. The boy who said no one should get hurt. So he became a villain. She lowered her gaze as she reached the sidewalk. Dabi floored it soon as the road was clear. Kota jerked forward in his seat. Thank goodness for seat belts. He could see a few cars driving beside them, the drivers looking up at them like they were crazy. Little did they know. Or maybe they did know and were calling the pro-heroes. If the news had made it on the TV and radio, everyone knew. He was now officially the symbol of the League of Villains. The truck weaved left, then right. Dabi, you're driving like you never touched a steering wheel before. Toga grabbed hold of the handle over her head as if trying to steady herself. I'm making up for lost time. Dabi turned the wheel. The truck bumped off the curb and the whole cabin shook. Go tell Shiga, boss. Go tell the boss. The boss this, the boss that. Shigaraki made his way to the driver's seat. Next time I hear you call me the boss, I'm going to. His hands firmly grasped the headrest, and it slowly began decaying. Well, you are the boss. Dabi whipped his head around to face Shigaraki. I wasn't always the boss. Since All for One was the boss. He green-lit everything. Well, damn, he's probably. Be quiet. In jail. I was going to say in jail. Dabi grinned deviously. His head fell back without the headrest to support it. He caught a better view of Shigaraki's pissed-off eyes. Not like that matters. He's gone now. No more going over ideas, no more green light, no more following orders. He shrugged. It should give you a sense of freedom, really. You get to be the leader, the boss, for real this time. What did I just tell you? What did I tell you about calling me that? Shigaraki repeated the same question over and over, just rewording it. What did I say? Toga, she gave you the title. You should be on her ass about it. I'm not mad about the title. Koda gnawed on his bottom lip. He glanced at the speed reader. The truck was doing over 100 on the highway, barreling past cars and other trucks, swerving in and out of lanes. Why wasn't Dabi watching the road? Could someone please watch the road? I'm mad because the title demands respect and comes with power. Shigaraki made a tight fist. There is a void opening up, a black hole has now been revealed in the hero system. You know how black holes work? His voice dropped eerily. It's a common misconception that they suck everything in. Black holes don't suck, they're created by a core collapse of a high-mass star. All might? Yeah. Shigaraki said. And everything that falls into a black hole is due to friction in the matter crashing into each other. But the best thing, is that an observer never sees an object pass through the event horizon. 1 second it's there, next it's in slow motion, until it completely vanishes. Without him, the hero system will ultimately collapse in on itself. No symbol for people to see. The heroes lose to their own foolish undoing. Shigaraki pulled the hand off his face. I'm the one who will rule over that collapses. Dabi took a sharp breath. The title of boss was just as important to Shigaraki as the title of daddy to him. Both were empowering. But a leader, a boss, is only as good as their underlings. There's a reason I don't recruit scummy pawns for the league or treat you like a mindless nomo. Shigaraki drizzled the dust from his fist over the floor mat. You're the lucky ones who will carry me to victory. He put his palm near Dabi's ear, then slammed his fist into it. Dabi flinched, almost. He snapped his head up to look at the road. So you must understand my frustration, Dabi, when you forget your place and throw the title around carelessly. My bad. Dabi sometimes would forget how terrifying Shigaraki was. It reminded him of the line that now he understood shouldn't be crossed. He couldn't prevent his grin from growing on his face. Their leader was horrifying, a true villain, in and out, with the brains to prove it. I just thought you were wimping out earlier. Villains can be sad, can't they? Shigaraki asked, just above a whisper. Sad? Are you serious? I haven't cried since my tear ducts got burned off. Dabi kept his eyes focused on the road. Your tear ducts? Koda mumbled slowly. He glanced up at Dabi. That was true. Did the monster hurt him in a training session? Dabi would have these little mental breakdowns. But never once did tears form in his eyes. Oh, little one, you heard that? Dabi cut his eyes over. Guess now, you know why I can't stand all that bitching and nagging you do. He took one hand off the steering wheel, blue fire danced in his palm. Koda trembled nervously as the hand lowered closer to his face. He felt the flames tickle against his forehead. The heat, everything about Dabi was heated, like he was angry at the world. So annoying. So messy. Physical restraints that dulls the power within you. Dabi pulled his fingers in to make a quick fist, extinguishing the flames. Good thing you can't cry anymore. Ha! A cruel-sounding laugh fell from his lips as he placed his hand back on the wheel. Koda was sure now that Dabi's creepy laughter was the farthest thing from being comforting. It was done to mock him, make him feel pathetic. Heh, Shigaraki chuckled. He shook his head as if trying to find reason for a threat. What kind of sick bastard are you? I'm doing what you wanted me to. Dabi's laughter abruptly stopped, getting the fear out of him. So he's not weak? He felt an arm thrown over his shoulder and glanced over to see Toga. So I'm just as sick as of Dash. I think having emotions is a good thing. Adrenaline rushes make blood taste sweeter. Toga had one arm around him and the other around Shigaraki as if in an awkward group hug. Dabi slapped her arm away. Only you would know that. You think everyone in the trailer heard that? Shigaraki pulled away from them. Heard you being mean? Kota asked. I wasn't being mean. It's called negative reinforcement. Shigaraki sneered. Best you learn it now, kid. Some people break bones. Gangs do that screwed up shit all the time. He turned away as if to retreat back to the overhead cabin. Is your leg okay? Kota noticed how Shigaraki seemed to limp. His leg still must be hurt from before. It's hard to take you seriously when you already walk hunched over, now you're just dragging your leg around. It's kind of pa-dash. Shigaraki raised his hand as if warning him to shut up. Kota never thought he'd be more scared of hands coming near his face in his life. He turned his head, deciding not to look the villain in the eyes. Stupid villains with their stupid quirk using hands. All they did was threaten him. I said earlier, I'm fine. And it's not my leg, it's my ankle. Shigaraki scratched at his neck. Don't be pesky about it. He scratched harder. Damn it. Dabi, get your kid? He is annoyingly inquisitive, sometimes. Dabi shrugged. At first I thought, boss didn't like kids. Toga smiled. But he's been pretty chill around Kota, considering he hasn't snapped on him yet. I can hear you. Shigaraki said. You like our little teddy bear, huh? Toga bounced behind Shigaraki. She followed him back up to the sleeper cabin. Kota kicked his feet. I don't get it. Everyone is so mean to each other. Don't your feelings get hurt? Little one, not to crush your goal or dream, or whatever what you said was, but try to be a bit realistic. Someone is going to get hurt. Dabi spun his pointer finger in a little circle, creating a ring of fire. Hurt is what makes the world go round. You said it yourself, heroes hurt people and they get praised for it. He glanced at the burns up and down his arm. And never face the consequences. That's dumb. Kota yawned. Really dumb. I like my goal better. He definitely wasn't about to take advice from someone who just verbally got their ass handed to them. I mean, if you can support your so-called boss becoming the next leader, you can support me. All right. Dabi figured Kota needed some encouragement. Chase your goal, little one. The best sleep Kota had in weeks still left him with a feeling of emptiness. He scribbled in his coloring book doodling Dabi, igniting Izuku's face on fire. How could Izuku be so mean? It was like he didn't even care. No matter how much he tried to explain that. If anything, the hero should understand. The hero should be able to get it. All might is gone. Kota drew blue streaks over Izuku's stick figure. No more hero symbol. Only me. The crayon overlapped with the other colors, creating a mix of black. He lifted up his crayon. Only darkness? Is that a head exploding? Dabi leaned over Kota's shoulder. Oh. It's you setting a monster on fire. Kota said. Cool. Dabi nodded slowly, walking into the kitchen. What you want for breakfast? Pancakes or waffles? I just want 'em to be blueberry. Kota put down his crayon and jumped out the chair. Dabi opened the cabinets. Empty. He checked the fridge, opening a few drawers to search for any unopened can of biscuits. No frozen waffles. No jelly. No butter. He closed the fridge and glanced at the countertop. No bread. He heard a stomach growl loudly and looked down to see Kota staring up at him with big ol' eyes. No nothing. Kota blinked. Dabi opened the fridge a second time. He didn't know why, maybe a part of him hoped that magically food would appear. No nothing. He repeated the same incorrect phrase, staring at the empty shelves. Are we gonna get eat out? Let me think. Dabi slammed the fridge close. He ran his fingers through his hair and walked over to grab his wallet from the coffee table. I need food. You need water. You'll die within hours without water. Humans can go months without eating. Kota went quiet as his stomach growled again. He looked at Dabi as if living proof. Don't give me that look, pisses me off. Dabi knew that look, the same one Shoto had given him. I haven't wronged you, little one. And believe me, I've wronged a lot of people in my life who deserve to give me that look. Like when I dropped out of college and still collected the rest of my college fund. My parents were pissed. He opened his wallet. The troublesome thing about erasing people is getting rid of the trail, either it be paper or digital. It all had to come to a stop. Canceling his debit card and taking all the money out his bank account was the easy part. But hey, they saved up enough money for me to live decently. Dabi combed through the yen and credit cards. The most recent credit card from the last body he incinerated must have reached its limit because DoorDash was threatening to terminate his account. Decent? What does that mean? Kota frowned. The small studio apartment with a broken window and bare cabinets with no food in the fridge was not decent. He was sure this was called poor. It means an acceptable state, Dabi said. Before Kota came around, he'd skip a few meals to save up for rent and repairs. He'd always tell himself to fix the broken window, but that hasn't happened yet. The longer I stay here, the more I'm starting to believe you're like an actual zombie. Kota said, might be. My life has flashed before my eyes plenty of times. Dabi pulled out another credit card to inspect it. But only the bad parts, the failures, the monster. He flashed the name on the card at Kota. Like this guy. I don't even remember the time I had killing him. It just happened. The fun times, you don't get to remember before death, just things you could have done better. That's... Kota swallowed dryly. He thought about his parents and hoped what Dabi was saying was true. It was a mean, selfish thing to hope for. He didn't care. He brought a hand to his heart. What I want more than anything, for people to see their mess-ups. You're using the word, want? It doesn't bother me anymore. Like you said, a want is just a selfish human emotion. So useless. But, hatred for heroes. That's what killed All Might, right? All Might is just one of many pro-hero posers. Dabi put the card back into his wallet. For example, Endeavor? Well, now that he's number one, purging him should be our next target. Another step in truly bringing about Stain's vision. He pushed some money around, trying to count it. Kota didn't understand why words that sounded so soft made it feel like acid was being poured into his eardrums. What's with you and hating Endeavor? Didn't I tell you on the rooftop, you can't know about my past? Dabi tucked his wallet away. Don't go around digging up a dead man's grave. That's mad disrespectful. He stepped closer to Kota. And no child of mine is going to be a disrespectful brat. Am I bad? Kota barely managed to find his voice. He was thankful when a loud knock came at the front door. Dabi went to check the peephole. Damn, at 6 a.m. there was only one person who'd knock at his door. Crazy number 2. He began unlocking the door, sliding one lock to the side, the other slightly to the left, before using the key. Why the hell are you here? There was an unspoken rule in the League that for at least 48 hours after doing a mission together, they had to disperse. It was mostly a safety precaution to throw off any pros and police. Dabi, don't be so cold. Toga invited herself inside. I just need a favor. Cold? Dabi danced a few flames across his fingertips. Come on now. He slammed a hand between Toga and the wall. You should know better than anyone, nothing about me isn't hot. That's why you're the perfect one for the task. Toga's face flustered, as her smile spread wider to reveal her sharp incisors. Drive us to the store. You walked all the way here, to ask me for a drive to the store? Dabi asked. I had a delivery to make over here. I just stopped by to ask if you wanted to come along. Dabi didn't. There was the risk of being caught. Plus it sounded like Toga was hiding something. You said... He withdrew his hand and tilted his head. Who is us? Shigaraki is waiting in the courtyard. Toga said, fumbling her fingers over the knives on her hips. Why didn't you ask him to drive you? He's the reason I'm going to the store. He texted asking if I had an ice pack or some liquor to drink to numb the pain of his leg. I was like, no, but I could get some. He came along since, you know, I'm not legal age to purchase alcohol. Dabi nodded. He couldn't believe this. Toga was actually speaking like a normal high schooler. It almost reminded him of... So I was like, we can go after I drop off a delivery. Then I remembered you lived here. And I wanted to see Teddy Bear. I wanted to hug him. I wanted to make sure he was okay after yesterday. I dreamed about him last night, all cut up and bloody. He was so cute. Can I see him? Koda. Dabi felt a smile tug on his lips. There she was. Toga was back. She was nothing like his sister. Their personalities were extremely different and so were their styles. Get me out of here, he's starving me. Koda pushed himself between them. Teddy Bears wants to go to the store with us. Toga picked up Koda. I'm taking him. Good. Dabi shrugged. All he did was nag about how there's no food. Hey. Koda squirmed. Don't call me a gnat. He stopped kicking. Toga was pretty strong. He looked at her, yellow luminous eyes, with a figure that made her look like a possessed doll. I said, nag, not gnat, but you wouldn't know the difference. Dabi frowned as Toga turned to exit. Oh. You're not really going to the store like that, are you? You do have a disguise or something? I have blood I can drink. Toga paused. But I was thinking of saving it for later. You have to use it? Dabi sighed. Why did he know that if he went on this shopping trip, he would be babysitting double time? He shook his head. And what about Koda? He needs to change into something less recognizable. Oh, Dabi worried about us? Toga placed Koda back on the floor. If something happens to any of you, it puts my goal in jeopardy. Dabi opened the door a bit wider, to let Toga in properly, then closed it before drawing any suspicion. I'll wait then. Toga let out a satisfied hum and skipped to the sofa. And text boss you're coming. It's good for him not to walk too much on his left ankle. Cameras were everywhere. A screen was just a few steps from the sliding automatic doors. It displayed the security footage with a nice sign hanging off the bottom. Smile, you're on camera. Dabi cursed under his breath. This was such a bad idea. It was like Toga. No, if anything, Toga wouldn't get caught, not while she was transformed. He looked at Shigaraki. Nobody really knew what he looked like without the hand. But that meant, damn it. He tucked his head down. Can't see cameras. Cameras can't see him. Can't see cameras? Well, they wouldn't see his face, right? We have to be in and out. Shigaraki looked up as if reading the numbered signs describing the aisles. Kurogiri wants me back by 7 a.m. or p.m.? Toga skipped beside him. I'm assuming am. So there won't be too much pressure on your ankle. About that, Shigaraki said. If you're going to complain like you're damn crippled, Dabi said. I'm not. Toga's complaining for me. Shigaraki scratched at his neck as if the cool blast of air conditioning irritated his skin. It would be different if it was bleeding, that would actually be cute. But it's just there. Toga pushed a shopping cart over to Shigaraki. Use the cart to help you walk. Don't need it. Koda hopped on the edge of the cart. Push me. Shigaraki looked at Dabi. He's not talking to me like that. Dabi unfolded a grocery list from his jacket pocket. He walked forward. If he was, he wouldn't be eating this food I'm about to buy. Push. Koda repeated. We came in here for liquor and an ice pack. We don't need a cart. This is supposed to be a simple mission, in and out. Shigaraki said. We can't waste time. This is probably one of the most dangerous things we've ever attempted. He touched his face, then lowered his hand as if remembering he wasn't wearing father. 2 missions back to back? And it's your first mission without sensei guiding you. Toga marveled at the large red sale signs. That's why we can't get distracted. Shigaraki knocked a bag of potato chips from Toga's hand. So I can prove to Kurogiri that I can handle this. Handle shopping at a grocery store? Koda leaned inward from the back of the cart. Handle an undercover operation infiltrating a public event to replenish our medical arsenal. Shigaraki slammed his hands on the handle and gripped it like he was ready to disintegrate it. I didn't understand any of that. Koda held on tighter. Were you explaining why you're gonna drink when you can get pain meds? Dabi put a large bag of potato chips in the cart. Okay, next thing on the list is syrup. Why did you put this in the cart after I stopped Toga from doing it? Shigaraki waved the bag of the chips. Because, Dabi put a little check mark on the list. I didn't just come here as your personal Uber driver. He looked up to see how Shigaraki's expression seemed to flip between confusion and anger. But you're the boss. So lead the way to the first aisle. Can I get something? Toga picked up a box of Pop-Tarts. I don't care. Shigaraki pushed the cart forward. You're both obviously taking this like a joke. He clicked his tongue. Don't get pissy at me if something goes wrong. There's barely anyone here so early. Toga picked up more things: soda, cookies, animal crackers. She stopped suddenly, her body brushed against Shigaraki's right arm. I won't think of it. Her voice lowered as if sharing a secret between the three of them. Not if somebody cute doesn't walk in. It made her sound like an animal or something much worse. Even animals could learn to control their impulses. Crazy bitch. Shigaraki whispered into Toga's hair. There isn't a mission I would give you that I know you couldn't handle. He took a breath. It sounded heavy and labored. That's why you can only look at Kota from a distance and only be around him with supervision. He lifted his knuckles to direct her sights to the child. He's so cute. Just imagine if he was cut up into. Toga fawned. Kota felt his heart skip a few beats. Out of everyone, Toga was definitely the most scary villain. She was always so cheerful, like she didn't mind the fact her accidents were just a part of her. Hold on to that idea. Shigaraki redirected Toga's attention to him. And focus. He lowered his knuckles as if freeing her back into the world. Toga seemed to revert, a large smile crawling on her face. This is the perfect time to go shopping. She pulled away from Shigaraki to spin around in circles. We're not shopping. This is a mission. Shigaraki paused, glancing at the things in the cart. A mission that requires shopping. Dabi raised a brow. It was hard to believe this. Shigaraki was the same guy who almost made him flinch. Crazy. How someone could go from, wait, he didn't do that, did he? He felt a frown tug at his lips. The longer he hung out with Shigaraki and Toga, the more he was starting to see parts of his personality he buried a long time ago. No wonder they could be so annoying. No wonder they could be so understanding. No wonder they could be so. Sometimes. Toga giggled. Dabi didn't know how or when she got so close, or why he could feel her breath against the crook of his neck. I imagine Boss as Mr. Staney. Especially when he talks like that, all endearingly. It will never cease to amaze me how someone like you could respect Stain's will. Dabi lifted his foot to take a step away and felt his back pressed against a shelf. When did that get here? I wish I could have met him. Me too. After his final battle, you know? Toga grabbed a bottle of syrup from the shelf. When he was probably all pissed off and bloody. She turned and half-ran half-hopped to dunk the syrup in the cart. Dabi hated how some dumb thing like that made sense to him. Who talked about this in a supermarket? He trailed a bit behind Shigaraki and Toga, keeping an eye on Kota. What's next on your list? Shigaraki asked. It was syrup, but Toga already picked up that. So it's bread. Dabi glanced at the paper in his hand. Cereal is on here too, and its aisle is closer. Since you're buying food, that means we can come over for breakfast and dinner sometimes? Toga asked. No, Dabi said. Remember the first and last time we had a family dinner? There was only one time. Yeah. Toga must have not taken the hint. She turned down the cereal aisle. I can cook frozen food and we can have blood to wash it all down. Gross. Kota cringed. It's hard to mess up frozen food. I usually don't burn it. Kota meant blood. Drinking blood was gross. Spell, cereal, and you can choose any one you want. Dabi placed a box of Frosted Flakes in the cart. Cereal? Kota released his hold on the cart, placing his feet on the ground. He felt a smile tug at the corner of his lip. Cereal. He pulled on his favorite flavor of cereal. So close. Dabi took another box of cereal from the shelf. Guess we're getting? He screwed up on the first letter. That's not close. Shigaraki said. If you screw up on the first step, the whole entire mission will fail. Kota pulled on the box harder. He ignored Dabi and Shigaraki discussing how to deal with failure. He wasn't a failure. It was the word's stupid fault for being hard to spell. He was going to get this cereal. Why did it feel like someone was tugging on the other side? Eri, why is taking you so long to pick out cereal? Don't tell me you're weak and tired. That just means you didn't want the gift bad enough. The cruel ring in the voice made Kota jerk his hand back in shock. Then the box moved in the other direction, to reveal a hand a little bit bigger than his and a girl with long hair. TV boy, Eri said. Weird horn girl? Kota tried to hide the surprise in his tone. He noticed there were a few people behind Eri, the same brown-haired man from last time, and two new figures. They had their back turned as if discussing something in private. You're like me? Eri trembled and held a hand to her heart. Her voice was so quiet, Kota was sure she wasn't even speaking and that he was reading her lips. He hurts you. He tells you everything is your fault? Who? Kota asked. There was something unreadable in Eri's eyes. It made him feel scared. The mystery of who this Eri girl was. Your dad. Why would he do that? Kota for the first time noticed how frail and sickly she looked. Her hands were double wrapped in bandages, her voice soft as if withholding a sob. If your dad hurts you like that, he shouldn't be called your dad. Family isn't supposed to hurt you. My family is like yours. Eri bit her lip. They kill people. I hate it. I'd rather not see anyone get hurt. I want a future like the one you talked about. She slowly dropped her hand back to her side. Kota felt his face heat up. You mean my goal? The goal that Dabi had told him was unrealistic, that it was better to watch the world burn, so society could be fixed from the ashes. Yes, Eri said. She lifted the cereal box back up as if she was suddenly concerned that someone might be listening in on their conversation. Kota felt his arm move on its own, blocking the cereal box from covering his face. Who are you waiting on to save you? Eri stared at him with the same hopelessness he had when he got captured by the League of Villains. She moved his arm out the way, and unspoken, nobody is going to come. Kota couldn't believe this. There were others like him? He had to tell somebody. He spun around and ran over to tug on Dabi's jacket. The girl. There's a girl. What are you mumbling about? Dabi looked down at him. Kota didn't know what was making his heart race. Excitement? Redemption? He barely made his mouth work correctly. Stole my cereal? Well, you weren't getting cereal anyway, so did she really steal it? No. She put it back. But Hey, that's the cutie who crossed the road in front of us. Toga pointed at Eri crossing the aisle with her father and the other hooded figures. Not good. They look like they want to cause trouble. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. That means our mission objective has been updated. He tilted his head. Toga, you feeling thirsty? Always. Toga licked her lips. Get their blood. It doesn't matter whose. Shigaraki took the grocery list from Dabi. He held it up with 2 fingers as his eyes scanned the page. Dabi, run a scan of all heroes. I don't have a hero who wears a bird mask, but I don't want to risk him being some scrub. He's no hero. Dabi scoffed. But I'll see if anyone matches the description to a name and occupation. He turned to the direction of the technology section. Kota went to follow after him, only to feel a choking pressure around his neck. He lifted his head to see Shigaraki holding him hostage by his hoodie. Not so fast, little one, I haven't given you orders yet. Shigaraki lifted Kota into the shopping cart. You're with me this time. We're doing the most important thing of all, step 1. He held up the list. Finishing shopping. What? Kota couldn't believe he was getting stuck doing something so lame. He was the first one to find them. If anything, he should be. If I get that cute girl's blood, I'd be so happy. Toga hugged herself. Her eyes fluttered. Kota, make sure boss doesn't go too crazy with his bad ankle. If Dabi trained this kid to be half as good with his quirk that he was at the noodle shop, he'll be more than enough. Shigaraki nodded. So don't worry, Dabi hasn't failed me. He pushed the shopping cart towards the direction Eri's group was moving. He won't. Kota perked his head up. Was finished shopping a code for stakeout? He looked at Shigaraki, who held a single finger to his lips. Silence. What? The USB card jammed into the computer kept flashing. A parade of green and back danced across. Root Cali, #SkullMap U Pro Heroes / P equals 459 and match equals search, DBS. The bots moved, creating a code across the screen. Available databases for current. Retired. Most underscore popular. Dabi narrowed his eyes at the screen. What a pain data scraping was. He glanced at the clock in the corner of his screen. It was probably only a matter of time before someone discovered he wasn't just testing out a laptop to buy. Alright, time to speed this up. He typed in a new search. Root Cali, #ScleMap U P equals 459 and match equals search, most_villains_COTS tables. The screen flashed, pulling up records of heroes ordered by most captures and the name of villains with their affiliation. He paused as one table caught his eye. Info, retrieved. Pro hero equals fatgum_villain equals Ray_affiliation Yakuza, organization _Kai. A Yakuza was recently captured? Didn't those gangbangers control the crime underworld in the past? He exited the Kali Linux application. Google search, Shai Hasaikai. Nothing out of the ordinary, except the old boss was in a coma. So the new boss listed was Kai Chisaki. Kai. The perfect name for a lying asshole. Dabi cracked his knuckles. Let's see what Google has. Hey, stop talking to yourself and talk to me. Dabi turned away from the computer to see Shigaraki pushing a cart full of groceries. Shigaraki stopped beside him and Koda jumped off the cart to try and see the computer screen. Are you going untraced? Shigaraki watched the screen. I was going to use a VPN, but figured I didn't have the time. Dabi said. There was no way he was purposely risking getting caught. But this is a public computer, so if they trace the IP address, it won't matter. HMB. Shigaraki gestured to the jewelry section. They're over there. What info you got? He leaned over Dabi's shoulder. A few hits? Dabi scrolled down, the computer screen changing to display a few profiles. The most likely one is he's a Yakuza named Kai, but no noticeable villain profiles unless it's from some underlings. Gang leader? PFF, what type of weak shit is that? There's a number, but it's probably somebody who knows a guy who knows a guy. Call it? Koda said. Dabi noticed how Koda was standing on his tippy toes to try and see the computer. He lifted Koda onto his shoulders. I can see over all the shelves from up here. Koda gazed around the store. He noticed the signs for food, hardware, and jewelry. You got eyes on the target? Shigaraki asked as if ensuring the 5-year-old stayed focused. Yes. Koda stared at the targets. The other two hooded men were nowhere to be seen. Eri was sitting in a chair as an employee cleaned a piercing gun in her hand. Kai was holding up 2 pairs of earrings. He could almost hear their conversation. This is just a spur-of-the-moment gift. You should be thankful. Kai waved around 1 pair of earrings. What color would you like? Green or something more flashy? Don't know. Will getting my ears pierced hurt? Eri tapped the tip of her shoes together. That wasn't the question. I didn't know what your preference for colors was, so I brought over both. Kai switched the earring to lay in one hand, then presented them to Eri. Choose one. His hand grew closer to Eri's face. Or I'll just have you get a cartilage and a lobe piercing. I don't want to do it if it hurts. Eri stared at the selection blankly and stopped tapping her shoes. Oh, you want both, is that it? Kai gave the earrings in his hand over to the employee. Oh, that's not what Eri seemed to tense up as the piercing gun closed in near her ear. Why do you keep saying things I don't understand? Kai shrugged almost carelessly. His eyes widened as Eri squeezed the arm of the chair. Speak up. I like the green ones. Eri trembled as Kai pulled back her long hair. See how easy that was. All you had to do was say that. Kai whispered into her ear. You of all people should know, I only hear what I want to hear. He tucked her hair back and smiled. So you should learn to say only what I want you to say. Yes, sir. Eri closed her eyes. Give her a lobe piercing? Kai fiddled with his gloves. Koda felt himself cringe as Eri let out a blood-curdling scream. The piercing must have hurt a heck of a lot. He swallowed numbly. He got her ears pierced. Likely a cover-up for the true reason they're here. Shigaraki said. Koda found it amazing and disturbing how Shigaraki brushed off the scream like it was nothing. He looked down at Dabi's mess of hair and wished to see his expression. Maybe both villains were just stone-cold indifferent about this. Got any word from Toga yet? Shigaraki asked. No. Dabi shook his head. But if those two other guys aren't over there, Toga probably got them. That's true. Shigaraki pulled out his phone. Call the number just in case. This seems too convenient. Alright, I'll *67 to block them from seeing the caller ID. Dabi typed in a few digits on the keypad. The phone rang only once before someone picked up. Hello. A man. But not the man who he wanted. Hello, Dabi said. Infamous troublemakers? The League of Villains. The voice said. Guess we're at an impasse. Dabi felt a smirk tug on his lips. He enjoyed when people cut straight to the point instead of all the unnecessary small talk. You know who we are, but we don't know you. Silence. You'll be us. We have the girl. Toga? If you want her back, come meet us. The man's breathing was heavier now, more pissed off, more distraught. It was hard to read people based off their voice, but the poor fool had answered the phone, while Kai stood a few feet away. Dabi knew this wasn't their target, and if Kai was the boss, he would know for sure where Toga was and approach them about it. Koda was still spying on them and hadn't alerted anyone of any suspicious activity. Put her on the phone. Dabi demanded. Can't do that. The voice responded. Coward. But I assure you, this is no game. Dabi listened to the air go in and out of the man's mouth, in and out, in and out. He motioned for Shigaraki to take the phone. Who is that? Shigaraki asked. Well, you know how we thought Toga got them, they got Toga. Dabi handed the phone over. According to this guy. I'm sending the location. The voice said as the phone rang to alert a new message. Meet us there in 3 hours. Hopefully, by then you can forgive our late introductions. What makes you think we're actually coming for her? Shigaraki held the phone at a distance as if something might jump through and attack him. Because we have something that might be to both our benefits. A picture message sent of a mini box with little red bullets. A solution to ending those infected scummy heroes. Dabi looked at Shigaraki. They seemed to share a moment of equal confusion. What does Toga have to do with you showing us something? She's just a little insurance. You have 3 hours. The call ended with a beep. HMB. Shigaraki stared at the timestamp. They could be telling the truth, but then again, they could not. He put his phone away. There's no telling where they are or if they also have a visual of our location and noticed Toga's absence. We know where the boss is though. Koda pointed. The little ones, right? The boss is all that matters. Dabi exited out the computer tabs and unplugged the USB drive. But if he wants to end heroes, he might be to our advantage. His mind wandered to his fight with Endeavor. If only things would have gone differently. This doesn't add up. Shigaraki leaned against the shopping cart. Why be extra to get our attention, instead of approaching us directly? Higher risk of getting caught. Dabi tucked the USB drive in his coat pocket. Let's just head to the checkout line. Shigaraki shook his head. I'm gonna text everyone in the group chat, there's a meeting in 1 hour. But it will be at the old hideout. Don't spin around on the bar stool, you'll break it. Shigaraki quipped. Your fault for having a loose seat? Koda spun around a bit faster. The villain hideout, now that he was able to actually experience it, wasn't anything to be proud of. A dusty old bar tucked behind a decaying building that needed a condemned sign. I'm telling you not to do the action. Shigaraki pressed his hand on the metal part of the seat. Koda jumped off before the cushion disconnected from the metal. He ran over to hide behind Dabi. So lame. He shouted, feeling at a safe distance from the powerful quirk. That was kinda lame. Did you see the way he ran? Twice said. Koda peeked to see the other villains. They were never formally introduced to him, but he knew them. They had helped break into the news station. Don't try to be too crazy twice. Dabi patted Koda's head. You'll scare the little one. Out of everyone, he's the least scary. Koda gave Twice a thumbs down. Even Mr. Compress has a creepy mask on. You're just a joke. Who ya callin' a joke? Twice sounded like he was ready to throw hands with a 5-year-old. I was trying to make sure you don't fall. Shigaraki motioned to his ankle. An ice pack rested on the purplish swollen ankle. Because I think we've all learned a lesson about what falling can do. Kurogiri cleaned out a shot glass. You learned a lesson. A lesson that we can all benefit from. Shigaraki said. I've warned you about being reckless like this. Kurogyari placed the glass on the table. First, Dabi goes rogue and robs a toy store. Now you go off into a grocery store less than 24 hours after committing a crime. This is foolishness. Can't change the past. Okay? Shigaraki sighed. What we have to do is look forward and look out for each other. It's all because of that kid. Kurogyari lowered his voice. I warned you about Koda, about attachments. Koda bit his bottom lip and pulled on Dabi's jacket. He wasn't making trouble. He'd been pretty good at doing what the villains wanted. Well, he thought he was. He's our symbol. The only symbol now. Shigaraki gazed up at the clock. Sensei made it like this on purpose? It would be a shame to throw everything away we capitalized on, because you fear something like attachments being weak. He gazed back at Kurogyari as if wanting to see some type of reaction. I know what weakness is. I know what pain is. I also know that there's not a single person in this room who doesn't know that alone, we're susceptible to Hiro's dirty ways. He faced everyone at the bar, with a little smile. But together, well, even heroes can't kill an idea. Honestly, boss, it's impossible to tell what you're thinking. Spinner shook his head. But when you give speeches like that, I've never been more concerned and amused. He uncrossed his arms. You have our attention. I know I've been making some questionable choices lately. Shigaraki focused his eyes back on the clock. It might have attracted the attention of an unwanted enemy. The last thing I want is to have more bad shit on my conscience, so here is a fair warning, watch your back. As you can all see, we're missing a member. Toga twice seemed to whimper under his breath. Not really questionable, you've just been hanging with Dabi and Toga more often. Magna said. It's understandable. You want to help raise Koda? Something like that? Shigaraki agreed. Dabi did some information grabbing. He threw a few papers on the table. Not anything about why a Yakuza would be after us. Yakuza? Mr. Compress chuckled. They're trying to rise up and control the underworld again? He pulled off his top hat and dusted it off. It's time they came to accept their era was ended by the rise of heroes. You know about them? Shigaraki's eyes widened. Not much anymore. Mr. Compress fixed the feather on his hat. They're just a bunch of wannabes now, broken in fractions like the Shai Hasaikai. Nobody said anything about the Shai Hasaikai. Dabi narrowed his eyes. It sucked that Compress wore a mask. It was impossible to see the expression on his face. Lucky guess. Mr. Compress put his hat back on. They're located in these parts. No shock they'd take an interest in us. Dabi couldn't bring himself to believe Compress knew this out of the blue. It took him about an hour to hack into the hero database just to find that tad bit of information. This is so much work. A loud banging came from the door. Leaving me, forcing me to find other means of transportation. The door swung open to reveal Toga. She was wearing the same outfit as earlier, no noticeable cuts or scratches on her body. Her clothes were a little torn, but otherwise she looked fine. Toga, you made it. Twice sounded relieved. I'm late because I got left at the store. So mean, Toga said. Dabi held an arm out, as if threatening to form a barrier of fire to prevent her from stepping forward. She paused, then the glee fell from her face. Leave me? Then set my corpus ablaze? There's no fun. No blood in that. Hey Dabi! Twice shouted. Quick, what's Twice's real name? Dabi raised a brow. Ah! Toga giggled almost nervously. What's your deal? Answer it, Jing. Toga held out her empty hands. She ran them up her arm, then clapped her hands and waved them around. She's clean. Dabi lowered his arm and took a step away. He raised a brow as Toga strolled past with her hands on her hips. Welcome back, H&P. Toga raised her nose in the air. What's wrong? You look pissed off. Is it because of Dabi? Twice beckoned to her side. Toga, no hard feelings. Shigaraki said. The Yakuza claimed they kidnapped you. Had to check that they didn't send a clone of you or something. We really were worried, Mange said. Like I'd ever. Toga detached a canister from her hip. I got a nick of their blood. She sat down at the bar and unscrewed the cap. And a little something more. A few drops of blood rolled out before something clumpy and pink seemed to crawl out. It slugged on the table, proudly displayed like a trophy. Is that a tongue? Mr. Compress whistled. Toga, you're pretty scary. I only cut it out because I thought about bringing back a gift from Koda. Toga grinned ear to ear. She picked up the muscle and squeezed it like a stress ball. All the blood is mostly gone though. It's not as good a gift as it could be. Koda held down a whimper as Toga held it out to him. It's dead, see? It's not moving, see? Toga pushed the blood-covered tongue closer. Its owner still is though, but he'll never be able to tell another living soul what happened to him. Ha! What makes you think you can give that to somebody? Spinner took the body part away from her. It has to be properly preserved first. Really? Toga tilted her head. I'll do it for you, Spinner said. Koda really hoped that was code word for, get rid of this. He didn't want to accept a gift like that. Good. I worked hard to get it. Toga sealed the canister back up. I also got blood from 3 others. No drops from the cute girl. No problem. This confirms my suspicion. Shigaraki decayed the papers in his hand. We're not working with any lying gangbangers. But I do want to know what those bullets are. Here's a special mission, one only Koda can do. He turned to the child. You need to befriend Eri. She's bound to know something about the Yazaku's plan. Got it? Koda nodded. His first solo mission as a villain. Something he couldn't afford to mess up. It might be kind of hard, though. She doesn't talk much. Earn a person's loyalty and earn their mind. Dabi seemed to encourage him. She'll talk. Koda nodded again. Was this a good time to tell them about Eri's plea for help? Would it matter? He was surrounded by villains who did things for their own personal gain. Saving people's wasn't very villain-like. It was probably better to let the idea go. Can we call it Operation Playdate? Toga asked. Sure. Shigaraki shrugged. I could care less about the name, long as it gets done. Someone was going from door to door. 3 times, knock knock knock. Housing. The voice didn't seem to care how early it was in the morning. Koda, Dabi called from the kitchen. If someone knocks on the door, don't open it. He poured milk into his bowl of cereal. I'm tired of dealing with assholes at 6 a.m. Koda strategically munched on his cereal, lifting up his spoon to only scoop up oats to save the marshmallow charms for last. Why are they knocking? The landlord does it to introduce new tenants. Dabi placed the milk back in the fridge. Consider this a lesson. Being a villain means you have to be more careful and start thinking about what has to be done to keep your identity secret. Koda gulped down his food. What's identity? He reached over to change the TV channel. You know, how heroes don't use their real names. It's to hide who they really are, their identity. Villains do it too. But I went on TV and now everyone knows me. Yeah, they know you. But as of you becoming a villain, the old Koda Izumo is dead. Koda felt a chill run down his spine. That? He was dead? Is that why the darkness felt so sweet and comforting now? He gazed at the black TV screen. The dim light reflected Dabi's eerie expression, slowly growing closer to him. Anew you shall rise up in this mission. Koda felt a warm hand placed on his shoulder. He nervously began eating the sweet marshmallows. His hand was barely able to maintain a firm grip on the spoon. You get a brand new style. A look preferably more creepy. What? Koda spoke with a mouthful of marshmallows. I can't do that. It sounds like being phony. When I was a kid, I didn't get to tell my dad what I can't do. Dabi squeezed Koda's shoulder. He watched the milk drip down Koda's chin and the droplets splattering over the coffee table. I had to do something until I mastered it. He chuckled. Honestly, I'm cutting you slack here. All I ask is you try. You can do that, can't you? Koda jerked away and his shoulder hit a bag. Is that what these were for? The clothes? You can make your own persona with them. Dabi clicked his tongue. You know, what I'm asking isn't hard. He walked back into the kitchen. I just want you to try your best. You don't have to be the best. You doing you is enough. That's cool, I guess. Koda picked up the smaller shirt with the text, the remix written on it. But what's with them like gifts? It's whatever the hell I want to call it, little one. Damn, do you want to keep switching between the same 3 pairs of clothes forever? Dabi took a seat with his bowl of cereal. No. Koda put the shirt back into the bag. His mind wandered to Eri and Kai. She had said she didn't want the gift. She didn't want to get her ear pierced, her dad made her. You don't have to accept a gift you don't want, right? It's common practice to accept anything given as a gift. A gift is supposed to be given from the heart or some crap. Dabi lifted his spoon and pointed. If you're thinking of Toga's gift. Spinner totally saved your ass. Her gift was really freaky. A loud knocking came on the door. Dabi pressed his fingers to his lips as if to symbol the need to be quiet. Kota nodded. He lifted a spoonful of cereal to his mouth and listened. This apartment here is Dabi's. He'll be your upstairs neighbor. He usually comes in late, so try not to get too upset with the noise. The landlord said. Guess that's why he's not answering. If he's this quiet during the morning, I might be able to sleep in on weekends. A new voice responded. I'm sure you'll get along nicely. He looks around your age. Oh, he has a son who recently moved in with him. Son. A real nice kid, a bit shy though. The sound of footsteps seemed to move away, then there was a thump. Shame no one came to the door, now I have to leave a friendly welcome. The door rattled a bit, then a little note slipped under the crack. Dabi grit his teeth. Couldn't this guy take a hint? Nobody wanted to be bothered? He turned to notice a red feather attached to a slip of white paper. I know who you are. Room 319. Dabi felt his eye twitch, the staples under his eyelid contracted and clicked. What kind of friendly welcome was this? No. Hello neighbor or hi nice to meet you. He stood up to snatch the paper off the floor. This was a threat. A plain and simple threat. It didn't matter that it was coming from some hawks. Kota picked up the red feather. Dabi reread the note. The pro hero, a hawks? He moved in here. He felt his hand combust into flames, the blue fire quickly turning the note to ashes. This wasn't right. He'd spent so long making himself blend in. There was no way. He swung open the front door, his eyes darted from one end of the hall to the other. The elevator dinged, the two gray doors slowly closing. His eyes locked on golden ones with an almost amused gleam. Hawks had one hand in his pocket, the other giving a little wave as if signaling their departure from the floor. Dirty, scummy hero bastard. Dabi yelled. Kota peeked outside. Ooh. The hallway was empty and quiet, aside from the elevator dinging as it went down. He felt Dabi drag him back inside. How do you know Hawks? Dabi slammed the door shut. The Wild Pussycats took me to some hero conference. I saw him there, while I was waiting for my aunt to finish. Kota sat and began to play with the feather. Everyone who knows Hawks thinks he's cool. He smashed the feather around as if making it fight with the spoon. But to me, he's still a lame hero. That's all I needed to hear. Hatred. Dabi breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced down at the ashes on the carpet. How did that bastard find him? He was so careful hiding. Was it at the store? He didn't mess up and go on camera. Damn it. Stop playing with the feather like that. Finish your breakfast? Can I keep it? I don't care. If I had it my way, I'd set it on fire. That'd be a waste. Kota tucked the feather in his back pocket. He scooped up some more cereal. Are you gonna finish too? No. Dabi took a seat on the sofa. He ran his fingers through his hair as his left leg bounced up and down. I'm not hungry anymore. You scared or something? Kota inched closer to him. You see a monster out there? I think there might be one below us. Dabi took an uneasy breath. So we have to be really careful from now on. Weighing his options meant this sudden surprise could be from Kai, but it was highly unlikely for Yuzuku when they hated heroes too. But then again Mr. Compress was acting strange. Oh, Kota tapped his spoon against the bowl. If I made that new identity thingy you talked about, would it help? Of course. Dabi couldn't stop a little smile from coming on his face. We have bigger things to worry about, anyway. He gestured to the bag. You do have a date with Destiny. And he had a chance to figure out who ratted out his location to Hawks. Kota fumbled with the backpack on his shoulders, squinting up at the clear sky as the sun slightly blinded his vision. He was on his own this time. A solo mission. No one to bail him out, but Dabi has assured him the League was watching his back and someone would step in if things got rough. He really hoped that they had the same definition of rough because back at the store, no one had any impulse to help Eri. 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. He fixed the snapback hat on his head. She believed in his goal. It wouldn't be right for him to let her down. 5, 6, 7, 8. Kid, what are you doing? The sound of a trash can slamming shut snapped Kota out of a trance. He looked to see a man, Kai, dusting off his gloves. You've been standing outside counting to 10 over and over again. You lost or something? I'm counting how long it's taking for the bus to come. Kota said. Why are you only counting to 10? I don't know what comes after it. So far, I've counted 3 times for the bus. The school bus? Kai gave him a testy look. I think you have the wrong location. A school bus doesn't stop here, and if it did, you missed it. He rolled up his long-sleeve green jacket to reveal a watch. By a good hour. Really? Kota hoped his acting wasn't too terrible. It didn't look like Kai was buying his performance. Isn't it? You missed the bus. Go home. Kai said. Damn. Kota didn't have a good response to that. He felt sweat bead down his face as his armpits began to heat up. Shigaraki was right. You fuck up step 1 and whole mission was a failure. He was a failure. The gate squeaked open and Eri was standing there. Her hands clung tightly to her dress as she faced the ground. Can I get a granola bar now? I told you to wait inside the courtyard. Kai narrowed his eyes at her. I'm hungry and I thought maybe you were going out for a long time, so Eri bit her bottom lip. She must have decided to shut herself up before she got in trouble. Eri. Kota felt a smile tug on his lips. Eri had opened up a way for the mission to continue. He waved at her. What school do you go to now? Huh. Eri looked up at him. She must have through his poorly put together new persona, the snapback hat, black boots, and metal wrist cuffs. Your snack time buddy from pre-K? Kota ran over to her. Up close, he noticed how Eri was a good few inches taller than him. He also noticed how red her ears still were from the new piercings. Eri goes to online school now. Kai sounded like he was ready to break all this up. But he also didn't sound like he knew what was going on. Kota allowed himself to smile. Dabi had been correct. Kai wasn't Eri's dad, or else he would have seen through the lie about pre-K. Which meant Kai had no idea what was going on right now. Online school sounds lame. You don't get to play with anyone. Kota stuck his tongue out. But online school teaches you how to count past 10. Kai paused. Wait, you went to pre-K and didn't learn past 10? He spoke the question slowly. We learned colors and numbers. I'm sure we did count, but... Kota fumbled with his backpack straps. Numbers are hard. What grade are you in now? Not more numbers. Okay, then how old are you? Kota glanced at Eri. She was taller than him. Older? Her hair was almost to her hips, and her single horn seemed pretty sharp. What was a good age? What's your name, kid? Kota lowered his gaze to his black boots. A new name? Not his real one. Please, stop scaring him. Eri tugged on Kai's jacket. So, has always been kind of shy. In class he barely said anything. But he's really loud on the playground. Kota tried not to make it evident his heart just skipped a few beats. Focus. His new name is South. He went to pre-K with Eri. He's supposed to be shy, except for when playing around. He forced a smile on his lips. Nice to meet you, Mr. Eri's dad. He held a hand out. Call me, Overhaul. Kai pulled hand sanitizer out his pocket and squirted some into Kota's palm. I'm not a fan of hand shaking, too many germs. Okay, Mr. Overhaul. Kota rubbed his hands together, allowing the disinfectant to do its thing. Just Overhaul. Kai straightened his tie and his shoulders rolled, as his head tilted upwards. The sun's rays beamed over the metal part of his face mask. Eri doesn't have any friends. We don't take kindly to visitors. It's not good for her health. Her health? Kota had noticed before how frail Eri appeared to be. He had assumed it had been from fear. Isn't that right, dollface? Kai hummed throatily, almost like a cat's purr. You shouldn't even be out here without your mask. He tapped on his bird-like beak, as if it was a medical mask filtering and fending off germs. Well, Eri dropped her hands back to her side. Kai leaned into her ear. Remember what I said before about things I can't understand? So is not dirty. Eri squeaked. She seemed to be uttering a little prayer under her breath that Kai understood. He is not infected. What was that? So doesn't like heroes? Eri shuddered as if Kai being so close made her nauseous. He's not dirty. South. Kai repeated the name as if he didn't truly believe in its owner's existence. He pulled away from Eri and turned to Koda. It's not safe for a hero hater to walk to school all by himself. Anything could happen. He opened the gate to the courtyard wider. Gangs hang around these parts? Eri stepped to the side and allowed Koda to enter the courtyard. The landscaping was beautiful, fresh-cut grass, bird houses and trees, nicely trimmed bushes. Everything about this place was overly cleaned. I'll be back. Let me get my car keys, I'll drive you to school. Kai walked towards what looked like an office-like building. He left behind the scent of antibacterial soap and chemicals. It was heavy, almost lung-constricting, as if no matter where he went, he was always watching. He was there, so don't dare step out of line. Your dad is really weird, Koda said, watching how Kai wiped down the door handle before stepping inside. He doesn't like dirty things. He hates germs. Eri tilted her head as if trying to read Koda's expression. And I'm starting to think, you hate your life. This. Koda got a whiff of Eri's smell. She too smelled like cleaning products, but softer. She smelled like lavender wipes, pine sol, and coconut Clorox. I'm here because... That doesn't matter. What were you thinking? You went along with it. I did it to save you. What about don't get involved, don't you understand? The involved part? I don't know what it means. Eri blinked. She had a look on her face that seemed to scream, great. Stupid and careless, just my luck. Her lips didn't produce such harsh words. You're not really in school, are you? Nope. Koda said. When my dad gets back, he's going to ask you what school you go to so he can drive you there. Okay and... All right, Eri dropped her volume as if she feared Kai might be listening in. The elementary school for this zone is near Shiketsu High School. Tell him it's a few blocks down from there. Thanks. Koda felt the tension ease off his chest. He could do this. But, why are you helping me? People like us should stick together. Eri remained emotionless, her voice steady as her expression. You're not a bad person, Koda. I would like more people like you in my life. I'm a villain. I lie and steal. Koda pointed at himself. I'm as bad as it gets. Is that so? Eri stepped away from him and clasped her hands behind her back. She circled around, like a cat does to a mouse, her eyes sizing him up. Scary villain, who can't think of a name for himself. Yeah. Koda said. Where did So come from? So is the name of one of my favorite dolls. He's my big fluffy teddy bear. Eri held her arms out wide as if trying to provide a visual of the size. I put him by my door at night to keep away the monsters. Monsters? Koda squeaked. Nobody told him there would be monsters on this mission. You know, creepy night crawlers, invisible boy, Bunnyman. Eri wiggled her fingers in front of his face. Bunny? Koda trembled. He didn't know why. Bunnyman didn't sound all that scary. Well, actually, when he thought of Bunnyman, he thought of Izuku. His quirk is half bunny, half man. That doesn't sound too bad. He eats people who hate heroes. That's terrible. Koda shook his head. His heart raced as his head spun. That can't be real. Wouldn't that make him a villain? Wouldn't that mean he would have to hate heroes? Who hates heroes? The sound of Kai's voice almost made Koda jump out of his skin. He felt goosebumps crawl up his arms as the man extended his hand outwards. 2 bird masks dangled from his fingers. Bunnyman. Eri's personality changed. She seemed to get more shy and reserved. So, doesn't know of him. But I saw him. I saw Bunnyman with my own 2 eyes. He was with Invisible Boy. You can't see someone that's invisible. Koda said. He's called Invisible Boy because he can go through objects? Kai put a mask over Eri's mouth and adjusted the strap behind her head. You get one too. He handed the second mask to Koda. Help keep out the germs. I don't want bad air in my car. Koda put on the mask. At least with the mask, Kai couldn't see. His pissy expression. What was with this guy and cleanness? You never told me our destination. Kai opened the gates to the sidewalk. Where's your school? It's the elementary school near Shiketsu High. A few blocks down, Koda said. Eri took Kai's hand as if she did not need the command to do so. She walked by his side as they exited through the gates. Koda found her sudden silence strange. No one said a word as they entered the car. They clicked on seat belts and Kai ensured all the doors were locked. The drive was nothing more than the rumble of the engine. Koda gazed out the window. Houses, buildings, and people passed by. He also noticed Eri's reflection. She was constantly fumbling with her long tan dress and thumbing over the bandages over her arm. Does it itch? Koda asked. No. Eri said a little too quickly. She stole a nervous glance at Kai through the rearview mirror. No pain. I'm fine. Koda was about to say more when the car came to a stop. He could see the elementary school out his window. This is your stop, right? Kai put the car in park. Yes. Koda clicked his seatbelt and grabbed his backpack from the floor. Thanks for driving me, overhaul. He turned to open the door. But, can you? So, do you need an adult to check in with your teacher? Kai drummed his fingers over the button withholding Koda's freedom. You should give me your homeroom teacher's name. I really don't. Koda kept his hand on the door handle, pulling on it. No need really. I usually come late so I could write you an excuse. Kai opened up the glove department. He must have been searching for a pen and notepad, but packs of disinfectant wipes tumbled out. You wouldn't get in trouble that way. He once again glanced at Eri. Would hate for you to lose recess when it's the only time for you to be loud and enjoy yourself. I usually don't really miss any. Koda paused as a knock came on his window. Hey, you forgot your lunch. A high school girl knocked on his window again. She had medium-length brown hair with. Kai rolled the driver's side window down. You are Miss Cammy. She smiled. I'm his aunt. I go to the high school a few blocks up. Koda knew that smile. Toga. The league had come to help. I was worried when the teacher said you weren't in class. Toga pulled on the passenger side door. Hey, mister. Open up, will ya? I got to stab some sense into my nephew. Be safe, South. Kai unlocked the door. Koda rigidly stepped out of the car. See ya, Eri. He closed the door as she waved him goodbye. School started over 2 hours ago. Don't tell me you're just now getting here. Toga shouted. I missed the bus. Koda pulled his mask down. You always say the same excuse. It's true. And it's not like, my dad can take me. He has work. Sir? Toga tapped on Kai's door. Since you were kind enough to drop my nephew off, can you promise to do it each time he misses the bus? I would hate for him to get in trouble for being tardy all the time. It wouldn't be a problem. Kai slowly rolled up his window. I guess we'll be seeing a lot more of each other. Isn't that delightful, Eri? I'm so happy, Eri said. Her face didn't look happy. She looked worried as if she knew the facade they put up wouldn't last long. Toga grabbed Koda's hand, dragging him towards the school building. I've been waiting for this moment. A chance to have you all alone and to myself. She turned back as if to ensure the car they heard pulling away was Kai's. Now I can finally. A large grin spread on her face as she pulled out a knife. Toga. Kurojairi stepped out of a portal on the side of the school building. Shigaraki said no funny business. No fair. Toga lowered her knife. Dabi and Shigaraki never let me have any fun with Teddy Bear. She wrapped an arm around Koda. I wanna enjoy him too. If all went well, you're gonna have to be the one picking up Koda from this spot. Kurojairi must have noticed the mask on Koda's face. And from the looks of it, Koda was successful. Yeah. Koda tried to wiggle away from being squished. I think Eri and I can be friends. He felt a smile tug on his lips at the thought. She helped me, kind of. Some strange part of him couldn't wait to see her again. Dabi will be pleased. Kurojairi nodded. Koda stared at the large gates in front of the Shai Hasaikai hideout. They looked just as tall and menacing as the last time, brown paint, wire, electricity running through to keep out trespassers. It matched the other business buildings in the area, leaving people passing by unsuspecting of the evil inside. Hello. Koda buzzed in. I think I missed the bus again. The screen on the tan keypad flashed to static, then a shadowy figure appeared. Are you wearing your mask? The voice, even distorted, was unmistakably overhaul. Yes. Koda tapped on the bird beak over his nose and mouth. He looked up at the camera zooming in on his face. I have about 10 minutes before school starts, so if you can drive me? Beep. Koda took a nervous step forward as the gates opened up. Come in. Koda half ran, half walked across the courtyard. He didn't want the cameras to pull out guns or something. He stopped at the front door and Kai answered with Eri at his side. South. Eri greeted him. Good morning. Koda said. I hope I'm not disrupting your online school stuff. No. Eri shook her head. I can get started on my work anytime. I was. Come inside if you're gonna come inside. Kai interrupted. His expression grim and his tone slightly annoyed. We're not gonna talk out here, letting in all those germs. Isn't it weird, your house is like an office? Koda stepped inside. The building layout wasn't anything like one he'd seen before. No. Eri looked at Kai as if awaiting instructions. Kai closed the door and locked it tight. He scratched at a few acne bumps on his skin as if the fresh air had given him an allergic reaction. He wasn't wearing his green jacket, just a dress shirt, slacks, and a tie. No mask. Koda pulled off his mask. His eyes watered, bleach. The smell filled the whole building. It wrapped around the halls and doorways, to cradle to sleep the after whiff of blood. Why did the house smell like blood? Go finish breakfast and bring Koda with you. Kai walked away. I'm going to get my keys. Yes, sir. Eri said. She followed behind him for a little bit, before stopping near a threshold. Koda noticed the little blotches of red on her bandages. So, you coming? Eri tucked her hair behind her ear. Koda felt Kai's eyes on him. Why, he stumbled towards Eri. For some reason he could hear her words echoing in his ears. My family is like yours. They kill people. He met her eyes, waves of sadness and false hope. I'm eating cereal. Eri led Koda into what looked like a normal break room. There was a fridge, a countertop, cabinets, and a table with 3 seats in the middle. Your house is really weird. Koda said. You already said that. Eri took a seat at the table. And I said that it's not? She munched on cereal. This place is laid out like an office. That's what it's supposed to look like. It's so dumb. Just because you don't understand something doesn't make it dumb. Eri swallowed. Sometimes things are more than just looks. She rested her spoon against the bowl. Are you gonna sit down? Sit? Koda shook his head. You're dripping blood everywhere. Eri lifted an arm. Oh, it's the thin bandages. I can ask my dad to rewrap them. Koda inched closer, trying to see her tightly. Wrapped arms. Is it because you were messing with them? You did it back in the car too. It's just a bad habit. Eri lowered her arms and sat on both her hands. She leaned closer to the table. Villains shouldn't worry over a little blood. I guess. Koda said. He shoved his hands in his pocket and wrinkled his brow. You're sitting on your hands, so how are you gonna eat? Like in the cartoons? Eri lapped up the milk with her tongue. That's not how it's done. Koda took a seat beside her and sat on his hands. It's like this. He used his chin to lower one side of the bowl and slurped up the milk. You're making a mess. Eri pulled off a few paper towels. Her voice sounded lighter as she was slightly amused. Koda looked up, expecting to see a smile on Eri's face. There was none. Eri's expression was empty. And you have a milk mustache? Eri handed him the paper towels. The bowl of cereal sloshed back on the table as she pulled it closer towards her. Such a sloppy eater. If we were playing Tea Party, you'd be kicked out? I wouldn't get kicked out because I wouldn't play a lame game like Tea Party. With eating skills like that, you wouldn't be invited. My eating skills are... Koda wiped his mouth. He thought of the fancy word Dabi used before, decent. He smiled smugly. That would show her. Good is better than decent. Eri blinked. You know what decent means? Koda crushed the paper towel, bunching it up smaller and smaller. It's one of my vocab words. Eri picked up a paper from the table. See? Koda pointed at the words written on the paper. It says decent, dent, destroy. Describe. Eri sounded the word out for him. She directed his finger to the word. When I saw you on TV, you sounded smart and cool. It's sad that you don't know basic grammar. I do. Kota shouted. He lowered his voice as Eri jerked back. I'm working on it. Daddy and I are working on it. Oh. Eri seemed to be visibly shaken. She put the paper back on the table and bit her lip. I didn't mean to yell. Kota felt real stupid all of a sudden. I'm trying to learn, so it just bothers me. When I think someone is calling me dumb. You're not dumb. You're just sad. Eri restated. That's still a mean thing to say. Kota said. Sorry. Eri said. Eri, what did I tell you about apologizing for things? Kai entered the room. He leaned against the countertop. I'm not allowed to say sorry for things that are true. Eri lowered her head. Exactly. Kai tapped on the counter. The marble top seemed to mold and shape. Foolishness should be ridiculed without concession. He held up his fist and opened up his palm to reveal the keys. That's why you attend school, to crush foolish actions before they're taken without a plan. Good morning. Kota buzzed in. The bird overhead chirped playfully, the cars zoomed passing by, and the sun was hidden behind the clouds. Missed the bus 2 days in a row? Kai asked. I forgot to set my alarm. Kota nodded at the cameras. He showed off his backpack. But I'm ready to go. The gates opened and Kota walked to the front door. Kai was waiting with Eri at the threshold. So, I got a new gift yesterday. Eri raised a jump rope in the air. I bet I can jump longer without getting tripped up. Eri, he has to get to school. Kai pushed her hand back down. He looked Kota up and down almost as if misjudging his perception. But interesting enough, I never heard a school bus pass by all morning. Kota kicked his foot against the floor mat. For someone who attends school, you do know where the proper bus stop is, correct? Kai raised a brow and locked the front door. I just wait wherever my daddy drops me off. Kota pulled off his mask. He hung it up on the coat rack, beside a gray jacket and a pair of pink shoes. There were 5 masks hanging up, 2 jackets, the green one had to be Kai's. Why were there 5 masks? Extras? Your father, I would like to meet him someday. Kai said. The least he can do is show his face, when I'm driving his brat to school. I'm not a brat. Kota mumbled under his breath and clenched his fist. He really wanted to punch Kai in the balls. It was tempting, especially as Kai tapped on Eri and whispered something in her ear. Kota didn't like it when Kai touched her. He didn't like it when Kai spoke to her. He didn't like it when Kai controlled her. Yes, sir. Eri fixed her rope. She rocked it back and forth, then began jumping down the hall. Kota followed behind her. Eri jumped rope all the way down to the break room. He's going to get the car keys? Eri jumped faster. So we can play while he's searching? He sucks. Kota took a seat at the table. He rested his face in his palm and knitted his eyebrows together. I hope he trips on air. I almost did that jumping rope yesterday. Eri jumped with timed precision, her long hair rising and falling. I tried to do the crossover. You can do that? I think I mastered it. Eri's arms formed an X shape across her chest, then the rope swung over head and feet. See? So cool. You did it so fast. Kota jumped out of his seat. And you just got the rope yesterday? He paused, taking note of how close he was to Eri and the volume of his voice. It's cool. Really? Eri stopped jumping and handed Kota the rope. I can teach you. Kota pulled off his backpack. He placed it against the table. Hold it like this. Eri put the hand grips in Kota's palm. I know how to jump rope. Kota snatched the rope away and got into position. I'm just not very fast. He started jumping, the plastic grips sliding in his palms. His palms, they were already sweaty from his nerves and with Eri watching his every move. His heart picked up speed. That's because you're not spinning it fast. I can't. It's easy, just tighten your hands and roll your wrist. How can you say that? Kota found his eyes wandering to her wrapped up arms. Your arms are weaker than mine. Nua. I had my bandages doubled wrapped. Eri showed off her fresh bandages. Extra, extra, today. Kota scrunched up his nose. How could that be? The air still smelled like blood. It was an unmistakable stench, one that filled his nostrils and made his head spin. No, it's Dash. Kota felt his grip loosen up as water blasted from his palm. Duck? Eri stood still as a statue as the rope went flying out of Kota's hands. It hit the cabinets then slid down to rest halfway off the counter. How'd you do that? My quirk. Kota felt his face heat up. He stared at the floor. I can shoot water from my palm. It's hard to control when, well, it happens by accident. But I'm getting better at using it at will. Your quirk. Eri looked at him strangely. She touched her horn. Like mine? Probably not, unless you can shoot water out of it. Eri shook her head. What can you do? Eri picked up the jump rope. She went quiet and started jumping again. You not gonna tell me? Maybe when you can properly jump rope. I can jump rope. Kota held his hand out. Didn't you just see me? Slowly doesn't count. Eri spun the rope faster. No fair. I've only done it alone all this time. How was I supposed to know the rules? Don't be mad, Kota. Eri said. This is the first time for me playing jump rope with someone too. Most of the time, I pretend with my teddy bears. I'm not mad. Kota said. I shout sometimes when I get, you know. Your dad doesn't get mad when you shout? Eri stopped jumping. Oh. My dad and I yell all the time, we shout and scream when practicing with my quirk. Kota nodded. When you're playing with someone it's even more fun. I don't know if I believe that's true. Eri held out the rope to let Kota take a turn. But you're fun to play with, Kota. Everyone ready? Kai called from down the hall. Kota quickly pushed the rope back over to Eri. Eri tucked the rope to her side as Kai walked in. Yes, sir. Eri said. Good girl. Kai sprayed disinfectant in the air. I hope you both behaved. He shook the spray can. Kota didn't think people were supposed to just spray that like air freshener. It didn't seem right. Less movement makes everything less filthy and makes you more safe. Kai aimed the disinfectant at the ceiling. One of the biggest mistakes people make when they walk into a room is that they don't look up. Eri nodded, twisting up the rope around her hand. They keep their head down and look side to side, but never up. Kai stopped and looked out a window. Dirty fool. He narrowed his eyes at a pro-hero running by on the sidewalk. Look up. Kota lifted his head. He noticed the cracks along the ceiling and a little gap between the wall. They'll never know what secrets are just below their feet and if the key is right above their head. Kai turned slightly, his shadow casting over Eri. So sad. 3 days in a row? Kai opened the door. Eri gave Kota a friendly wave. I slept through my alarm this time. Kota stepped inside and pulled off his mask. You left the front gate open? That's because we were expecting someone. Kai gazed out into the courtyard. He seemed to be checking up and down the empty street. But tardiness is inexcusable. He hit a button on the wall and the gates slammed shut. You're locking them out? Kota asked. So, don't. It's not important. Eri hushed him. Kota looked at her. She had a new outfit today. It looked better than her plain tan dress. She was wearing an oversized blue shirt with leggings. Kai checked himself in a mirror near the coat rack. He fixed his tie, tightening it around his neck. His head tilted to the side as his lips tugged towards hell. Eri. Yes, sir? Eri clasped her hands together. You're excused for the day. I have to worry about our little breakthrough. Is it Bunny Boy? Don't worry your pretty little mind over it. Kai turned away from the mirror. It's not good for your health. He put on his mask and green jacket. I'll be back. He stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Where is he going? He closed the gates? Kota shook his head. This whole place is really strange. And you let him talk to you any kind of way. Why do you let that happen? The less I say, the less people get hurt. Eri closed her eyes as if relieved she saved a few lives. She hummed a tune that Kota didn't recognize. It sounded almost hopeful. The more I can avoid him, the better. Today is a good day. I can stay in my special place after we take you to school. You have a special place in this weird house? Do you not have your own bedroom, Kota? This place looks like an office. Do you have a bedroom? I live here. Why wouldn't I? Kota shrugged. It was an undeclared taunt. Prove it. Eri walked down the hall. Her hand brushed against a vase resting on a table. Close your eyes. No. Kota said. Fine. It will only make the trick less magical. Eri lifted the vase and pressed a switch. Kota felt the room start to rumble, as the wall slowly shifted to reveal an underground passageway. What the? He took a few steps back. Hurry. Eri walked through. We have to be quick so we don't bump into my dad. Overhaul? I thought he went outside. Kota checked the passage once more to ensure it wasn't an illusion. He hesitantly stepped behind Eri, using her as a shield in case anything went wrong. Outside under the large rock is another entrance to the hideout. There's a bunch of ways to get down here all over this place. Eri peeked around a corner. She checked both ways before taking off running. Come on, let's go. Wait, don't leave me. This is the perfect place for a jump scare. Kota stumbled a bit to catch up with her. The long corridors reeked of blood and sweat. There were twists and turns, each one looking the same as the last, as if a giant inescapable maze. Not a wall didn't look the same as the other, the doors brown and doubled, without numbers or signs. Are you sure we're not lost? Kota asked. I just had us go the long way to be safe. Eri pushed one of the large brown doors to the side. This is my special place. She stepped inside the room. There was a bed next to a window covered by dark pink curtains, pink dressers, a large doll house, giant teddy bears in the corners, and a heart-shaped vent on the ceiling. Why is your room so pink? Kota looked around at the green and yellow flowers painted over the pink walls. Doesn't this give you a headache? It's not all pink. There are the flowers and glitter. Eri began arranging some of the dolls on the shelf. Glitter? Kota pressed a hand to the wall. The wall felt cold, rough, bumpy. He traced over the bumps. Each one was like a rustic red, splattered around in a weird pattern that was almost traceable back to a single location. This is glitter? Yeah, Eri said. Looks like dried blood. Kota scraped his nail against the bump. If it didn't peel off, it was definitely blood. He'd seen enough murder scenes to know that. Does it matter? Eri faced him, a doll in one hand and a hairbrush in the other. They both make the room look cute, right? What? Kota croaked. It felt like he lost his voice. His eyes wandered around, getting lost in a wave of pink. Blood clashes with magenta? Magdu? A mix of pink and purple. My wall color is magenta. Eri waved her doll in the air. And her skirt is fuchsia. You can really see the difference side by side. They all look pink to me. Kota crossed his arms. Do you have any cool toys? He walked over to her toy box. My favorite doll was a gift. I said, cool. Dolls aren't cool. Where's the jump rope? Playing dolls is like playing pretend. Kota kneeled down and started digging through her toy box. Purses, lame. Doll clothes, gross. Princess crowns, too much cringe. He pushed her things to the side. I have way cooler stuff. I have Legos and coloring books. This whole thing you're doing is like one big game of pretend. It's nice pretending to be your friend, Kota. Pretending? Kota turned around to see Eri hugging her doll close to her chest. She was pretending? He felt sick to his stomach all of a sudden. Don't say that. Kota shouted. We're friends for real. Friends visit each other and hang out, like they do on those TV shows. We are. Eri shyly tucked her head down. Kids like us with villain parents, we're going to grow up and be cool. And when I make my goal a reality, you'll be my right-hand woman. Kota held out his pinky. I swear it. Thanks. Eri locked pinkies with him. Her hand was warm and rough. I hope I live long enough to see it happen. But even if I died tomorrow, it doesn't seem too bad now. Not after meeting you, Kota. Don't say stupid things like that. You're not going to die. Kota shook his head. If anything, you're the first person in my life to ever make it in time. The sound of footsteps passed outside the door. We have to go. Eri dropped the doll on the floor. Her face seemed to lose all color as she kicked a few toys out the way. We have to get back before anyone finds we're missing. Kota buzzed in twice before he got a response. He walked through the courtyard to the main entrance. The doors opened up to reveal Kai standing alone at the doorway. I know you've been missing the bus to see Eri. She isn't feeling well today. Kai pulled off his gloves from over his hands. There were weird blots of red that stained the nice white cloth. I'm afraid she won't be joining us on your ride to school. Kota felt his face heat up. That's not it at all. He stepped inside the office-like building. The site was familiar to him now, a plastic plant, a long corridor, a table decorated with flowers and a vase. He followed Kai over to the break room. It was noticeably empty, no cereal boxes or jump rope on the floor. Eri really wasn't here. Young love. I'll do you a favor. Kai tossed the gloves in the trash. Eri isn't who or what you think she is. His voice seemed to grow more grim. She's cursed. Kota shook his head. Please no. He tightened his hold on his backpack straps. I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to get to class. You don't have to play dumb any longer. Kai pulled fresh white gloves from his pocket. He pulled them over each hand, delicately as if performing a life-saving surgery. I know she showed you the underground passage yesterday. Kota felt his breath hitch. He took a seat at the table and focused on the wood pattern. I don't know if she's stupid or she trusts you. Or maybe it's the latter and you're stupid for trying to get close to her and you're desperately hanging on to her every word. Kai wiggled his fingers, then clenched and unclenched his fist. HMP. You've got guts, kid. I'll say it again. Kota hoped his voice didn't crack. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you just find the keys? Kai gestured to a counter. The car keys were always right there. I would just leave to see what you were gonna do. Kota could feel Kai's yellow eyes staring daggers at him. Don't look up. Don't break. He clicked his tongue. Huh, that's stupid. No. Kai stepped closer to him. He ran a single finger over the marble countertop, then rubbed it against his thumb as if checking for any dust. Eri has never been so vocal or outgoing about someone. I wanted to learn what type of person you are. I'm just a kid who wants to go to school. The light bulb above them stopped flickering as a sudden pop rang through the air. Kota jumped out the chair as fear shot through him. Running will only make it worse. Kai seemed to be moving in the darkness. It was hard to tell which direction. If you want conviction, answers lay in the underground passageway. Was this a trap? Kota took a step forward, moving slowly towards the light. If you're not going to take me to... He stepped into the hallway. His eyes watering as they adjusted to the light pouring in from the window. Outside, he could barely make out a few figures. They were both dressed in white wearing bird masks. They seemed to be taking out a large trash bag dripping with blood. I made an agreement, didn't I? Kota spun around to see Kai dangling the car keys above his head. I'll drive you to school, Kai said. Because you're not a bad kid? He strolled to the door. Bad cursed children deserve to be hurt. Wouldn't you agree? Bad people have to die. Kota kept his head low. He had nothing more to say. Good and bad was just a matter of opinion. Life was all opinion-based aside from facts, which could be ignored. So be sure to tell Shigaraki how I spared your life. That is if you go crying back to him after all this. Kai said, you've been pushing those peas around on your plate for 10 minutes. Dabi motioned to Kota. If you don't want them, toss them in the trash. HMB. Kota dragged his fork across his plate. They taste yucky. He grabbed a napkin to wipe his palms, the paper soaked and stuck. What about the mashed potatoes? I don't want it. Kota pushed his plate away and placed his head down on the table. I'm tired. He started working on peeling the wet napkin off. Heh, villainy is too hard for ya? Kota peeked up at him. He thought about Kai's words. If you go crying back to him after all this? There was no way he would snitch and go cry. That was what Kai wanted to get the upper hand and hold Eri hostage. He wouldn't let him get away with that. You haven't said anything about Eri all day. You usually yap away about her. Dabi said, you didn't even act the same in training. I'm tired. Kota picked the rest of the napkin away. He put it on his picked-over plate. Plus, I don't have to talk about Eri all the time. She's important to your mission. Dabi tapped a pen against the table. I know. I'm working on it. Kota felt more water gush from his hands. Darn it. Kai had gotten him all rattled up. He couldn't focus and control. He grit his teeth. Are you working on getting rid of that monster? I've decided to play it safe and take countermeasures. Dabi moved his pen and lifted up a sheet of paper. I know who you are, Kigo Takami. Room 419. This is the same exact note, you just added 2 words. Kota said, I wrote Hawk's real name. Dabi folded up the paper. I'm going to slip this under that winged bastard's door. What if he opens the door while you're standing there? That's where you come in, little one, Dabi grinned. Back up in case anything goes wrong. If anything goes wrong. Kota lifted his head and inhaled sharply. He rubbed his palms against his pants to try and dry them. Alright, real shit. Dabi tucked the note in his jacket pocket. No more faking or dodging it. He stood up. Did he hurt you? Who? Kai. Kota felt more water gush from his hands. What was he supposed to say? What could he say? He didn't want to wimp out. What's with the hesitation, little one? You know I like straightforward answers. I don't know if I want to go back. So you're ready to give your intel to the boss? Intel? Information. You didn't forget the point of the mission, did you? Kota leaned back in his chair. I know what to do. He watched Dabi rinse his plate in the sink. It's just, he didn't know the word for it. Scary? He didn't want to sound weak. If he was weak, Dabi would criticize him for it. He needed to do this to prove himself. Make himself a valuable asset to the family. So that I can do it. You don't have to go back if you don't want. Dabi said. That was right. Kota had a choice in all this. He could decide if he wanted to stay or go. Eri didn't. She didn't get to choose a single thing that happened to her. I'm doing it, Kota said. One last time, it will be in and out. After you do that, we'll stop to destroy Hawks, then tell boss the good news. Dabi smirked. It will all work out okay. Kota really hoped so.